So, welcome everyone to, I can't believe I'm saying this, episode 5, that's a lot, episode 5 of the High-Elo Mastery Seminar. This is the 5th year in a row where we're doing this, and today we're joined by some familiar faces and some newer ones, or I shouldn't say faces, we have some new participants. I guess before I get into that, I'll just start off by making sure, so everyone's audio, if people in chat could let us know if anyone's audio is too quiet. I know in some seminars in the past that was an issue, so just let us know if anyone sounds too quiet. Also, you can type in the chat !podcast 5 notes if you want to read like on your own device the Google Doc that is going to have all the notes I'm going to be typing in as we go. That's going to basically be our visual for this time. I block Munchy. Yeah, I know I'm blocking Munchy, but he's not gonna have a camera on. So actually, I guess. Well, I hope people will know that he's actually participating. Anyway, I guess I don't know. It's probably okay for now. But so you can type that in the chat to see the Google Doc. You can also type in !podcast 1, 2, 3, or 4 to see the previous installments. You all can also ask questions in Twitch chat as we go. And this time, rather than waiting to the very end, I was thinking it'd be better because I don't want to make people wait the whole time. We're going to try to get to your questions kind of, more quickly, like in the moment. We're going to avoid making you wait to the very end. We might be talking about stuff, but yeah, in between, we'll try to answer any questions. And anyone also in the chat or in the call here, feel free to just be like, hey, this person in the chat asked this question, and you can just address it right then and there. So hopefully we'll be able to get to all your guys' questions more quickly that way. Yes. So without further ado, I guess I want to introduce everyone, especially because some people are not as well known in the community here. Yeah. So I guess how should I do this? Should I just introduce or Munchy, would you want to introduce yourself to start things off actually?
Sure. I'm Munchy. I've been a long-time Yi player, actually. He was the first champion I ever bought. But Yi was never really he was my main champion for climbing in Season 8. And then next was last season, Season 12, where I hit 1,365 LP, around rank 17 on NA.
Yeah, he's been a very low-key, kind of under-the-radar player, but truly an insane Yi player, insane Rengar player. Yeah, so I'm really happy to have Munchy joining us today. I guess going off that, I'll introduce myself too, because some people here might not know me super well, especially coming from Sinerias stream or whatever. But hello, my name's Arthur, but I go by Wuju Senshi online, and I peaked 440 LP just this last season. One mastery, one trick, obviously, like pretty much everyone else here. And yeah, let's see. I mean, that's pretty much all anyone cares to hear about anyway. So I'll just pass off to someone else. Would you like to do the honors?
Yeah, I can continue, but can you please click once on the camera below so I don't see this loading screen all the time?
Click once on the camera below.
Like on the Discord, you can just click camera, close the camera. Yeah, exactly, like this, right?
This one, it's not letting me.
Okay, well, maybe it just isn't loading for me. Okay, yeah. No, that's actually fine. It just isn't working for me.
Sorry about that.
So my name is Sinerias. I've been playing Master Yi since Season 6, and I've been rank 6 about 4 weeks ago, something like this, in EU West server. And I'm trying to hit rank 1 now with Master Yi, and I'm happy to be able to join here as well. Thank you very much, Wuju Senshi, for inviting.
Our pleasure.
Okay, my name is Dandelion. I go by Dandelion Yi in NA, and I peaked last season. I peaked 820 LP. I've been playing Mastery also since Season 6, and I haven't really played a lot this season yet, but I'm ready to learn some more as well as share my ideas.
Very nice. And then last but not least, if you could do us the honor.
I'm sorry. I was in a moment. Yeah, I was trying to figure out who I was. I'm a cow, right? I'm Cowsep. I've been playing Yi for 13 years or something like that.
Oh my gosh.
I know it's a lot, right? I'm a boomer. I'm probably the oldest. I'm the oldest here, right? I'm 32. Everybody's in their 20s. Yeah, I play in many regions. Last season, we were masters in Vietnam, Philippines, Korea, and China server. And this season we're going to go for Grandmasters in Korea is the goal on that, and then maybe Challenger in one of the C servers. And I just play too much. My back hurts. I'm getting old.
Congratulations, by the way, on all this master hitting.
It wasn't that bad. It wasn't as bad as it used to be.
That's quite impressive, master on that many servers, and it's also very exciting to see that you're, really try-harding in a way that we haven't seen
Well,
from you before. This
I'll
season.
have you know that I'm platinum 2 in EU.
Okay, you just get in there.
Everywhere master with an EU plus 2.
It was EU's giving me some trouble.
But it's also annoying with all these ghosts, as you said, right?
It's a lot of ghosting and very high ping.
No.
But Yi's pretty bad at high ping. He is.
Yeah, it's true. People always think he's not a really mechanical champion, but then you try to play him and you realize how wrong that is.
Well, yeah, it's really hard to follow people with your autos when they're lagging.
Yep. Anyways, so kind of the general overview for what the plan is today. I want to do something kind of different from previous seminars. As you can see, kind of I don't have a slideshow up. I'm just using a Google Doc, typing up notes, and generally I'm trying to make the seminar a little bit less kind of like, I want to make it very focused on like being educational and less like, parts of it I guess felt like a little bit like a waste of time, or like we're kind of dragging on conversations really long, and
Like you're doing right now, huh?
Yes, I tend to be very long-winded, so hopefully you'll bear with me there. But basically we're gonna switch things around this time. So we're gonna keep a shorter, try to make a shorter section beginning where we go over the usual, like, what are the best E loadouts and strategies. And then at the end, the second half, I wanted us to all do VOD reviewing. So we're gonna, together as a group of 5 here, go over each other's VODs. And I thought that would be just like a better way for people to kind of, I guess, learn more about how we're thinking as we like look at different situations in game. So let's go ahead and just get started. So regarding the builds, I know that I think like the variety of builds has kind of decreased in recent years. Like at least since the last seminar, I think most of the time people are just going like Croc and Bork or maybe slight variations. But I guess I want to hear from all of you here. What do you think are the best builds?
There were never a lot of builds, Wuju. You're the only reason that there was more than one build.
No, it was Dandelion.
Well, yes, I know you believe that, and I can't say you're totally wrong. I think I was one of the most biggest promoters of there being lots of different Yi builds. But I think even not just me, Dandelion is another example of someone who I think was like, you were doing a lot of different builds in the past, and I feel like you've switch things around a little bit less these days. So I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I guess it's just the sense I get.
In old days, all the items are a lot different, and there are things you can like forcefully to make it work and stuff. But nowadays it's very condensed, way too much condensed.
Yeah, that's basically how I feel as well.
Okay, I would say for the builds, like there are 2 options, the tanky ones and the aggressive one, I would just call it. And on the aggressive one, I personally think that there are 4 items, which is just the most important one. It's Kraken, Rageblade, Blade of Rune King, and Wit's End. And how you exactly buy them, of course, that is like people do it differently, etc. But I think those 4 items are just the core of Master Yi in general right now. And yeah, that's about it. Like I personally do it in a certain way, like Kraken into Blade of Rune King into Rageblade, and then depending on what I buy. But I think those 4 items are the reason why you deal an insane amount of damage, and nothing else really matters.
So you like Wit's End more than Death Stance?
No, I buy Death Stance most of the time as 4th item, or like
Fourth
I
or
need
fifth?
to have a 4th because I
Or-
need
so,
to have
so you get
a
Death Stance
defensive.
over Wit's End.
Exactly. Because I think on those 4 items, Blade of Rune King, Kraken, and Rageblade are the best. And Wit's End is only, like, you want to buy it, of course, but you cannot buy it as 4th because you need at least a little bit of defensive. Otherwise, you just get one-shot by burst from AD sources or something like this.
Peter
Yeah,
asked in the chat
that's
about. Oh, sorry. Peter asked in the
No,
Twitch
go
chat about Shield Bow, which I guess I have an answer for that one, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts as well. I've been actually the build I've been really enjoying recently, and I'm really trying, Mr. Cowsep, to stray away from the
You know what you're gonna
theory
say.
crafting out the ass days that I really used to be that kind of person, right? So I'm trying to kind of reel it back in more, but I have been doing, I must admit, a kind of, I guess, slightly unconventional build recently that I really like, and it's Bork into Wits. Bork into Wits as the first 2 items, and I usually get Death Stance third. And then when you go this kind of build, I really like going Shield Bow as like kind of the final, as like one of the like a 4th or 5th item to kind of cap off the build, because at that point I don't feel like I need more damage, and having the defensive option of Shield Bow is really nice. So I've been really enjoying that build recently. But I guess, and I think I also got this idea from Munchy. So, right?
Yeah.
At least Bork
So you
Wits
go-
that I got from you.
What is the
Yeah.
first item you buy ever, always,
It's
on
Bork.
that build? Bork into Witsend into Death Stance.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you're
I
doing like
personally would
25
never
damage,
do
but
that.
you know,
Yeah,
that-
yeah.
I can kind of see it. I might go like Bork, Gunzus into Death Stance. I do that sometimes, but I don't really go Witsend. I did rush a Witsend today against Evelyn and some other dude. I'm tired of Evelyn.
I mean,
But why would you rush Witsend when it's like only strong when you're like level 13?
Well, it's still
Not really
cost
it gets
efficient.
strong.
you can be good with Zen around 11-ish. You do 45 damage. Right?
Yeah, it's it's still cost efficient even if it's not scaling. I agree. Like doing 15 damage at the beginning is kind of not so good, but you know what, dude, that Evelyn had it coming. Okay.
By the time you get Wits End, you should expect like at least 35 on hit, and it ramps up really fast at that point by the next level and the next level. You'll be gaining like, I think, 10 damage per level.
Also, how about Duskblade? I actually really like going Duskblade after Bork, or like a build actually I was doing earlier was Bork Witsend to Duskblade, and that actually felt pretty good because sometimes you don't need the Kraken damage if you're already ahead. You just get the extra safety from Dusk, and hopefully you can end the game around like the next 5 minutes ish.
Do you
I've
go
been doing-
Berserkers then?
Mm-hmm.
Dandelion? Do you go Berserkers with that build?
Yeah, I go
Every time?
Berserkers.
Yep.
Not every time though. Whenever if I can afford it, I feel like if I back with 800, I'll probably buy it. But if I back with like let's say 1100, I'll get like a Dirk. It depends on how much gold I back.
Yeah, I've been
Okay,
doing that
interesting.
exact same build as well. When I go Dustblade, which actually I've been going Dustblade in the past like couple days. I'm doing dust builds more often than the standard on hit builds. It feels
Okay, what's the
really
build?
really good. It's Bork into Wits into Dusk. That's the one
Dusk.
Dandelion was talking about, and this is also the exact variation I like to do when I go Dusk as well. It's again just based off this like the same idea with like those first 2 items are like I really do feel like those are like one of the strongest 2 item. That's like one of the strongest 2 items you can have as an early spike. And I know that you were Cassie, you were saying like, oh, you're gonna do 25 damage, but like I feel like you have to try it, to.
It's still cost efficient though. Like I said, it's still a really good item, and it just gets
Mhm.
stronger, right?
Stats than Bork.
I was thinking about maybe Blade of Rune King into Duskblade because I'm doing this anyways, and then I buy Rageblade as third. But maybe because then you have at least a little bit of a level already and experience. Maybe then Wits End after Duskblade. There could also be a way that you just buy Duskblade before Wits End.
That's what I was building, but I lost like every game. And, like I lost all my Duskblade games. Like I played it for like 3 weeks, and I just kept losing. And then I just went back to Kraken, and I just started winning. So I mean, it's just, I don't know.
That's also the thing.
You
where
can't kill
if
pinks.
If you build a Duskblade early, enemy team will be like, this mastery have Duskblade early, they're gonna start itemizing against you like very early. But if you go Witsend second or another like a Rageblade, the enemy was like they won't know exactly what you're doing, and then you suddenly bust out the Duskblade third. And let's say the mage doesn't have Zonias and stuff, you can like win easier fights. But that's like against players that don't know it. If people know it, begin to like understand that a little more, it will be different. But right now, since you don't like if you go Duskblade early, people are gonna go for the anti-reset builds and stuff. But if you don't, they may not.
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah.
I
So
think it all.
oh, go ahead.
By going Borkwitz, you also get to choose your mythic a little later. So you could go for a tank mythic, or you could still go Kraken, by the way, or Shield Bow.
You're
So it
typically
gives
running
more
Hail
time to
Blades
decide.
with it too, right?
Yeah,
I actually you can run the tempo. I was running tempo with it as well because
Run
you don't
whichever.
need it. Yeah, it doesn't. They're both good.
But then again, there are so many options. Like you can also go Blade of Rune King, Rageblade, and then you can also go Kraken, Shield Bow, or Duskblade. Because I think Rageblade is just better than Wits End. Because I don't need the survivability, and I do think I deal more damage in most fights. And also have surprise damage with my let's say double strike, Q engage, and then W reset, and I deal like 5 out attacks at once, and it's a lot of burst at once. People get surprised.
Okay, someone is asking, they want to hear Dandelion's opinion on this. Ask Dandelion about the Dusk build where you have no Dusk, first rush Bork, then Duskblade would be good. Okay, I guess I'm not sure. Maybe I'm not understanding exactly what your question is. But yeah, I guess like, I don't know. Do people here think that Bork into Duskblade is better than Bork Wits into Duskblade? Or, I mean, I know my opinion on this. I really think Bork Wits into Dusk is better. Unless you're insanely ahead and you can go Duskblade second. That's just my opinion. Does anyone else have an opinion on this?
I really think it's like Dust is not like an item that you want to be like, okay, I'm gonna build Duskblade this game when you go into. Very rarely that's the case, so I would prefer to build something else, like either Wits End or Rageblade, and then choose your mythic. Let's say enemy team, you're really ahead, you can get a lot of team fight resets, then you can go Duskblade. But let's say you're not really gonna melt tanks, you can go Kraken. So I don't think getting Wits End, I mean not Wits End, Duskblade early, it's like very ideal most of the time because you limit yourself into like a playstyle where you have to get resets and
Yeah, I
there's more
basically agree
options
with
out
that.
there.
Yeah.
Munchy, you want to say something?
No, I completely agree.
Yeah, actually, I was talking about back to the Rageblade discussion. I was talking about this with Munchy a little bit recently, about like basically why we both like Wits a lot, and one of the big reasons actually is because Wits, like the build path is like a lot nicer compared to Rageblade, right? The
Yeah.
AD you get from it, and then the finished item is still great as well. But like compared to Rageblade, the items you're getting for Rageblade, like you're getting, especially with the Duskblade playstyle, you know, you're getting no value basically out of those components until you finish the item. And even after you finish the item, you get like 40 on-hit damage, physical damage with Rageblade on a Duskblade playstyle. So I really wasn't a fan of that, and I guess I think it's interesting, Sinerias, that you seem to recommend, or like that's your go-to item in the Duskblade build. It's Bork, Duskblade, Rageblade, right? That's how you play that style.
Yeah, I always used to, but I haven't played Duskblade in a very long time because I
I
think
see.
Kraken is just way more consistent, way more efficient, and way more. I have just way more options, and I can carry way more games. Like I think it's just better than Duskblade. But Duskblade is very funny and for sure also viable if you play against a lot of squishy targets. But I do think when you guys are talking about it now, that probably Bork into either Rageblade or Wits End and then Duskblade is probably smarter. The reason why I went Duskblade second is because I wanted to get a Dirk instantly, and Blade of the Rune King, Berserkers, and a Dirk is mostly enough to one-shot anyone.
That's what I was running, but I lost every game. So, you know, I was going Dirk or Berserker Greaves into the Blade of Rune King and the Dust Blade, and then I just lose, and then I would get Guntu's third as well. Yeah.
But I would do it very differently. I would personally always finish Blade of the Rune King, and after that Berserkers and Dirk, because that changes a lot, in my opinion.
Here's another thing I wanted to ask y'all is about the Berserker Greaves. So this is an item I've actually been rushing in some games. Like I buy it literally my first purchase, or I would get it at least like before I could finish my first item. And I was talking about this with Munchy, I think, earlier as well. I think there's like misconceptions about how useful it can be. For example, one of the reasons, Sinerias, you really like to rush, whatchamacallit, Noon Quiver, is because you think it really like it increases your farming speed, right? And obviously it does because of it's the passive it has and everything. But I tested this in practice tool recently, and I admittedly I didn't do like really extensive testing, but I did test this. I think I just tried to do level 1 Krugs with both Noon Quiver and then with Berserker Greaves, and you clear it at the same speed. That's something a lot of people
why that
don't
is?
realize. What is it?
That is because you queue it twice.
Right. So
And when you queue it twice, it's the same speed. It's the same for when you start rep buff with a leash or without a leash, you're evenly fast because you queue the rep buff twice.
right.
If you get a leash, you will be the same time at the chickens than if you don't get a leash. And that's, like I said, when you queue twice.
Right, and I guess I don't see that as like a disadvantage. The fact you have to queue twice is, we're still clearing the jungle at the same speed basically, and mana is not really an issue. So at the end of the day, at least for the sake of farming speed, Noon Quiver doesn't really, I think, have a case over like Berserker Greaves. And then what are the advantages of having Berserker Greaves instead? You know, the like map presence with or the movement speed and the attack speed to get more Qs. I think it's a little bit more helpful in fights. I've just really been enjoying that recently, but I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this.
So one thing I want to say real quick is I don't want to queue the Crux twice though. And if I have Noonkeeper, I don't need to queue them twice, and I will be faster. But I'm pretty sure that Noonkeeper in game will be faster than Berserkers for sure. But the problem is like the only reason why Berserkers could be very very interesting for me is because Marcy is extremely strong at counter ganking, and Berserkers helps you a lot on that because they don't need enough damage because you have your laners. So if you can lane gank, let's say, a lot, and therefore counter gank as well, then Berserkers could be an option. Yeah, I would like to hear your guys' opinions because I think it's never an option for me.
What, the Berserker Rush?
Yes.
I rarely ever Berserker Rush, but sometimes I do. It depends on if like the enemy, like, will I need plated steel caps or mercs? Like, is there any chance I need them? Then I would never rush them. But like I've been rushing Noon Quiver, and then I swapped over to like Bladed and Rune King rushes instead. You know, like the Raker bows and stuff. But I do really like the Noon Quiver more than the Berserker start as well.
I think it's quite funny that all of our builds are different a little bit because I do buy Berserkers at like I never have a feeling like should I buy Berserkers or not this game. I'm buying it like 90% of the games. Only buy Mercs if I really need it. Never really buying steel caps. I like always buy Berserkers, and you guys don't. And like I think it's very
I buy
interesting.
Berserkers a lot. It's just I like to make sure that I'm going to get the Berserkers before I buy the Berserkers. You know. Like if I'm against an Amumu or Leona, then I'm not gonna rush Berserkers because I'll get the mercs much later on.
I also like
Yeah,
Berserkers
go
a
ahead.
lot because I think Lethal Tempo is a lot better than the Halo Blades most of the time in season 12. Last season season 13, I was a really big Halo Blades user. And I find the attack speed really useful and the movement speed because I think Yi without ult is pretty bad because he doesn't have enough speed to stick on his opponents. And with Lethal Tempo, I think you kind of need to buy a lot of attack speed so you ramp up faster.
Yeah,
Now, as for Berserker Rush, I think it can still be pretty good if you have to fight. Because I think a lot of champions that can't run from Yi early game probably would lose to him in a fight. So I don't think you particularly need a lot of stats.
Yeah, that's kind of my opinion on things as well. But granted, it's like you would change your playstyle based on whether you had Noon Quiver first or Berserker Greaves first. And by the way, to answer your question, Sinerias, I also rush. I not necessarily rush, but in every game that I'm building Berserker Greaves as my boots almost every single game. I'm probably even less than if 90% of the games you're building it, 10% you're building other boots. I'm probably even less than 10%. I basically almost never build other boots. So we're definitely, I think pretty much everyone here does the same thing with regards to the boots. I guess we buy it at different times maybe, but like.
My only problem is delaying the power spike, right? Like when you buy the boots, you have to get some value out of it. Otherwise you fall behind on that first item. And if the enemy gets first item, then it's just kind of really painful to come back. So I like to try to make it into something because if I don't make it into something, I'm behind.
I actually never buy. I actually never buy Berserker. I rarely buy Berserkers. I really upgrade my boots. Actually, I just get tier 1.
Yeah, I do that. I do that a lot too.
Yeah, the thing is,
It's
it's
like the
like
old days.
if you're super, I'll only get it if you're like super get ahead. You and your whole team, and because if you're like even, right, and let's say a team fight happening like a dragon or something, you need to get the Q reset, or like you need to get a kill with 30 damage on Noon Quiver and no 30 damage on the Q. It is a lot of damage you're missing, and I just never really upgrade my boots until like after 3 items because it's like Cowsep said, like, I prioritize power spiking with my early items. Like that 800 gold can be like a pickaxe if you're back with like 850. Just wait for like 5 seconds, right? And then after that you can usually I guess I'm looking at my match history. I've been buying steel caps a lot recently. Like I never rush it. I always buy like very late in the game. And I just feel like you have the boots. And let's say you have like 22 minutes. It's either 2 items and a half on boots or 3 items and tier 1. boots. I find it like a lot easier to win fights with 3 actual items than tier 1 boots. Sometimes I'll even sell my boots.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I'll sell my
What
boots.
the
I
fuck
sell
am
my
I
boots, too.
hearing?
Yeah, that's,
Yeah.
the thing
Bro,
is,
it's like it's a
it's
300
fine.
gold futures market if you're selling berserkers, and it's a 100 gold future
I
market
was-
if you sell your normal ones.
Oh my
What?
god.
It's paying
There's
interest,
no
you know.
way. I was literally about to say I could never stay with T1 boots. I'm forced to buy berserkers because I could literally not play the game without this extra movements because I feel like everyone would just completely kite me. And now you guys come with you sell the boots.
If I need if I need 3 items to do Baron and I selling the boots is how I gotta do it, I'm gonna sell those boots, man.
But if you play against a Caitlyn and she plays absolutely pixel perfect, you will never be able to reach her ever.
I mean, you sure
Right?
her support kills you and you get
Bro,
60,
just
you're
listen.
dead.
Yeah, just listen to your chat. Just wait for your tank to go in, and then you go in later. Okay. Okay.
Also, the Wits End build path, you get movement speed from the thingy.
Mhm.
the
Yeah, if you can hit
path.
somebody, like
Yeah, I mean,
you
if
gotta
hitting
get to
someone,
it
yeah.
first.
But that's like I barely get boots. Maybe that's just why I'm low elo. But
I wouldn't say I barely get boots, but there are some times when I don't get the boots.
I was a big fan of magical footwear when it was like able to
It just
we
takes
can
so
use
long.
inspiration.
It takes so long to
Yeah,
get going now.
but now inspiration is not very good.
I mean, the runes are all the same. Did you cover the rune, Wuju? It's literally just always the same.
We're
Yeah.
getting to that. It's like the next section, but yeah, we will talk about that in full.
Okay, do you want to just like conclude what the actual Master Yi build is?
Okay, so I think, like, according to Sinerias, Krakenborg, Rageblade, Death Stance, I also think that's the more popular, that's probably the most popular build right now among Yi mains in, like, mid
And-
to high elo.
And then the alternative would be Blade of Ranking, Kraken, Gunzu's Death Stance.
Yeah, alternative would be Bork Rush into, I think there's a lot of different options here. Munchy and I like Wit, second item, Rageblade, second item is definitely viable. You could do the Sinerias version, just switch to Bork into Kraken. These are all, I think, builds that are certainly viable. I think we can all agree all these builds can all work. None of them are like terrible or anything, and I think all of them can be quite successful. It's, I think, partially it also has to do with like your play style. A lot of something I was thinking about as we were talking about some of the things we've been talking about is like for some people I think it might fit their play style more to play around item spikes, whereas other people really want to like, you know, rushing Berserker Grease, for example, delays your item spike, but it gives you kind of like an immediate like mini spike of power that you can then try to leverage. So it's like, I think a lot of these things, it's not like there's necessarily a universal best build. Maybe there's just like different ways that cater to different play styles. This is my opinion, but
Wait, so Sinerias, do you rush Noon Quiver or do you ever rush boots?
No, I never rush boots. If
So
there's
you Noon
no,
Quiver?
if I have 1,300, I always rush instantly Nunkivers. It's
And
I
what
think
if you
by
don't?
far the best. How much gold would I have?
1,000.
Okay, well then buy a pickaxe and a control word.
Okay, what about 800?
Then I buy boots, longsword, and control word.
Man, look at this guy buying words. What the hell?
you should try it, Cowsep. Sometimes it's actually pretty effective, you know.
No, I do. I buy words. No, don't worry. I'm a changed man.
I mean, if you don't want to buy wards, it's for everyone, I would recommend just buy at least one, put it in a spot where like nobody would ever check the push, and then just never buy it anymore for the entire
So
game.
where do you usually put your word? Is it aggressive or defensive? Like on average, I mean, you might change it per game, but
I would say it's more defensive because if the enemies are
like behind
slightly
the
ahead,
red or something.
no, that's too defensive, I think.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
When you are at like when you see the dragon spot when you're walking into the blue buff, then in the bush, like in between, or like maybe
So
in
in
the
the enemy
pixel or the
jungle?
buff. No, my jungle.
Oh, okay.
Like
Like
I
side buff?
try sometimes to help my bot lane, yes, or my top laner. I just do it to not have the situation that I fall behind. I don't do it to have like that the enemies are in a worse spot. I don't do it for that. I mostly do it for me to have the information that I clearly can get my cams, that I clearly can walk bot side without getting seen, something like that. Yeah,
All right.
I think.
So
And
not
like
behind
the
the red
thing
buff?
No,
Like I
that's
put it
like,
behind the red buff a lot. Why don't you like behind the red buff?
but behind the red buff means in your
Like as
jungle
in
or in the enemy jungle.
like towards the enemy, like for example behind Baron Pit, right? The bush behind the Baron
Oh
Pit.
yeah,
between
that's
Baron
of
Pit and
course.
red.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
what
I,
did you think that I meant like
Yeah, the
you know,
bush in the on the red buff, or like
Okay.
the one
Oh, yeah.
behind. I was like, what?
Okay. I mean, yeah, I do that like in the enemy jungle. I might put it in that bush
Yeah,
that
and
nobody ever goes through, but yeah.
But
Okay.
one thing I want to say on control, what most people do really, really wrong, if the game is even or slightly ahead for the enemies, I would never put it aggressively because enemies will always see it and it's just instantly gone. It's like very, very useless.
That's an interesting point. Yeah, I think I agree with that. Unless you put it in like one of those spots that are very rarely checked in the enemy jungle. There's like one in particular that's like, you probably all know about this. The one that's like on the way to red buff, but the only way enemies path through that bush is if they're pathing straight to red buff from base. Otherwise, people don't tend to walk through that bush. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so-
it's the one right under the top tower.
I mean, technically, I can show it you guys real quick when I screen share. Should I?
Sure, if
It's
you
the
want.
one
Yeah.
Was it-
under the tower, right? Yeah. And then there's one behind the blue buff as well that people tend to not look at.
Okay, you can check here. Okay, there we go. Can you guys see?
No, I don't see anything, bro.
You don't?
I heard it, but I don't see it.
I heard it.
Oh,
That's weird.
yeah, I was looking for it.
Okay, so here we talked about this, and Wuju said you probably talked about that one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, that one is a probably
Oh, yeah,
ward.
that's a
This
good
is a
one.
ward.
Mhm.
And when I'm behind a ward to here, or as Cowsep said, this bush, these are the only options. When I'm like, we are
What are you
pretending
guys
we are
looking
red side
at?
right
I
now.
don't see it.
To show the.
It's the wrong screen probably. Okay, so we are red side right now. So defensively, I ward here or there, sometimes here, and only when I'm ahead, I ward these 2 pixels, and sometimes, yeah, this tri brush or like this bush for just to help my bot then a little bit, and that's about it. I don't do way deeper, only like here or there, and that's it. Yeah, that's about it. Is there anything more, or is that all?
Oh, that
I
makes
know, I
sense to
couldn't
me.
see it.
Those 2 spots you highlight next to blue and red, as in those would be like deep wards that you could place with the pink, and it's, I think, more valuable because it's less likely that they'll be checked. Like, I've in so many games placed a pink there and had it never clear the whole game, and I saw
Exactly,
like 10
yeah.
people on it, you know, over the course of the game.
That's so much information. If you see the enemy jungler, if he walks here and clears Crux and then walks topside, everyone knows everything about the game, and this is so extremely nice to have.
Yeah, insanely valuable, those 2 wards. I agree. All right, that was a very nice little demonstration you did.
I just do...
I like that. That's good coaching.
whatever.
Sinerias is coaching everyone, by the way. Make sure to sign up. Anyways, so let's see. Is there anything else anyone wanted to talk about regarding what you think are like the best builds that we haven't covered yet? Going once? Going twice? Okay. So now so we talked about best builds. I wanted to touch briefly on what we think are like other viable builds that maybe aren't the best. So I know that I don't want to spend too much time on this topic because that's old Wuju. I'm not like that anymore, guys, I swear. But I know, Sinerias, there was like a guide you put out where you talked about the, what was it? A Navori crit build. Do you still think that's viable?
I said it's viable on the guide.
Uh-huh.
I don't remember.
That's it. That's about all you can
I
say
didn't
about
even
it.
believe. I don't know. I heard Navari and I'm like, what? What are you talking about? That doesn't work on your E either.
It's
Okay,
only-
so
yeah.
basically, you can go Kraken into PT into Navori, but I don't think it's better than Kraken into Blade of Rune King into Rageblade. So
we all agree on that, definitely.
I think maybe there are some games, but I think most of us are just used to common builds, and it's just better.
Mm-hmm. You know, they're also going to be changing IE. Y'all probably heard IE and Navori are going to be a 40%
That
crit
could
chance.
be very, very interesting because then you could literally go Kraken into Infinity Rush, maybe. Or
Hey, with
Navori
Halo Blades.
second then. Navori second, you have Q permanently. Imagine.
Yeah,
It
Halo
sounds
Blades is
so
good.
good.
Yeah, so I thought that was really interesting. And I mean, I was thinking about it. I actually wonder if Kraken into Navori or IE, I wonder if you still are going to do less damage than if you had Bork. Just because Yi's crit ratios were so nerfed, right?
I hope it's going to be possible. Because then it would be nice to have a second build option in squishy games or something like that.
Someone here is asking in chat, Yi Magic, asked about Jack Show. Anyone build Jack Show since it came out?
Oh no, I was getting nightmares already that this question was about to come up. So
Well, we'll
Yi
answer it now
Magic,
so
bro,
people in Twitch
of
chat will know in
course.
the future.
No, I don't think it's viable. I think the problem in every tank build is that if you buy tanky, you will not be able to provide pressure. And if you're not able to provide pressure, you are extremely useless. The entire enemy team, let's say it's a Lucian Nami, they can just permanently dash in. Ezreal can jump in with E. It does not matter because you're not able to 100 to 0 them. And if you can't apply this pressure, you will be, especially in higher elos, you will be useless kinda, because you're just not effective. You're not doing something. You're not pressuring. But if you are having the tank build, even if you don't engage, the possibility that you can flash in on the Ezreal when he is gives so much pressure that your team can play and the enemy teams are not being able to do a lot. Yes.
Yeah, I basically agree with that. Munchy, I think I remember you saying something in our chat like a couple weeks ago or something about how you thought there were like some potential viable, like there are other Yi builds that are viable, one of them being Jaksho, in different situations. You want to share more about that?
Okay, it's time for the Gale Force multi-level marketing. I swear.
Oh
like,
my
look,
gosh.
if you go Bork
Already
with,
sounds terrible, bro.
and you can go Gale Force too. Okay, but like hear me out. You can gap close with it, and then you'll still have your Q. Or you can use it to dodge things.
Like you
Now,
can't dismiss what Munchy says, guys. He's like almost 1400 LP and plays competitive and stuff. Like you can't just ignore what he says. I'm sorry.
But I can't
Okay,
take it
now-
serious.
I have not actually tested this in a real game, but
Okay.
theory, when I think about
wait
it,
a second.
it
But
doesn't
I
sound that
have.
bad.
Oh,
I
but
have, and what's happening
Perfect.
is it sucks. Okay,
Oh,
now,
shit.
Wait, do you
because-
bring Ingenious Hunter?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
no,
So the build that I used to rock with Gale Force is Hellblaze and Genius Hunter into like this is the old days.
Old days, yeah.
Gale Force into Edge of 9 to GA. You go in Genius Hunter and you get a bunch of items CDR. This build literally doesn't work anymore because literally all the items Gale Force, GA, they're all nerfed, and Gale Force is like sure in ideally you dash in right to save Q, but the second they see you press Alt and you dash in on that dash, you already have HP. So you're already dead because you have no tank. You have no tankiness, right? You get Gale Force second item with Edge, even with Edge of Night, which is like a tankier item. Then now that build just doesn't do damage because after the Q changes and stuff. But
one
you just
problem I
die.
have, let's say you dash in and you kill the enemy ADC. Then you
And then
have
you're
no
dead.
stealth, you have 20 HP, and there are 4 people in front of your face. Good luck.
Yeah, so the Gale Force sounds good, but if it can go over walls, maybe, but you can't. So it's just like, but when you're dashing, you already have health. Like they crit you once and you're already almost dead, right? So sometimes just flash on them or just don't go in. By the way, Jackshrow, anytime that I feel like if you want to go Jackshrow, just go Immortal Showbow. You will win. You will win the game easier. It's not Jackshrow. I never personally tried it, but I just don't like. If you want to be tankier, you can always build a Showbow because you're never rushing Jackshrow. You're building it later, and if you're building later, might as well build Showbow if you want to be tanky.
Yeah,
Plus one.
I definitely agree with that. I feel like Shilbo is kind of underrated. I think they buffed it a lot recently, and the mythic passive it gives now is really good, giving lots of AD, lots of HP. So I feel like it's pretty underrated. But granted, it's not going to do as much damage as Kraken, and so someone like Sinerias really just wants every little bit extra damage to hard carry fights. So a lot of it is playstyle, right? But I do agree. I think Shilbo's better than Jaksho in pretty much every situation. Even Jaksho on like other non-Yi champs, right? Like I think it's a little bit overrated, honestly. But what do I know? I thought the Gale Force build, I'll humor Munchy a little bit here and say I think the Gale Force build, it's very interesting in that I think it requires, you would need to play Yi differently. You know, you can't play Yi the same way and expect it to work. So I think if you were able to play around this different Gale Force playstyle, then it definitely has potential, but it's much less like, I think you have to be much more patient and much more intentional about when you go in so that you don't get, 20 HP one shot before you can even, kill anyone, or maybe you kill one person at best, right? I think if you change your playstyle, maybe it's more viable. Anyways, so any other last minute, like, builds, items, things people want to talk about before we move on here?
Maul Memortius. I mean, that item's getting changed soon, but
Oh, they're changing it? I build that item a lot. It's like my main go-to.
oh yeah, they're
MR
changing
defense.
death stance too. Yeah.
Wait,
They're
what?
changing a lot of those.
I didn't hear about
Yeah,
any of this.
yeah, they're removing. So the problem is they don't like bruisers having ability haste and stuff and
okay.
healing. So they're buffing grievous wounds across the board on all the items.
I saw that.
Yeah, that's in the same patch. They're removing ability haste from Death Dance and Malma Mortius, removing Omnivamp from Malma Mortius. And they're adding a little bit of extra AD to compensate, and they're changing the Omnivamp to lifesteal. Yeah, you should probably look that up before you make a U seminar, bro.
I mean, okay, sorry, bro.
How's
I
it
don't
getting
know.
expensive?
If you want, I can find it on the Twitter, and then you can make a little section about it. Yeah,
I guess. I mean, if it's on Twitter,
it's on one of the rioters' accounts. I don't know
it
who
must be
does it.
pretty
Maybe it's
recent
Spider.
because I checked Twitter
It's
like
like
recently.
Yesterday, I believe.
yeah. If it's I'll send you the thing if I can find it. I'll look. But yeah, the TLDR is they're just removing ability haste and Omnivamp. Did you see the new item or the sorry, not new item, the Mortal Reminder changes?
Oh yeah. It's like old Mortal Reminder.
It gives armor 10% now.
Yeah.
Wait, are they buffing bladed ranking for
I
range
don't
champions?
care
They
anymore,
are,
to
yeah.
be honest. So many changes.
It would be nice, you know, if a billion-dollar company could, you know, consolidate all the changes into one location instead of random Spider Axe 30 like posting the most recent changes. You know.
But honestly, I think that like they're like the community is very upset about the new cinematic, and now they said like they will do some changes, and I feel like they're just doing change everything, and then it's losing their mind.
Oh, Bloodthirster's getting a good buff too. Mhm.
Interesting. Okay, I not heard about
Did I
any
make
of
it-
these until now.
Yeah, hear
Yeah,
me out.
I'm gonna throw them
You
in
can't
Discord
go-
while you're doing your thing.
You can go Kraken, Rageblade into Bloodthirster if you after the changes. I think I saw it because the lifesteal does get the shield is better, right? OE, and it also better late game, and so you get 120 on hit. So I might try it, but
Wait, Blade
Oh,
Blade
Codex.
Bloodthirster gives on hit.
yeah,
What?
you can lifesteal on hit, yeah. I'm
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
pretty sure,
okay,
no?
okay.
Yeah,
But not your
Uh,
E, so that's why I don't like lifesteal so much on E.
There's your changes. Codex put them there. And plus, Bloodthirster's getting the buff, which actually doesn't look bad. I mean, still too much lifesteal on it though. But it's much cheaper, right? Which is a big problem with Bloodthirster.
Huh, okay, this is all very new stuff to me, but I'm curious to see how it all plays out next patch.
It's a big change because like Yi uses Malma Mortius on occasion, and he uses Death Stand sometimes, and then Blade of Ranking gets the active nerf, and in general he can build these kind of items. And then Eclipse is getting a pretty big change as well, right?
Man, I used to love Eclipse. What are they doing to that?
I
No more
put the-
Omnivamp.
It's in the
Oh,
Discord
I
call.
can't. I
You
can't
can-
click off Discord right now. It's what's on.
Oh my
Discord.
god.
Oh,
Okay,
well,
can you see your chat?
Yes. Okay, I'm
Okay,
looking
here.
at what
Yeah,
Cadex
just-
posted.
Yeah, just click that link.
Oh my gosh, I don't want to read all that right now though. It's okay. You know what? This is at the end of the day, not any of this is even confirmed yet, right? It's all just like PvE changes, right?
It might as well be confirmed. Like,
So, okay.
so there
Well,
you go.
it's fine. Anyone in chat can go read this later, right? I think we're just speculating at this point. I think we might as well just wait to see what's the finalized changes, and then we can see if anything's going to change. Which, by the way, probably for Yi, we're going to probably be building the same stuff. Like Death Dance, Wits End, or Death Dance and Ma. We'll probably still get those in the situations
Well,
where we
Death Stance is getting a big heal nerf, and it's losing its ability haste.
a big heal nerf. I guess that's
yeah, insanely big.
how big.
Like
120%
120 to 50. Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah, that is kind of big.
It's weird. These changes, and then Blade of Ranking's also getting a nerf. I mean,
Right, I think they're nerfing the on-hit damage, or like the on-hit proc thing, but I don't know. I don't know how impactful any of those will be, and I still wonder if we'd still want Death Dance just for the damage mitigation. I don't know.
I'm still getting Death Dance. Yeah, I'm still getting it.
because it still heals you for the full amount of
But
what you had.
I
Stored,
think the
right?
Malma Mortius is probably like. Do you build Malma Mortius at all?
pretty often.
Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest change. 10% Omnivamp to 12% lifesteal, attack damage plus 10, ability haste from 20 to 0.
Yeah, it's a nerf, but it's not the worst one in my opinion. I think I'll still build it in the situations where I would have built it.
I'm sorry that I was away for a second. Rune King, do you think afterwards is still viable or not?
Yeah, it's just the
Yeah,
active. Yeah, it's not that much damage.
Yeah, I think it's still just as good. Basically, the proc was it was a nice thing for burst, and we're probably gonna like feel more about how much we missed that damage once the new patch goes live, and we're like, oh, well, that proc does a lot less damage. We'll probably feel it more, and it'll be sad. But I think at the end of the day, it's still like an insane item, just as good as it was before. For the
It's
most
like a
part.
50 damage nerf and a 10-second cooldown now, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, but it was probably like the items as at the end don't matter too much. I think there's so many different options how you can play Master Yi, like how you can build Master Yi.
Yes, that is the key thing for people, the Yi community in general, and I was included in this too. We love to theory craft and like obsess over making all these different crazy builds. Like, oh, this could work on Yi, but at the end of the day, like builds is not going to be what makes you climb. You know, maybe like 1 out of 20 or 30 games, the build you went actually made the difference in why you won the game or not. But the vast majority of games, it's just your gameplay, not the build. So I think that's an important point to make, and that's also part of why I've tried to kind of like stop worrying about builds so much and just go with what I feel like is good enough or what seems to be working for a lot of people. Anyway, so let's get to runes here. So I know Munchy already like gave us a preview about his opinion on, you think tempo over Halo Blades is kind of the preferred go-to these days. Is that the case, right?
Yeah, I think Halo Blades is not as good now.
Yeah, it's funny also because like you used to be one of the big Halo Blades proponents, you know, in recent memory, right? Hello?
Champions. Wait.
Oh, can you hear me?
Wait, yeah. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. So I think Halo Blades is not so good right now because it feels like champions are a lot tankier right now, or at least with the tank mythics.
Mhm.
So I find that there are a lot of Radiant Virtue users, so you just don't have enough damage anymore if you go Halo Blades.
Yeah, everyone is too tanky. That is definitely what I've observed as well. People dispatch and just going on from here on out are going to be everyone feels a little bit tankier, even some of the squishies. So I don't know. Yeah, I guess I feel that way too. However, I've also been I still run Hob when I go Dustblade builds, which I've been doing a good amount recently, and I still think that's best for that kind of style. Like there was a game I actually accidentally took tempo on a Dustblade game, and that felt absolutely horrible. So I can confirm, like, I think you really do want Hob still when you go that style. What are other people's opinions? Tempo versus Halo Blades or something else?
I believe tempo's better. That's simple.
Yeah, only tempo. Yeah.
That's it.
I think there's no other option right now. If you go Duskblade, I think Lethal Tempo's also better.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I played
Because you guys are saying that you're building it later anyway. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
It's fun. It's not the worst.
I think, like, general
early.
for Master Yi, the first 12 minutes of the games are the most decisive and where everything is decided, kind of. So, in the first 12 minutes, you don't have Duskblade anyway. So, of course, Lethal Tempo's still better.
Interesting. Okay.
I mean, it's just overpowered. Lethal tempo's overpowered. It just gives so much stats for the gold and the attack range, and it's just such a disgusting rune. Yeah, I can't believe it. Like when I saw it come out, I'm like, yeah, they're gonna nerf this, and they didn't touch it, and I'm like, it's just so much better than Conqueror. Like if you compare the AD to the attack speed, and it's just.
But honestly, if they
mind.
let's say Lethal Tempo gets removed, I think Yi is in an extreme, disgusting, terrible state. Then
You think tempo's the only thing keeping him afloat?
I think Yi's in a fine state, but I think Lethal Tempo is buffing Yi tremendously. Without Lethal Tempo, you're not really able to play. With Lethal Tempo, you are a champion.
Yeah, and you can win the early game with Lethal Tempo too. Remember when
win the
Yi
early
was
game.
not an early game champion, right? And now with Lethal Tempo and like you completely dominate, and nobody can beat you early game, right? Like it's
Can we
just
be happy?
disgusting. It's so good.
Can we all be happy that Riot Games literally, they said for years that they do not care about High-Elo at all, but they made the changes so it's playable in low Elo, but not broken, and not extremely weak in high Elo, but playable as well. Like it's you can literally outplay people. You can literally decide where you can queue. You can literally fight people early on. Maybe you lose it if the enemies play correctly. Maybe you win it if you play correctly. Like now you can finally play the champ. So it's so fun since the right
Meditate's
changes.
good too. Yeah. And did you see the win rate in every Elo?
No, I didn't.
It's literally like a 50 to 52% in every Elo.
But How are they?
Every
They
elo.
literally made it in every elo the same. Of course, it's still high. Of
Yeah.
course, it's still need to
No,
make some, but
it's really good though, right? Like it's not 55% in iron with insane ban rates. There's still like 35 to 40% ban rate, but it's
and I
way
think
better.
nobody's talking about this. These riot changes were insanely well made. Like I wouldn't have done this any better, even if I could have decided. Also, this W that you get like instant 80% reduction after for 0.5 and then it's gone. From iron to diamond, nobody knows this exists. And everyone above that, uses this for every burst tool, and it's awesome.
Yeah, it can work as an auto reset and burst block at the same time, and just the short cooldown of meditate is just like you can actually use it in the jungle now, which is just fantastic as well.
Is it 90% by the way, not 80?
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's
It's
90,
90,
isn't it?
90, it's 90.
It's 90.
Yeah, yeah,
90?
but I do,
You didn't even know that?
but I do miss the meditate bug. The meditate bug was way better on towers, and you could
Bro.
control it a lot better. But
It
you know, it
was.
was a small price to pay. I'm actually the person that reported that bug. I'm sorry, guys.
Wait, it's fucking 90. This. No,
Yeah.
they nerfed it to 80. I'm pretty sure they nerfed it to 80.
Nah,
I'm
No,
pretty,
no,
pretty sure it's
90.
90.
It's 90. It's
Because
90.
if it's 9,
Master Yi.
yeah, that's why
I'll check the
Kato
wiki,
sees no
bro.
damage.
Well, that's why it's like literally a kill ult for 0.5 seconds, you know?
Yeah, that's like
Except
for
on
Master
towers.
Yi!
Yeah. Except on towers, yeah.
Yeah.
But again, a small price to pay. I have to agree. I think it was a rocky start. We can all agree at the beginning with how they were trying to approach the Yi changes. But overall, I definitely agree with Sinerias. They feel very satisfying for kind of where we landed at the end of the day. And I think, yeah, the fact that they took one of the most notorious low elo pub stomper and high elo, garbage can champions and turned them into, like, made it kind of perfectly balanced, as all things should be, across the elos. It's quite, I think
He's about
impressive.
as most balanced as he's been. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very impressive, and also I think something a lot of, especially high elo Yi mains, were really wanting to not kill the champion for low elo, because then he's not the champ he was anymore, but like make him more viable in high elo. So
You
It
can't
reminds
complain
me
about
of-
it anymore.
yeah, you can't.
This reminds me of a good question. Is he now the most balanced he has ever been in League of Legends ever?
I think so.
Yes.
Damn.
Like when people ask if you can play Yi, like you know how the people come in, like, can I play Yi in this elo, this elo? Can I get the high elo with Yi? I can safely say that Yi, when they ask me, I say you can play Yi in every elo and perform well with him, and he's a good champion to pick up and learn. Like I could never say that before. He's a good champion to pick up and learn now.
Yeah, interesting.
You
how
can
that
legitimately
works.
play him anywhere. And the amount of Yis that are in like Masters Plus now is at an insane amount compared to it's ever been. Of course, Masters is slightly inflated as it's been, but you can go to any stat website and you can see that a ton of people are having success with Yi now in higher elo.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that the competitive scene, I feel like you don't see the competitive scene picking him up at all yet, ever since the changes and stuff. And there have been some pro players who have been kind of thinking about him, like considering him. I think Blabber at one point was like considering the idea of actually playing him at Worlds, but like no one's actually really pulled him out in major games. But I wonder if they're kind of sleeping on the champ, I'm curious. Munchy, I know you might have an opinion on this.
Okay. I think back when he first got reworked and the weeks after, they definitely could have played him at Worlds. But right in his current state, I personally think he's not so great
Mm-hmm.
for competitive.
I want to say something for competitive as well, which is very funny. One very funny thing is, I think Funnel is literally broken right now.
Oh, we're gonna get
I
to
hope-
that, yeah.
I literally can't play it, of course, because I'm Master Plus. But the funny thing about this is, I literally think if I could duo with Funnel and they could not dodge us or something or ban us, I could get to rank 1 with like a 80% win rate. I think it's extremely broken right now, and I think it needs to be hard nerfed. And I personally think if you do it as a pocket pick in pro play, you literally win games without. Like Tarek Yi is still extremely broken if you play it absolutely correctly. And nobody's mentioning this ever because I can't duo, so I'm not providing any content for Funnel. But I win every single game. I've played like 30 games Funnel. In like the season started, I was doing with a challenger player. We had like a 70% win rate. Then I was doing with my Apel, who's like not touched League for a while. 100% win rate, 100% win rate. Like it's every game win. It's like not a problem at all.
I'm curious about the funnel thing. So why is funnel like suddenly back? Like what's different between like before, like just a couple months ago versus now? What happened?
So basically, Riot Games changed you don't get a gold debuff anymore from lanes that fast. So therefore, you're able to get a certain pathing. You will only get like debuff once or twice the game for a short time. So you're able to get CS again. And later on, the Taric Yi synergy still works very well if you play it very well. Because you need to play it very well. It's like if you're not good at those two champions, like both need to provide very good gameplay wise. But if you do play it well, there's nothing that can stop you. I think there's no champion or synergy, only burst, that can really stop this very well. If I'm playing very cleanly and my Taric is making no mistakes, like my duo is, I don't see a win chance for the enemies. They're auto-lost. They can't stop me early game because my pathing is literally red buff into blue buff, into Grump, into Wolves, into mid lane. They can't cheese me. I have everything warded. You auto-win. If they invade you, you kill them. You win every 2v2, you win 2v3s, you can roam, you can dive, you can do anything. You can even gank if you want to, because you can drop some waves.
Interesting. Okay. Okay. Well, I hope that, honestly, I'd be kind of sad if the funnel meta came back, because I think that was a sad time
Well,
for you, man.
they removed it from Master Plus, so you don't really have to worry about it as much.
Right, that's
Which
true.
was a great change, I'm sorry to say.
I think
No, I think it's
yeah.
a great change, actually. Back then I didn't like it, but I think not doing duoing in Master Plus is important. I think duo is so fucking abusable, like
Yeah.
very, very abusable. And in Master Plus, there should be no room for it.
Yeah, I agree. And, like,
And
it
I have
sucks in
no
terms of
friends
fun.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, if you have no friends, then it's all
Yeah,
the
but
more
I
better.
will go to Korea and you will play my Taric, right?
Oh, all right, dude. I'll be your Terry. I'll be your Terry.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a good change for competitive integrity. It's sad to not do it with friends, but you
Well,
know,
I mean,
just don't have friends.
You know, a lot of streamers are complaining about the lack of duo because they want their content or whatever. But I think in terms of like, if you want to take the ladder seriously, that it's just a really good change.
Yeah, hopefully content creators can go back to tryharding and ranked instead of just putting out like 1000 AP one-shot videos with their friends and stuff. I mean, I personally would enjoy more of that.
But the problem on that is just that solo queue is the only thing that matters. There's like nothing else that exists in League, which not everyone. If there was like a second role where you can like you have to at least 3-man queue or you have to duo queue or something like this, it would be completely different.
All right, so I want to bring us back to
Wait.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Speaking of Yi mid jungle combos, has anyone played Karma Yi mid?
I don't
It's the
have
same
friends,
as Taric.
bro.
Taric talked about it already. Why are you
Wait.
bringing it up? He's feeling more sad and more sad.
Oh wait. Okay, but like, I personally think it's better than Tark, but I've never played with Tark mid before.
It could be better early game, but it's definitely not better mid-late game. The reason why Taric is broken is not his stun, it's his immortality. I can, like, they're 5-man, they're standing as 5-man the enemies, okay? And I'm only with my Taric. And what I do is I say ult, he presses ult, I do flash auto attack Q. After the Q I get his ult, 5-man are hitting me, and I kill everyone. With Karma, I get 125 shield? 20 movement speed?
Munchy, what's your reasoning for Karma mid?
She is really strong early game. She gets proud in like every matchup, and I like how she gives me a speed up with the shield.
Ooh.
And she has a good amount of damage.
Again, it's like playstyle dependent, right? That might work really well for Munchy. I don't know if you, some of you may have not seen Munchy's VODs yet, but his playstyle is very like aggressive. Like he looks for the like getting every little inch of a lead early game and like really snowballing hard. And like I think Sinerias tends to play more for like the kind of God mode 1v9 clear like 1v9 like game playstyle whatever towards the mid late game. I could be, I mean, let me know if you think that's not true, but that's, yeah, so there's maybe a little bit of difference in playstyle there, and it's not like one works over the other, you know, both can be good, just whatever works for you. I will say Karma mid, especially with the new Radiant Virtue, I think is quite insane. I think it's really good actually with Yi, and I used to hate playing with Karma, but nowadays when I see a Karma mid and she's building Radiant Virtue, I feel like it's difficult to lose. That's been my experience so far. Because I think Radiant Virtue, because Karma is such a short ult cooldown, is like it probably needs a nerf. I think it's kind of OP, a little bit OP. Anyway, just my opinion. Let's see. So I wanted to does anyone else want to say anything before I kind of bring us back to the discussion we kind of got tangent. We kind of went on a tangent regarding funneling and various other things. Okay. So I wanted to just clarify. Everyone here, we were talking about like runes. Does anyone here think that tempo is not the best rune? Kind of seems like that's what everyone agreed.
You want to talk about the secondaries?
Okay. So yeah, some say something? No?
Wait, we should reopen the coup de grace versus last stand debate.
All right,
Okay.
we're getting into this.
So I'm a big last stand advocate
Uh-huh.
because I think it's more 1v9. And also, look in the chat. This is from a while ago in one of my Rengar communities. Someone made this graphic about last stand versus coup de grace.
I like data. I like math.
Okay.
That's helpful.
Okay, that's interesting. Yes.
Low.
So last stand is better in more scenarios.
Mm-hmm.
But where did you show it? Where did you?
It's in Wuju chat.
Senshi's chat.
Okay.
You know, I run last stand as well, and my reasoning is I compared coup de grace damage with last stand damage, and last stand always seems to do more damage. So, you know, there you go. That was my math. You're welcome.
So it seems like
I just checked the game stats. Yeah, that's what I do. I just check game stats, and it's just last stand always outperformed it. I don't know why. I don't know. It just does.
that's a very fair like way of reasoning as well. So
Yeah. I bring last stand every game now for like a year now. Yeah.
Yeah, I've always been a last stand fan over coup de grace.
Wow,
I'm not
I'm
a
the only
fan, I
one who
just look
dies
at the
6 coup
numbers.
de grace.
Sinerias, I know. Yeah,
No,
you always go coup de grace. And
Have you played last stand like to just see the numbers
I have
on
played Last Stands, I think 3 times. Or like 4 times. That's not a big sample size, but I felt terrible having this because I was like, why are my enemies surviving with 2 HP? And like, for fuck's sake, it's literally coup de grace.
Man.
Yeah,
Well, it
I
also
also
boosts.
prefer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
The-
sorry,
the-
yeah.
The reasoning I had is like Last Stand, of course, deals more damage, no doubt. I totally agree. But I have a lot of burst, and I can surprisingly kill enemies without them noticing, and coup de grace helps me with that. And with Last Stand, I just don't have that necessarily.
But here's the thing about Cute for me. I always prefer it more because you can look at the damage number and last time probably does more. But it's like you gotta think about the scenario where you're doing the damage, right? So many times, like in a team fight, you alpha strike and it will can go HP target somewhere. Let's say that you have last stand and you have full HP, so it's not active. It's more important to get that Q bounce kill that if you have coup de grace can have a higher chance of getting than having a last stand that after you Q, you didn't kill the guy. So now you're sitting there autoing someone in front of you, and let's say your health is getting low, and that 1 HP guy may just run away or may turn around and kill you. I don't know. So it's like coup de grace gave you the crucial resets that I think is more important than the sustainability fights, if that makes sense. Because
So you think it's better?
I think Kuda is a little more better because it's always gonna be active because you're always hitting champions. If they let's say you when you hit them right, they go most of the time they're gonna be below 40% health. So I feel like you should be able to do 30%. I'm not sure the exact. I'm almost sure that Kudagra is more active, like you have more uptime with that rune than Last Stand, and Last Stand only happens if you're below 50% or 60% health, and it is the crucial reset. That's like the thing. Like Sinerias said, like they always live on 1 HP and stuff. It's literally like a game changer when you do get those resets and when you don't get those resets. And it's hard to like judge it down. Like if you use Kuligra a lot, and then use Last Stand, whenever they live on 1 HP, you feel like you'll never want to use Last Stand ever again. And that's me. Like every time I go Last Stand, I live on 1 HP every single game.
But it's also
Well-
because of we feel the damage differently because we're used to a different damage source. If you're getting used to Last Stand, maybe it's better, maybe it's smarter, maybe I will try it again. Just for now, I really dislike taking it, and my coup de grace works very well.
Well, you know, last stand will be able to buff your bladed ranking on hit damage, while coup de grace never gonna buff it, right? Because the higher their health is, the more your blade ranking does, the more you know, if you're low HP, you can amplify that damage as well.
It
Something
does
to
have
keep
a
in mind.
synergy with Bork. Last Stand does. That's
Yeah,
true.
and like, and if you're in a fight and you're trying to get that last reset, right? Like sure, yeah, if you're walking on a guy to burst him instantly, typically if I'm gonna burst somebody, I'm gonna burst him with or without coup de grace, right? And when you're low HP in a fight and you're desperately trying to get that reset, last stand can really make a difference there.
Yeah, I that's the I think crucial line of thinking I want to emphasize is that I feel like in a lot of these like which rune to take kind of discussions, it's like, well, there's a situation where you're gonna kill someone and you would have killed them probably either way, regardless of what rune you have, and then situations where it's actually close and you're low, the enemy is like, you know, you every little like HP damage point matters. So I think in generally when I take coup de grace, I feel like, and again, I'm not used to like I'm used to Last Stand, so I'm not letting people live on 1 HP, right? But when I take coup de grace, it feels like, well, I would have killed all these people anyway. It's not really doing much for me. When I take Last Stand, those are fights where it actually really would have mattered, and like the Last Stand is what gave me the edge. So I kind
Don't
of
forget to look at the graph that he put up. Last stand's better in 2 different situations. If you want to explain that.
Exactly.
yeah
Hmm.
yeah. So I mean yeah.
Munchy,
Yeah.
you are also Last Stand fan.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, maybe I should try it again. Like honestly.
Your HP low, enemy HP high, last stand. Your HP low, enemy HP low, your last stand.
Oh. There's one more thing I want to bring up. Like some guys permanently DMing, sending in chat and stuff that like he's complaining that nobody's taking the health rune instead of the armor rune. That's
Yeah,
also one I want to talk
I bring
about.
the health rune every game.
yeah, I only bring health rune
Every
now.
game.
Yeah,
Okay.
I always bring it. Yeah.
Because he says, mathematically speaking, the health rune outscales the armor rune at level
Well,
4.
of course it does.
Yep, it does.
Yeah.
So people are
Well,
kind of silly if they don't take it. I feel
yeah, I mean, it's like the armor helps you on what, like the first clear, but I mean, it's just health
Wait, I'm
is health,
guilty.
man.
Doesn't
I
matter.
take armor.
It's almost like 200
Oh,
health.
Wait, so
But like, I'm
Munchy-
usually full HP anyway, right?
Yeah.
Munchy, why? Did you know about this, like, that it's outscaled?
I knew, and I
before?
took it anyways.
Is it, like, there a reason, or you just autopilot?
I don't have a genius reason for it. I just do it.
Okay. It just feels better.
Yeah.
I'm honestly thinking about taking last stand and HP now.
Yeah, I think the HP rune is, like, overpowered right now. I don't know when they changed it, but the way that it scales now is insane. So, yeah, like, I'm okay to give up a little bit of power in the first 3 levels to have better value for the rest of the game. I haven't even interacted with any champion by the time I'm level 3 or 4 anyways, so, yeah, seems like it's just better, no matter what.
So if it was better level 4 100% every single game, then it's 100% better to take every time because you never
Yeah.
literally get like these early fights that often, and you consistently get level 4
Yep.
without dying.
I'd have to agree. So, yeah. Let's see. So other runes we can talk about. I don't think we need to talk about the Triumph like line. I think we all agree Triumph is better.
It's probably the secondary runes are probably the ones that you should be talking about. But
Mhm.
everybody's running Alacrity anyway, right? Because the Tenacity also got nerfed. I mean, I would
We'll
run
talk
it in
about
very, very, very
that.
rare situations.
Yeah, so Tenacity getting nerfed, I think it makes it less valuable, definitely. But obviously, or not obviously, but basically, I still think it's worth taking in games where, like, if you're versus a team comp like, you know, Leona versus a bunch of other stuff, like, you don't get to play the game if you don't have Tenacity. That's kind of how I feel. So even though it's 20% instead of 30% now after the nerf, I still think you want to take that over something like, yeah, you can't play the game without Tenacity in some games. That's how I feel. So, anyone else have thoughts?
I think, yeah, that sounds about right. I think some CC you can consider dodgeable and some you can consider undodgeable.
Mhm.
So like, Fiddlesticks, I always take Tenacity because I don't think it's possible for me to play the game against him
Mm-hmm.
without it.
Yep.
But I feel like not something like Leona, you can work around Leona.
Maybe.
Her
Just kinda-
CC is pretty low range. Like only her Q is guaranteed, and she
Well,
has to
I
use
mean,
damage to hit
if you get a little bit of Tenacity, you can get out of her combo, right? Like
Mhm.
compared to
That's the thing.
right.
Dodging
Yeah,
the
but
combo.
but you guys know how additive and multiplicative Tenacity works in general,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Mhm.
Like there's sources of additive Tenacity. Actually, I think they removed the biggest one, which was the Tenacity pot plus Legend Tenacity plus Sunfire Cape, all had additive Tenacity, right? So like it'd be like 20 plus 25 plus 30 or whatever. So you could get up to like 80%. But nowadays we don't really have good additive tenacity. So now if you have 30 plus 30, it's 51%, right? And it continues to go down. But I mean, it's just, and the pet also gives 20, right? But I think like a little bit of tenacity does a lot for like combos like Rakon or Leona, right? Those champions that rely, like they have muscle memory for when they're using their abilities,
They
right?
are
Like
as
Rakon
well.
yeah, Rakon would charm you and then he would do his knockup, right?
Mhm.
But if you have tenacity, sometimes you can just alpha strike him and avoid the knockup. But I think overall Alacrity is just way better. It snowballs you a lot better early, and now especially with the 10% nerf on the tenacity, I'm probably only going to see me using it against things like a Mumu.
Yeah, so more situational, but it's not like it's not viable anymore. It seems like
I mean, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
but I mean, you did just say that you would still
Against
take it
one
in,
champion, bro. Like come
just
on,
a
man.
Mumu, like literally no other champion in
Like
League?
a Mumu and maybe Leona. But I mean, now you have the pet, right? The pet gives 20% tenacity. So like if Leona engages on you, you get the tenacity for that, right? Same for Rakon. You don't need it as much as you used to against champions like Rakon or Leona, because if they engage on you, right, you have the pet tenacity. So you don't really need that tenacity right as much.
All right, fair enough. Any other opinions here on tenacity versus alacrity?
No.
No.
Yeah, and Bloodline doesn't exist, so
Yeah,
Bloodline doesn't
exist.
exist. Tenacity, maybe 5% of the games. We all know when. Alacrity is better.
AFK it on Alacrity. Yeah, that's what I do.
Fair enough. Okay, so here's a discussion I wanted to get into. I was saving this for the seminar. So I don't know if you all know, some of you may know, but I really like to run Zombie Ward instead of Eyeball Collection. So I
love
want
it,
humor me with this. I want to talk about this. So I was talking about this with Munchy at first when I talking about it with him. He and Munchy, correct me if I'm remembering anything wrong, but I think at first when I mentioned, he was like, "Why would you do that?" And I was explaining it. Basically, the idea is like, so Eyeball Collection and Zombie Ward, both of them would give the same AD at the end when fully stacked, right? The advantage about Eyeball Collection is it gives you the AD faster if you're snowballing, if you're getting lots of kills. Whereas Zombie Ward gives you like a lot of vision utility, right? And Eyeball Collection gives you none of that. Like both literally, Zombie Ward gives you some kind of like, and it's actually pretty good, like a utility out of it with the vision, and Eyeball Collection gives nothing, right? So the only reason you would go Eyeball Collection over Zombie Ward is if you want a little bit of extra AD early, assuming you are snowballing. But if you're snowballing early game already and you're getting the Eyeball Collection stacks, you're already going to be ahead, right? And you're already going to be killing people and not like you already control the game basically, you know? Whereas Zombie Ward is useful both when you're winning and when you're losing, and it's good for the whole game because even after it's stacked, you can still spawn Zombie Wards. And I just wanted to, I guess, hear what y'all have to think. Like, what are your opinions on this? Because I think pretty much everyone takes it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was playing a game. So I've been actively paying more attention to some of my games every once in a while, right? Sometimes I'll pay more attention. And I was playing a game where I was like paying attention to my bot lane, and I had Bang on my team. You guys know Bang, right? From SKT or whatever.
Oh, wow, okay.
So I had Bang on my team, and I was
or
like,
whatever.
all right, I don't know what I don't watch pro play, so I don't know what team he's on, right? But I'm like, and Professor taught me that, by the way. Great app. So I was looking at it and I'm like, okay, I want to try to get Bang ahead here because, I think he wins the matchup. And honestly, the way the wave's pushing it works out for me. But I saw that the enemy warded, right? They warded in the river. And so I went the long way. So I did like my blue, Gromp, and Wolves. I'm on red team. Okay. I'm on red team, blue, Gromp, Wolves. And then I go around through the river, the pixel bush. I went down along the back of the enemy red buff. I went down through the tri bush and I ganked and I got the kill, right? And then I went back into the replay later because I was looking at the situation. And as I was talking on the replay, I'm like, yeah, this gank was just absolutely beautiful. The enemy had no idea I was coming, blah, blah, blah. I ran past 2 freaking zombie wards, like from a level 1 invade. There was a level 1 invade and they killed a ward and we didn't have vision on the zombie ward. And when I ran down to that bot lane, they saw me twice going down to that bot lane because of zombie wards. Right?
Okay,
that is an example where a zombie ward could totally, like, honestly, I don't know how they died, but like a zombie ward can totally, they were sitting there pinging me on the map and I'm sitting there in the moment, I'm talking to chat, I'm like, this is just genius. They have no idea I'm coming. They put their ward over here. Like, this is great, right? And I got spotted by zombie wards, bro. like it could have changed the game completely.
Yeah.
And that's just an example of how good the vision from that thing is right there.
I'd have to agree. Let's see. Anyone
But
else?
I mean, that's a use
I-
case. Sorry,
Uh-huh,
that's a
uh-huh.
use case.
Should
So
I tell
only
everyone
you-
what my argument was?
Do you only get the ward when you kill it?
No, you can hit it. You hit it, and the ward happens.
Sorry, Munchy,
Okay.
you want to say something?
Oh, it's so I was the one who went against zombie ward, and
Uh-huh.
that's because I don't like seeking out wards as Master Yi very much, because you probably have to like get off your path. Like, let's say I'm clearing down, and then I make it to Raptors, and for some reason I decide to, instead of going to Krugs, sweep like the pixel bush in river. I really don't like wasting time like that, because it also has to make me show on the map
Mhm.
in order to clear it.
Right, that's a good point. And I can offer like my take on that is that I think, yeah, it's true. If you're going out of your way to clear zombie wards the whole game, that's like probably not advantageous. You don't want to waste time. But there are a lot of situations where, like, you know, you're trying to gank bot, for example, and you are sweeping as you walk in, but oh, there's a ward. You know, it's not like you walked up to that ward with the intent of clearing it. You were trying to gank, but oh, you're just happening to be standing on a ward and you can't gank. Oh well, you can clear the ward since you're already on top of it and sweeping, and then you also get to leave like a safety ward for your team, right? In that same
And then
bush
you hit
for
the
a
tri
minute.
bush. Right, yeah, you'll hit the tri bush, and boom, there's another pink ward, and you kill that, and there's a ghost
Right.
ward there.
So you can clear,
I haven't
like,
ran it, but it seems really interesting.
you can clear like 2 to 3 wards per sweep sometimes. And another thing is that there's lots of kind of tricks you can use to stack it without clearing wards yourself. For example, if you use the vision plant on, like if you use the vision plant and sweep and it reveals some wards, if the wards die within like 10 or 20 seconds after being revealed, that counts as you getting an assist on the ward kill. You can also do similarly, like if you place a pink ward in a pit or something and it reveals a bunch of wards around it. Those wards, whether you hit them yourself or not, as soon as they die, they become zombie wards and you get the stack on that. So there's like ways you can get assists on these wards and clear them that way. And
give
also,
stats?
huh?
Zombie ward.
Zombie ward
Zombie
gives the
ward?
same
Does it give-
stats as eyeball when fully stacked, and they're the same 10 stacks.
Wait. So how do you stack a zombie? Oh, from killing wards. Doesn't
from
that just
killing
mean it's better than eyeball, or?
That's what
Wait,
I've been saying. It's like it's literally eyeball collection,
Zombie
except it
war?
gives utility, all that
I-
vision, right?
I wanted to run after that story I told you. I wanted to start running zombie ward, but I forgot. Like I wanted to try it out.
Yeah, I mean, I've been using it for years, but I feel like, you know,
So
So
the-
it gives
the-
18 AD. Or
The whole
whatever.
debate behind it is that you clear wards faster than getting the kills.
well, not
so-
always. There are a lot of games you will actually stack eyeball faster than zombie ward because you get more kills and you clear wards early game. But I still feel like in spite of that, it's better.
And you
did
also
not
get the
realize they
extra
give the same.
wards.
Yeah, they give the same. Sorry,
Yeah, you
Sinerias,
get
you
the
can finish your thought.
Yeah. Go.
So you get the extra wards, but I have a question. Like I've always been asking these questions on these runes, why they make it so hard to understand. Like they say that you get adaptive bonus of attack damage. On the other side, they say up to 10 adaptive force. Now, what is adaptive force even?
Adaptive force is what converts into the adaptive attack or adaptive ability power. So when they say adaptive attack damage, it's just attack damage, I guess, from the adaptive. It gives you 18 AD. I'm reading
When
it on the
it
wiki.
says
It
when
gives
it
you
says
18.
adaptive force, it's just the same.
I can explain.
Adaptive force
It's,
is basically AP.
Yeah, adaptive force is 1 to 1
Okay.
with AP, but for AD it translates to 0.6 AD. So 30 adaptive force I think is what zombie ward and eyeball give when fully stacked, which translates to 18 AD.
So
And
they both
30
give
AP.
exactly the same when fully stacked, and
Yes.
by
Yeah,
stacking also the same.
I did not know that they give the same. So it's just literally eyeball collection is just better if you're snowballing. But dude,
No.
dude, it takes me so long
Yeah,
to get
sure.
all 10. Yeah, it takes
But-
me so long to get all 10 sometimes.
Also, in the early and mid game, is zombie ward also evenly good than eyeball collection? If you get the same stacks at the same time, you get the same amount of force all the time, like an extra attack damage.
Right.
It's all
You
the same.
stack it the same.
Yeah.
It's all the same. Yeah, I mean, then on zombie ward, you just have the extra ward, which is there all the time.
You just
Which
stack
can
it by
help.
killing wards, right?
Yeah, or revealing them, or like using
I'm
those
revealing it.
tricks.
Yeah, I
there's
feel
lots of
I feel like that
ways.
would be very easy because Yi always is clearing wards. Like every time I go to a lane, boom, I got like 2 wards there.
Yeah, I mean, granted, like Munchy was saying, you don't want to be going out your way, like, oh, there's a ward on the other side of the map, let me run there right now. Like, no, you don't want to do that. But if you're already on
You
top
just play
of
the exact
wards-
same game. The exact same game, just with the other rune.
Yeah, you don't play any differently basically. It's just like you're gonna clear ward. Like if you I was saying, if you go to gank bot and there's a ward there, you're probably gonna clear. You're not gonna just walk away and leave the ward.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's free
But-
vision. I will try it. I'll try it.
Yeah.
But if
Just
someone
not-
wards on top lane and you're just gonna ping it, then you pinged it. Are you getting the ward then?
No, you don't get assists by pinging words.
You need to
but
attack it at least once.
You need to attack it or like reveal it at the very least or something. But the
Attack or
fact
reveal.
that they've added this thing recently where the wards are now being permanently shown on your map after someone pings it, that is another like kind of buff
You
design
could, yeah,
ward.
you could go out of your way to go get that ward, right? You're like, I know that ward's there, so I'm gonna go kill that.
Well, I mean, it's just like more information for like if I want to clear a ward, I know where they all are. So
And the
there's a lot
good
of
thing about this
benefits.
as well, let's say you have a zombie warden in the bush, and the
Mhm.
enemies are pinging it that there's a ward inside, and then they see the like that there's like a ward which is permanently there, so they think it's a control ward, get confused, and they don't even walk past that bush because they think they would be tracked down. So they don't even walk anymore, and even if they think, oh fuck, there's a control ward, I'm gonna clear it. Oh no, it's just a zombie ward.
Well,
Yeah,
okay.
it's not
Actually, the
permanent.
thing
It's
is,
not
when
permanent.
you ping
Okay, but
zombie
it's one out of
wards,
20.
when you ping zombie wards, it doesn't show up on the map. Like if you
Ah,
ping an
okay,
enemy
yeah.
2
zombie ward,
minutes.
it doesn't show up.
They're 2 minutes, right? 2 minutes on the map.
I don't remember exactly how long they
I'm,
last. I
I'm
think
reading
it
the wiki. It's 2
scales.
minutes. I'm
Okay,
just
okay.
gonna tell you. It's just 2 minutes.
So 2
It's
minutes.
120. It's 120 seconds. Yes. It's. But if you can't ping it, like you can't ping, get 5 gold, and see there's a ward there. You can't.
I think that's
I think
better,
you get 1
though.
gold when you kill it, right?
You
Yeah,
get
1 gold.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
get
it's
1 gold for
gold.
killing. a
I'm
zombie
reading the
ward.
wiki. It's 1 gold. I'm just,
He's asking like he doesn't know. Uh,
I'm trying to engage in conversation here, but
Oh, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. But yes, it's you only get one enemy only gets 1 gold for killing it, so they get nothing out. It's super like worthless to them to kill it. And also, if enemy team pings where your zombie wards are, it doesn't stay on the map. Like the indicator doesn't stay, so they might forget and they don't know where all the zombie wards are.
like
in the
I
last
did,
2 minutes.
like
Yeah,
I did in
you
my story.
And so
yeah.
like it's super annoying to play against. Like I don't know, you all probably have experiences too when you're playing against someone who's running zombie wards. Like you're just running into wards everywhere, and especially around objectives, like they're just it's everywhere, you know. And it's super annoying to play against. They always know where you are, and I feel like it basically to me there's
It's
no
just better.
drawback to take it over eyeball collection, unless like the only situation where eyeball is better in my mind is if you go like 10-0 or 10 takedowns early game, right? Like very early game.
But you already won.
But you already won the game
Right.
at that point, right? And
Yeah.
it's like, and then
True. That's a good
that's
argument.
the key
Yes, you already
difference.
won.
Like, and like how many, if you're 10-0 or like 5-0-5 early game, like do you need that little bit of extra damage over an eyeball that you would have had instead of zombie ward to win the game? I don't think so.
I'm
And
gonna
if you-
look at my op.gg and see if I have more than 10 kills in most of my games. Like I think sometimes I don't even fully stack that thing.
Yeah, and I mean, also granted, there are many games where I
I
don't
do, but-
stack even half of zombie ward.
Okay,
but-
mister.
But the thing is, in games where I didn't stack zombie ward, I probably already won the game anyways, because I didn't really need to wait. I don't know. Like basically, it's. And you've heard my.
But do you
argument, you've
know-
heard my arguments.
Do you know when you have it fully stacked? Usually, Wuju?
No, I don't know exactly when I have it fully stacked, and I think it can vary wildly depending on how much enemy wards, how much I'm clearing wards. Yeah, but I'm not sure. But like
the thing-
regardless of how fast you stack it, I think it's better. You know what I mean?
But the thing about what I love about it, let's say you're just tracking in 5 games, one time the enemy jungler, it can already lead to your entire team seeing it, improving the macro, instantly winning the game.
Mm-hmm. Macro over like a few extra damage. That's what I feel like the trade-off is, and I prefer macro over 2 extra damage early game.
Why would you even say extra damage?
Again, because eyeball collection, I think, assuming you're like an aggressive E player that tends to like, get involved in
It'll
fights
stack
early.
faster.
You tend to stack eyeball collection faster than zombie ward in many games. However, in games where you're really behind, you can't get any kills or takedowns. Zombie ward is unquestionably like better in those games. But even in the games where you're ahead, like I was saying, I think it's better because I'd rather lose like a few damage that I would had if I had eyeball collection. Instead, the trade-off is I get all this vision. Super annoying to the enemy team. Really OP, especially in High-Elo. That's my take.
You know what, guys? I'm gonna take Last Stand, Zombie Ward, and Health Rune.
Have it one at a time, bro, so that we can isolate the problem.
he goes on
Just
20
wait.
game loss streak.
I'm actually gonna try both. I'm gonna try Zombie Board and I'm gonna try Coup de Grace just to see. I haven't played Coup de Grace in forever.
All right. I'm
I'm
glad
switching
I could convince
House
everyone.
That's awesome.
Welcome to the Zombie Ward Church.
Okay, but
Let-
what about
let me know,
the?
Let me know what you think about it then, Cowsep, okay? Because I want to
Oh,
know your
yeah.
opinion about Coup de Grace.
Yeah, that's right. What about the last room where we're bringing Treasure Hunter?
Oh, I think Treasure Hunter is just I mean, okay,
Better.
I'm
Good.
curious people's opinions, I guess. But yeah, I take Treasure Hunter every game. Anyone else do differently?
Me too, but I don't want to. Like, I want to take
You don't want
something
to?
else, but
Why?
no, dude, it's just such a boring rune,
You get 550
It's very
gold.
nice.
What's boring about that?
dude. Because it's like, especially whenever I'm like hyper focusing on one lane because I can't gank a different lane, right? I'm not getting those stacks. But I mean, at the end of the day, that's what like those runes are like that, right? You're
Yeah,
gonna
every rune
snowball
will
on
be
them.
the same problem.
All the runes are good, yeah, because you don't want to take the other thing in domination, and honestly, domination's just the best. I don't know, it's just yeah, 550 gold's really good. I want Ultimate Hunter to be good. Like, do you remember? Like, I know. Like, obviously, the 550 gold's better. I bring Treasure Hunter every game as well. But like, you remember when they nerfed Master Yi's ultimate cooldown?
We were
to,
talking about
like-
this on your stream. Yeah.
Yes,
the
I
ult
remember.
Nerf, it actually matters more than you'd think. The
Yeah,
time,
like
the
so we
sequence.
had two different CDR nerfs. One is 75 to 85, which is what we have now, right? And that lowered the win rate. And then we did 85 to 100, right? And it absolutely killed Master Yi, right? It murdered him, right? And then when we reverted the CDR nerfs, and I mean there were other factors at play as well, but like that was the biggest nerf, right? And when we reverted the nerf, Master Yi got a significant increase in win rate again. Like he went down to like 43% or something, right? And the cooldown on Highlander is actually just so important, right? That it makes me wonder, hey, is Ultimate Hunter actually worth it, right? Right? But of course I run Treasure Hunter because I'm you know,
I see what you're
fight
getting
against
at, though. It like, you know, it would be nice to have Ultimate Hunter so that we don't have that like 10-second CDR left on our.
Well, yeah,
ults
like
in
how
every fight,
often
right?
are you like, yeah, I have Highlander, it just came up, right? You're dead
Uh-huh.
and your Highlander just came up, except Mr. Sinerias who's like, well, I calculate all that, so that never happens to me. But, you know, it's like so many times I'll die with Highlander up in like 2 seconds because I just run in without realizing it, right? And if I had Ulti Hunter, I wouldn't have that problem. Though,
That's
you
fair.
know, the Treasure Hunter can buy you some CDR, though we're getting CDR removed from our items, but like it helps you snowball early. But man, you know, Ulti Hunter, I just really want that to be good, you know?
Yeah, I hear that. Any other opinions on this?
Jesus, nobody?
Munchy
Alright.
and Dandelion, y'all have been pretty quiet. No opinions. You want
No,
to
they
share?
love
Or
Treasure
you
Hunter.
just
They
think
love
there's
550
nothing
gold.
needs
I
to be
love
done?
Treasure
money.
Hunter.
Money is good.
Yes, exactly. I love
Yeah,
Treasure
yeah.
Hunter, and I
Gold
will
scaling champ.
protect the rune. When Riot wants to nerf it, I will say, please, Riot Games, don't. And they will care for my opinion.
They definitely will
Jesus
care. Yeah.
Christ. Oh my goodness.
That's fair. I mean, I guess, yeah, I don't feel as much need to weigh on this because I feel like, yeah, Treasure Hunter is just insane, especially for Yi, who likes
Come
gold.
on, Wuju, you're always the different
I
kind
know,
of guy. Come
right?
on, you don't want to see like a little Ulti Hunter in life?
I
Like,
know, old Wuju would have been like, dude, Ultimate Hunter actually can be really good in these situations. And if this happens, that would have
dude,
been
you
old
got
Wuju.
50 ulti cooldown. Like, imagine that's almost 2 Highlanders in one.
That's old
Cowsep
Wuju,
is
man.
sad that
Now I'm
he's
boring.
again all alone. That one.
It's
Yeah,
okay. It's
I
okay.
know how
I'll
I
bring
feel.
Treasure Hunter too. Don't worry, guys. I'm with you.
I think, yeah, Ultimate Hunter, it would be nice if it was better, or if Treasure Hunter was worse, maybe Ultimate Hunter could be like, it could slot in instead. But I think even then, you'd rather have Relentless Hunter, especially for High-Elo gameplay. I think the movement speed from that is too valuable.
Yes.
I know, I mean, it's not, it doesn't feel good, I guess, to be.
It's just the way that movement speed is like multiplicative with itself and all that other stuff and diminishing returns and bleh.
Yeah.
I hate-
It's okay.
yeah.
I feel you. But anyway, pretty much consensus is Treasure Hunter. Period.
Sadly.
One thing I want to say is that most of the time, something that is like, which I dislike about many things is that when something is extremely strong and boring, you are forced to take it. But I think in League of Legends in general, you have so many opportunities in so many ways, which are also fun, and nothing is like extremely broken. You can kind of do anything. This is what I love about the game. Like you can, of course, Treasure Hunter is a case where it's like it is the best, and everything else is a little bit of troll. But almost for everything else, like it's so many options you can do, so many different
You
playstyles.
mean for like all champions, or you mean just like Yi?
I mean, for all champions, you can
Okay,
play.
okay, I was
You can
gonna-
play
I was
any
gonna say,
role,
like,
any champ.
Is there
Like,
any
if I-
runes in the left tree that you wouldn't, you know, that you would change, right? You would just lethal tempo triumph. It's just the same thing every game, right? I never change my runes.
Anyways.
Yeah.
Nice silence.
It
nice
used to be.
silence.
It used to be Dustpan as well. Height of Blades as well. But yeah, that's about
Yeah.
it for you.
Let's see. Someone low cycle here asked, did they talk about potion start or not? Let's see. Do y'all start with potions or do you just save the 50 gold?
Let's start with potions.
I'd start it just in case.
Yeah.
Just in case they invade.
And then I'll sell it back for like 20 gold later if I end up not using it. But there's a lot of times where I actually want that potion.
Yeah, I have to agree, especially because you get lower in the jungle these days.
Yeah,
because
but
of
I
the-
mean, if you get low, you can meditate because you heal more, right? When you're lower, and
That's
then you'll
true.
chug the pot before you go in for a gank, if there's a certain gank that you need it in. But like meditate benefits a lot from you being low in the jungle, which is nice.
That's
But
true.
man, that pet is so buggy, and the camps hitting you is so stupid.
Oh,
Like-
I don't know if y'all know
Yeah.
about this. They changed it so that the camps hit you now, but there's like a timer. Like you can still dodge I don't know if y'all know this, maybe you do, but you can still dodge attacks using your Q, the jungle camps. But what happens, it's like, you know how like if Camille Qs you and if you alpha then it still goes through because her animation has started. It's the same with the camps. So if they're hitting you and then you like, if you time the Q so that they haven't started the auto attack animation yet, then they just stand still and they don't hit you. So you can still kind of dodge auto attacks that way. You just have to do it like a microsecond earlier.
But I don't want to do that. Like I just want to auto. I just want to auto and alpha. I don't want to auto alpha. Like,
Look, bro, that's what I'd like to do too. I'm just giving you information. Do what you want with it.
right, you know what I mean?
But yeah, that's like something I think people don't know. A lot of humans think they would just auto you through it anyways.
But somebody brought up a point of Sinerias. Finish your point in a sec. But the blue side versus the red side, Claire. I'd be interested in hearing that as well after Sinerias talks.
Okay, so I don't take the health potion. I just don't want to take it, and I don't really
Really?
need it.
And you wait until now to say something? Like Jesus, you could have
Yeah,
just came out the gate, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't feel like it's needed. I don't like because like usually it's always the same. I get like a certain amount of clear, and then I see a gank option. If the gank option is very high likely to work out, I go for it. If not, I don't go for it. Reset it, and then I don't need it anyways. And I win almost every 1v1 in the jungle. Like who can fight Master Yi with Lethal Tempo, full HP, the level 4 W, and Lethal Tempo. Yeah, good luck with that.
But you won't be full HP without the pot. It's very difficult to be.
No, after Grump, I always press W.
Mhm.
And then I'm full HP, or almost full HP. That's enough to kill anyone.
But then
what if someone invades like on your blue buff or on your raptors? What if someone that just walks in and invades you when you have health? Like if with the pot you can, but he's not gonna be full health most likely. He's gonna be like 70-60% health as well. If you have the pot, you can fight him head on. If you don't have the pot, you may have to concede a camp and slow down the tempo. And that's what you take the pot for, is just in case if they invade. Not really for the level 4 fights. Just before that, they may invade.
The thing
you.
is, if I see them 10 seconds before I die, I have enough time to wait for the team, get a good fight in, or like, I don't really need the like then I could need the potion, but I don't really need it because I can play around it. But most of the times when they see me, the moment they see me, 3 seconds after I'm already dead. So the potion wouldn't heal me too much. Maybe it's better, I don't know. It's not that long when the season started and stuff, but I don't take it for now. Yes, and now we can go on for the
it's
next
30
one.
gold. It's only 30 gold, right? Is 30 gold that big to you?
or it's 50, but
It's 30 gold
Yeah,
because
it's
you can sell it
30,
back
it's 30.
if you really need it. You could just sell it back.
oh, right, true.
Right, like if he doesn't want it, he just sells it back, and boom, he spent 30 gold, right? I mean, for the peace of mind,
yeah,
bro.
it's probably it's smarter, and probably I will also go it for the next days.
Like what if you want to go in for a gank and you're a little low? You're like, well, this would be 100% if I had an extra 120 health or
Yeah. And
whatever.
if
but
I don't
I'm
need
not
it-
going to take this.
Like honestly, you never buy refillable, so you can just have the potion at least in the inventory until you're full build. Like let's say. And there will always be like a situation where you could use it. So technically, Cowsep is right there. It's probably like 30 gold for having it in 20 games. A situation where it's useful is worth it, kind of, because it's in total like not that it's like 300 gold in total in 10 games. Like it will be worth it at some point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
agree.
I mean, just try it when you're running Last Stand and Zombie War.
Zombie War.
buy a ward.
Yeah, by the
I'll
way,
do that.
everyone's gonna have completely different play styles by the end of this sim. My mission has been accomplished. All right, so let's see. That kind of covers all the rune stuff. I know, Kelsey, you were saying you were eager to kind of talk about the blue versus red start here.
I'm not eager. I'm just curious.
Just curious,
Because
yeah. And I definitely want to
everybody
get to that.
starts red, right?
Yes. I want to get to that too. But if you'll-
80%.
the one
There you
thing
go,
I
there you
want to
go.
touch on first, and this probably be a short conversation, is summoner spells. Does anyone here take anything but flash?
Wuju, do you bring Ghost?
You know,
I was
like
thinking about.
like you asked me first.
No,
So,
you need Flash. You need Flash. That's
right.
it.
There was
That's
a
all there
period
is.
of time where I was taking Ghost. I don't remember what it was for. I think I had
bro,
some
it's
kind
just-
of different playstyle.
When you don't have Flash, you can just feel that you don't have Flash. Like
Yeah.
it's like that 80 carry sitting there on the other side of the wall, and you're just sitting in the enemy Raptors. There's no ward there, and like if you had Flash, you won the team fight. Like you literally, there's so many team fights where if I have Flash, I know we won. If I have Flash, we won. That's it. Just Flash and we win.
Honestly, I'm very honest. I don't even want to discuss about this because Flash is 100% in any way
Yeah.
bad. It's the most broken summoner spell that exists since 20 years. So
It's too good.
discussing if TP is an option, like I love the old days where Cowsep was TPing to second to T2 tower, but yes.
Okay, you know, to be fair, they nerfed that, okay? The strategy was viable at some point, okay? But yeah, Flash is just absolutely broken on Yi. Like, it's so good on Yi. Like, it just in Yi in general, just being able to get on top of somebody and not waste alpha to do it is like, you could just hit them 4 times and they're like, oh, maybe I should CC him. And then, you know, then you alpha, right?
Yeah, then
Right,
you
because
alpha,
like
yeah.
they don't know what to do. You flash in on him. Is he gonna alpha? Is he gonna meditate? What's he gonna do? And then you're just sitting there, you're just smacking him because like I don't need alpha, bro. Right?
And the funny thing is, you can even build a habit there because literally 90% of the people have the same thought process. I wait, then I ult myself or something like this. And it's you always queue at the same time. You're not even reacting. You're just predicting because it's always the same how they play it.
Oh,
You know-
and I want to chime in. I'm sorry, but like because of the summoner spells, so like the secondary rune with Cosmic Insight lowers flash down to like 4 minutes, right? Which is kind of big. It's like 4 minutes and 11 seconds. If you're running
Okay.
flash, is that ever something that's come on anybody's mind? I know we're past the runes, but we're on
And
the summoner
that's what I
spells.
was mentioning earlier, that everything is viable. Like these other things, it's also an option. Also, like back then, bone plating and unflinching, like, it's all interesting. Not worth it, but it's all interesting and possibility.
Not
But
worth-
Cosmic Insight can actually be good with flash. Like it's so good. Like a lot of junglers run it, like Lee Sin and your mom. I can't name them, but you know, like dude, like in Korea, I don't know how it is in other regions, but in Korea, a lot of people run Cosmic Insight
well, yeah,
to
yeah.
get flash up more often,
I think
right?
in NA too, it's pretty common on junglers like Lee Sin or.
So is it worth it to give up your 550 gold and no? Okay, you know what? Now that I think about it, no.
Yeah,
I
as
just
soon as- as soon as
550
you said
gold,
that.
18 AD. You know what? Okay, I take it
But
back.
what is funny is, I think when Treasure Hunter gets, let's say, hard nerfed, I think it's better. Because you can always flash on the towers, trading.
And you could take the boots, so you get like some gold value back instead of a treasure hunter, right? So
Yeah, but the boots slow down tempo a lot, though.
Because Master Yi's flash, like, let's only talk about early game Master Yi's flash. When you
Okay.
play correctly, you 100% get at least a flash. If they don't flash, it's a guaranteed kill. Because you're flashed on top of somebody. If they don't flash, it's a guaranteed kill. And if you can for 100% get a flash rate, and in 20, it's like 80% of the games you're getting a kill or something, it's like you can use it early, and then make usage out of the cooldown.
yeah,
Well,
oh, go
so-
ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, so like I use Porofessor a lot, right, for tracking summoner spells, and this is not a hashtag ad. Like I track the summoner spells, and when somebody has Cosmic Insight, it tracks that, right? So oftentimes when I burn a flash for a flash and I mark it and summon in Porofessor, right? Some of my teammates, for example, when they're typing out flashes, they don't realize that they have Cosmic Insight and they mistime flashes. And on top of that, you can tell that like they'll like a Rakon. I was playing against a Rakon earlier, and he would flash in on me with Cosmic Insight and those boots, right? And he would have his flash. His flash is like a 340 cooldown, right? So he would have his flash up constantly, and he would burn my flash for it. And then in the next team fight, I won't have flash, right? So that's just a Cosmic Insight example there too.
Yeah, undoubtedly.
Cowsep,
it
are you
has some
getting-
strengths.
Are you getting paid to mention this on the
No,
seminar?
no, it's just it legitimately. There's so many situations that I didn't really think about until after I have some kind of external tool, right? Like when you track a flash and you realize, hey, this guy has Cosmic Insight and his flash is going to be up 50 seconds before mine, right? Like it's actually huge because like you'll gank bot lane, Kaisa has Cosmic Insight, and then if you go back to try and gank it, right, her flash comes up before your Tristana or whoever you have, right? And that's something you have to keep in mind, and Cosmic Insight can really give you a big advantage there. But I mean, the TLDR is like, I think Flash is just like the most important spell, which is why I'm just talking about Cosmic Insight, because it would be a way to boost Flash, right? But like Flash is, without a doubt, in my opinion, just yeah.
So
you just
you'd
need Flash.
recommend us to download Professor?
I'm not recommending that because nobody would be using my link right now. Okay, what I'm saying though is that while using, like, I'm petty. Okay, don't download it unless you come use my link. But I'm just saying that by using the tracker, that I did notice a very big difference in lower flash cooldowns, and it was pretty significant. But 550 gold. So
I know.
Also-
I hear. Oh, go ahead.
I just want to say another thing is every single champion in League is balanced around Flash. So
yeah,
think about that.
That's
also
awesome.
yeah, Flash
as
is huge.
Yeah, I know it's interesting because I think this was a discussion that was like I think there was more variety in summoner spells in previous seasons, especially when Ignite was a thing. But yeah, these days it really feels like the way the Yi play style has evolved. It's like less about these long drawn out fights where Ignite might be better or Ghost might be okay. Flash is super important now. I think we pretty much all agree. So now y'all know. Take Flash. Don't bother with other summoner spells, even if Wuju sometimes would go Ghost and but Flash is best. Anyways, so we've touched on all that. Oh, someone wanted me to ask this as well. Den1SFN was asking about the level 2 cheese, the famous Cowsep cheese that used to be a thing back in old times. He was saying red raptors jump plant into wolves and kill them. I wanna talk about this because I think just the general idea of early invades, I think, is very much slept on this season because of how a lot of champs are like getting lower in the jungle on their first clears. So I'm wondering, like, do we think this is ever viable to do these kind of cheeses or early invades?
I don't think so. Like, I used to do it all the time, right? But like the problem is, I mean, sure, it works. Like if you can make it work, it'll work, right? But the problem is when you're walking into the enemy jungle, you walk past a ward every time. Like there's just always a ward there. Like and then if there is a ward there, if you sweep it, like if you get a sweeper, which you will, and you walk up there and you sweep it, like you just wasted 100 gold. You just lost 100 gold because you can't go down to your Krugs or whatever. You have to go to your Raptors.
Zombie war value.
Yeah, the zombie wards.
Yeah, okay. You know what? Sure. Yeah, you get some zombie ward out of it. There you go. But the biggest problem is that people ward. Usually they ward the path in there. If they don't ward it, like absolutely 100%, dude, the cheese is broken. If they don't ward it, you kill them, right? Because Yi is the best early out of every jungler that I've ever played against. So yeah, if you can get past the ward thing, then yeah, it's a good thing. But also on top of that, I don't really bring a sweeper because I like to have vision on their the cross so that I can see when they're coming up into the wolves, right? Because sometimes you could start the wolves or you want to be able to get the first hit. The vision's really important from having a ward there. So I think I don't think the cheese is as good as it is. I think it's really good if they don't have a ward, but they usually do have a ward, which makes it bad.
For Munchy and Sinerias playing in the 1K plus elo, it's probably pretty normal or standard in your games to have these like early invades be warded against. Is that correct?
Yeah, it is, but you can still do it if
If you have
you
prio?
no, if you know what the vision lines are. So I actually did a level 2 cheese last night.
Oh really?
Because the enemy late invaded us. So when you do the standard 5 point, if you find out the enemy is like late invading as 5 on one side, you should be going on the other side and warding their buff or something, or their raptors.
Right.
So that did happen last night. So then I level 2 cheese someone at their raptors, actually.
Is that their second camp or their third?
Yeah,
camp?
that was their third camp. So they did red Krugs and then they went to raptors and I killed them on raptors with mid prio.
Okay.
Because since they went to my red buff, they couldn't really ward their entrance when I warded theirs.
That's true. Yeah, if you know that they've expended wards in other areas, it's more likely that you could get away with that in kind of an invade. So if you're so Munchy, it sounds like you're someone who occasionally dabbles in dabbles, is that a word? Occasionally partakes in these early invades. What I guess like what's your criteria for when you think like an early invade like that is good?
Like a level 2 invade?
Like level 2 or level 3, yeah, either.
Okay, for a level 2 invade, it's like almost pure cheese. Like I'm pulling up just because I feel like they won't expect it because they have no vision or something. But when it comes to level 3 invades, hard lane prio. Well, okay, we could just talk about it as if you win 1v1, it just depends on if the enemy laners can move.
Mm.
You don't even need like full lane prio. If they can't move, then you can invade. Or I'd also invade if I straight up have hard lane prio and my laners can move.
Hmm.
And generally, it's like when I invade, it's on a crash. So let's say if the enemy jungler isn't there, then we can look to dive the enemy laners on like 2 waves and make them lose all that. So it's when I invade at level 3, it's rarely only for the invade. There's usually an alternative if the invade isn't available.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. Sinerias, what about you? Do you ever invade early?
Yeah, actually, I started a little bit of doing that, but I would only do it if I'm very, very likely to have like first of all, I need to be at least 90% sure that let's say the enemy started, we are blue side right now, the enemy started red buff, and there will be on blue buff.
Mm-hmm.
Because if I fail the invade, I'm in a very, very bad position. So I don't think it matters too much if the enemy bot lane has prio or not. It just matters more likely if you are going for a ward. So if I really want to invade, I need to have sweeper up. If I get tracked down, I also need to not lose too much. So if I get tracked down, I just have to have a different pathing, which is optional when I get checked. I need to be sure the enemy jungler is at their side where I want to cheese them. And as I said, bot lane doesn't matter too much on these percentages I'm calculating about. But then I try to get an engage off because Marcy indeed level 3 can kill a lot of enemy junglers and you can force getting buffs. But personally, my opinion, I prefer doing like full clears and stuff, getting very consistent, getting the very safe amounts. But I would just say I go on invades when it's not too flippy in my opinion. Because even a 60-40 for me is too flippy for me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Avoids flips. Okay, yeah, that's very consistent with the kind of things you've said in the past about like going for these 80% plays. So that makes sense. I guess, yeah, I also don't really go for early invades very, very, very rarely, unless I feel like it's a champion that I know is trying to full clear early and doesn't have a very healthy full clear, and especially if I feel like the enemy laners can't respond well if I can walk in and do that, Also, sweeping is important. I don't want to be walking over ward. But yeah, sometimes I will go for it because I feel like enemy or just junglers in general take more damage in the jungle now. And
the problem
yeah.
I kind of have with flipping in the terms like just cheesing, invading and stuff is like you're giving the game away based on luck. And I'm like kind of guy who wants to take responsibility, who wants to take full control. If my bot laner goes 0-20, of course I will also be like, yeah, that's pretty unfortunate he's 0-20, but I'm not be like, I can't win the game because of him. I'm more be like the game. Could I have done something different in order to carry him, in order to communicate better, in order to cover him more, in order to do something? And the moment you invade too much, it's like you're putting away that control because it's like more luck based. And if you fail that luck, you will lose. And I just want to have a game where if I play correctly and I played extremely well from my macro wise and stuff, I can still control the map. And I can't do that if it's luck based.
That's true. Yeah, that makes sense.
Because I feel very upset if, like, let's say the cheese doesn't work out and I die, I'm like, and now I have to play 40 minutes from behind. Okay, I guess. I mean, it's fine. I try my best, but it's like, this is just a mindset.
Yeah. Okay, so that's kind of, hopefully that answers your question, Den1 SFN. With that, I want to get into the meta, the state of the game. What in like your words, if you had to try to describe this, what do you think the current meta is, and what does Yi need to do to win? Does anyone want to start us off?
I think it's good.
You think it's good? Sincerely,
I think the current meta
Dandelion
is
Yi.
pretty good for mastery. There's not a lot of people rushing stopwatch into Zonias anymore. They usually build a lot later.
Thank God.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Thank God!
We have a lot of items that are strong that we can use, like a bit of Rune King and stuff, right? And right now, like most junglers doesn't like the jungle pet. I actually think helps mastery. I just feel, and we also like we win early. We kind of win mid game as well if you are fair. Kind of, and the late game is like the weakest, but let's be real, like. I think we never really reached late game. I think late game for mastery is probably the worst if you're playing solo. and then you never reach late game, so you generally just end the game really early, like 30 minutes, 35, and then. Other than that, I think I haven't got a game where it's like, man, if I master this game, it's impossible to win. It's like every game is like it feels like 50% chance to win as long as you play like decently well. You don't
Well-
even need to play perfect.
That's why I like the Kraken build, because it feels like you can always win. But when I run Dustblade, sometimes I feel like the games are unwinnable for me.
+1.
+1.
Yeah. It's just like I can kill everybody with the Kraken, but I can't kill everybody with the Dustblade. And if they build Death Dance or Zanyas, then I just kind of lose the game. So
And therefore lose control over the game.
yeah, that's why Kraken to me. That's why when I was losing all those games with Dustblade, it felt like I was a non-factor, and like we'll be 20 minutes in, and if we're losing, I'm like, we can't come back. But with Kraken, I'm always like, if I get like one more item, I can maybe kill this dude.
And then you die again. Maybe one more item. And then I can...
One more. I'll watch the VOD later to see what I did wrong, but maybe.
Sipping that copium.
Yeah, and then I rage and I never watch it. It's okay.
Beautiful. Okay, so gotcha. So then do you feel like Yi's playstyle is any different this season compared to it's been like just maybe like 1 or 2 seasons ago, or do you feel like it's pretty much the same?
It's similar.
Similar? Okay.
It's similar, but like now we have the tools with Alpha and Meditate. Right, Alpha and Meditate are just so vastly different. But we never really like split. It's been a long time since we split into people. But it feels a bit more team fight oriented. But overall, and that's why I like Death Stance on Yi. Right, you get it as a 4th item. Like sometimes I'll get it as a 3rd item. Right, and it just gives you a lot of team fight potential that you wouldn't have otherwise. And that's why Dustblade was good, but. It doesn't really fit the bill because now there's a lot of tanks in the game, and you can see that they're kind of changing and nerfing how tanks are. Like we're gonna be seeing less bruisers and more tanks in the future, right? So because that's what they're doing with the item overhaul, right? Removing all the Omnivamp, removing ability haste, removing the tenacity, right? They're trying to really pull tanks back in because when tenacity is worse, tankers are better, and so I think Yi's going to continue to be the tank killer, and honestly, his playstyle hasn't changed much. But I think the Meditate and the Q changes just really made him really enjoyable to play again. You have a lot more agency than you used to.
Definitely, yeah. Any other thoughts on this?
I think Marcy, right? I think season 11 was. I think this was the Dustblade start was the most fun for me to play.
I missed that season.
And I think, what is it?
I just think I missed that. The dust.
Yeah,
Blade
totally.
days.
Everyone kind of misses that. And in season 13, I think it's better than season 12. But the only thing I really dislike is like the new jungle pet, like this animation
Really?
of how the jungle burns in
Oh, I hate
comparison
it.
to the old one.
Uh,
Like
Like
the
when you're
old
killing
one
the
where like
crab and it walks away.
yeah, I don't know. So but for Yi, just talking about Yi, not the League of Legends general changes in general, I think Yi is in a very fine state. I really enjoy playing him, and yeah, I just enjoy playing him. It's like very fun, which I'm very happy because there was a season, I think season 7, I think it was, where I got where I got extremely bored of Master Yi because I felt like it's just the same. But now since there are more tools with the new Q where you can decide and stuff, you can literally outplay people now. You can Q a Nami without being scared. You get instantly point and click stunned with the Nami bubble and stuff.
I still get hit by that Nami bubble sometimes nowadays. I'll be honest, guys. There's no way I should ever get hit by it, but I still get hit by it like 50% of
It
the
makes
time.
Pantheon really dealable too.
Honestly, like one thing, when you play, let's say you play against a Darius, okay? And you Q him, but when he's running away with ghosts and stuff, he's running away. And literally, I don't know how he does it, but he like charges the E before I finish my Q. And then I randomly always get into a position where he eat, even though I can decide the whole circle. And I think like afterwards I'm like, am I that stupid? Like he has only a small area where he can hook me, and I have the entire circle, but he like always hooks me. Do I do something tremendously wrong that I always go behind them? Should I go next to them or something like this?
Yeah, that's probably. I always go behind them. I realize that I always go behind them, and people usually end up predicting me going behind them. So now I go to the side, and I've dodged more skill shots that way. And
Yeah,
that's
same
an
here.
example of just a skill cap that
Because
Master
it's
Yi is.
maybe it's literally just a habit for us that we go behind them because like mostly the smartest. But
Because we
at
can
the
we can
end it
stop
is.
them from running away if we go behind them. Right?
Exactly.
It
I mean,
feels right. Yeah.
It feels right, so we do it, and then we're like, "What? Am I that stupid?" And then you don't kill the Darius, and like, "Oh my god, this is so
Because
cringe."
nobody
kinda.
aims sideways. They either aim in front or behind.
Exactly, and it could be so easy, but it's not that easy for me to do
But
it
you don't
beginning.
want to do it when you're actually in the moment. You're like, I should go to the side, but you're like, I'm gonna go behind. You know? It
Yeah,
just feels
it's
right.
exactly like this. You don't feel it. You just don't
Yeah,
feel going
yeah.
to the side.
You have to break the habit. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
especially in High-Elo, I think it's super important for us to break the habit of always automatically placing ourselves behind enemies, especially if they're running away. Like, it's so hard to not put yourself there because you like that makes most sense for chasing them. But yeah, I've definitely had this problem too of always putting myself behind by habit, and it's like I'm not even using the Q buff at that point. So
Me too.
I guess all of us are guilty of this, even some of the highest elo people here. Okay, so on that note, what do you think is like, what does Z need to do to win? If you had to try to summarize this in like a sentence or two. In this
I
meta.
would say close games when you are in a snowballing position. Because you will get outscaled the moment they have stopwatches, Sonya's, GA, the moment they start grouping right, the moment you're starting to get catched, you get one-shotted, you get burst down. So the moment you're fed, you need to close games by... And also what I think, what most people don't understand, I think the moment you have like 2 or 3 items, literally, even if you're behind, you can most of the times just go 5-man mid and almost always win it. Like, no joke. There are games where the enemies are 10 kills ahead, and I say, guys, we go 5-man mid now, we go 5-man mid, and we end.
And then action split pushing top lane.
Yeah, but most of the times you play it in a way that like you force him to come, and he will come eventually.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel you. You need to make your teams do what you want them to do, but I mean, oh man, they're kind of stubborn sometimes.
But the real like in low diamond and in challenger and in grandmaster, people are always listening to me. But literally in master tier, I had this today and yesterday. I was losing my mind. I'm saying, guys, listen. Trust me. I'm a one trick. Just go mid lane. And they're not listening at all. Like, holy shit, I'm losing it.
They're in the ego zone. It's
Yes,
the ego
like
zone.
it's crazy. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
What about the other guys? How do you
Uh,
close games with Masi was the question. Or how do
Well,
you win
How do you
games
win
with
as Yi
Masi?
this
How do you,
meta?
Well, I haven't played that much in this meta. I only played 4 ranked games, but from my experience, like the thing is just don't get over. Don't so if you're behind a little bit, just don't be like, oh my god, this game is lost. GG, go next. Just start trolling, right? Just try to like keep a good mental state and be like, because enemy team is always gonna make mistakes, and they make more mistakes when they're more ahead. And you can mastery is a mistake punisher. So just always keep in mind that don't just keep looking for opportunities. If they show up, then they will, and then if it's up to you to capitalize on that and get yourself back in. It's never with mastery. It's like it's never over, right? Because it's like if you're 2 kills down, it's never really GG. If you're like a Lee Sin or Zin, then you lose early. It's probably GG, right? But I think for mastery, it's like you can always come back, especially in solo queue. So most people actually just like quit playing well in the jungle. Like if you look at other like if you look at the opponent playing when he's behind, what happens usually is he just starts like running it down, dying for camps, right? Start tower diving for no reason. So don't do that. Play like just play smart, I guess. Yeah.
Heard. Munchy, what's your take on this?
Well, when the game looks grim, you could always bush cheese.
When the game looks grim, just bush cheese. That's what Munchy has to say.
Alright.
No, it works a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, but I guess like that's not your the summary of your strategy is of how to win is Yi.
No, but there's obviously more. So I kind of just jungle normally, but I look a lot for dives on stacked waves.
Yeah.
Other than that, I think you should generally look to farm. I actually don't like invading for camps very much on Yi because I feel like I don't take them fast enough compared to a champion like Rengar. So
what the
usually
nests are
it's
for.
farming and looking for dives or fights on waves.
Munchy brings a very interesting perspective as someone who's like probably the least one trick out of all of us here. And so, yeah, like he was saying, he doesn't necessarily change his playstyle a ton playing Yi versus other champs. But yeah, I think looking for dives, otherwise looking to farm. That seems about consistent with what I've seen from Munchy's VODs as well. Cowsep, do you have like a different take on anything that's been said that you want to share about your approach?
I mean, sort of. I have a pivot into the next section as well after. I agree a lot with him, like in terms of looking for dives, right? It's like there's so many great. He's just such a great diver, even though people are idiots when you're trying to dive. You know how many times I had to back ping, let me hit them first.
I know, yeah.
But it's insane. Like they'll walk up and they'll just die, and it's just
The
and then
worst
they'll
thing is
ping
like
me.
when they take aggro first and then they back off, tanking the tower for you, and it's like, no, I need you to help me damage them to get this kill.
I need the damage, yeah.
And then,
but dives are really powerful on
Mhm.
Yi, right? So like you have those big stacked waves, like you mentioned, and then you dive for them. And bot lane dives, right? If your bot lane gets level 2 and they're pressuring really hard, right? You can get nice early bot lane dives, which completely snowballs the game. And so yeah, I really agree with the dives and the ganks in general. And I want to pivot into I'm looking at your sheet. Like there's 2 things down. C for jungling. Right.
Yeah.
So so you talk about pathing, best route. Do you play for farm? So as I've been playing more with my specific application, I'm not going to name because I'm not getting paid to do it right now. I'm noticing I can see and compare my gold with how a typical Master Yi player is at that minute, right? And I often find that when I'm AFK farming the jungle, so this is tying into how do you win a G, right? Okay. So when I'm AFK farming the jungle, my average gold compared to a Master Yi and Masters Elo, because that's what I put up there. I put up Masters Yi. I should put Diamond. I don't think there's a big sample size of Masters, but my average gold is typically lower than a Master Yi if I mindlessly farm or if I AFK farm, right? So that kind of brings up the point is how much do you value the ganks over the AFK farming? I wanted to actually look at some Sinerias VODs, but I'm too lazy, to be honest.
Well, we're gonna do that right in a second. Here.
Yeah, I wanted to see how he prioritizes farming over ganking, because if you do not get an early gank, you fall behind in gold on the average Master Yi, right? But like, of course, there's so many situations, right? Like because you could get ahead in gold 5 minutes later, right? You could be behind. I could be down. Oftentimes I'll be down 1,000 to 2,000 gold. And then just suddenly I'm back to even or I'm up 1,000 gold, right? It swings, of course. But as a full clear jungle, you make significantly less gold.
Okay, but I have to say that especially me, I don't gank like only a little bit. I gank a lot actually. It's just that I am trying to get good ganks in with like 70, 80, 90% chance of winning, and you have to prepare the situation in order to get the 70 to 90%. And sometimes that occurs more often, and I will be ganking a lot and not just farming. Just wanted to mention that as well. Is it not like I'm just perma farming and I gank 1 in 5 minutes and I win the games?
Yeah,
It's not that
of
way.
course. You set it up, right? You set up the situation. You set your own luck, right? But the issue is that I have is when I'm looking at the strict numbers, because I've been looking from a more statistical point lately, is if you do not get a gank, you fall behind very quickly. Like every clear, you're losing out on like 100 to 300 gold, right? Because you're not getting a gank. And obviously, if you like set up a gank and you're like clearing normally, and then you're like, okay, I can hit this gank because the wave's moving, and then you can even out your gold or get more gold that way. But it's just in my observation, if you don't secure a gank, you fall behind very, very, very quickly.
I would not only see this from the statistics point of view, because it matters on many, many numbers, but I get your point and I do agree. So it's important as a Master to set up good ganks, which is absolutely right.
Well, how do you set up a good gank?
You,
an example.
For example, I'm going to communicate with my team where the enemy jungler is about to be, and I'm going to prepare the dives in a way that my ADC is freezing the wave. So it's a slow push and there's a stacked wave. And the chance I get a good outcome on the dive then, when I know where the enemy jungler is 90%. But if I just don't track the enemy jungler or my bot laner doesn't freeze, then the chance is only 60-50%, and then it's not prepared, and then it's not viable for me, and I wouldn't go for it.
So you think communication is really important for those?
I think communication is one of the most important tools in order to climb in general, by far. And even if I'm extremely tilted, I sometimes can't, but I'm forcing myself to not mute anyone to get all the information they can provide for me.
Yeah.
You know, I was thinking about like, so that kind of thing is it would be very useful, I feel like, to be able to always communicate with your teammates and keep them unmuted and stuff. And, you know, that would all be great.
I mute a lot.
And
I mute a lot.
I mean, I do too. I think that probably is one of like some people say like the higher you go, the easier it gets in certain ways. And maybe this is one of those aspects in which it is. But of course, like.
I do agree. I think Diamond 1 Master Tier is the worst elo in terms of communication. Like, I think Gold is better, Silver is better, I think even Bronze is better. Because in Bronze, when they never say anything, they just say, I don't know, random stuff that doesn't make any sense. But when they say, I come, it's better information than these Master players. They're just gonna spam D1, season 8, 5,000 games. Who the fuck cares?
Yeah, and they'll call you like, dude, I got called random so many times in US War queue. It's like, how the hell do you know if I'm random or not? Like, I mean, I didn't tell them who I was. I didn't want to get ghosted, but like, Jesus Christ, what an insult.
So an interesting thing about if you play in High Challenger, you know, there are some things about it that are easier. Like if you're a smart player and you know how to play the game, you can expect your teammates to kind of more like execute in the way they're supposed to. But
like there are many things which I think the game is very easier in Challenger Elo. Like there are many things, of course, you need to have in order to get Challenger. But one thing is, for example, that the people respect me and know who I am. And then whenever I make a call to tower dive bot, and they will not be like, I don't think it's, but like, okay, he says it, most likely right. And that gives me an advantage above all the other master players. Who are like, let's say they are right. Yeah,
who's this right?
Who is this right? It's trying to talk to me. But Cowsep, how do you do this in terms of, do you just gank or do you also prepare it in some way, or what do you do it exactly?
So my mindset's changed. So I kind of went with, in the past year, I've been trying to treat LoL as more of a life thing, you know, like a real life benefit. Like if you take the time to actively look at what you're doing and how you're doing things incorrectly and how you can improve on them, it's a good life skill, right? So I've been looking at League of Legends as more of a life skill and how can I improve. And so when I look at these ganks, previously I would just gank a lane. I was like, ping, 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 I'm going go gank this, right? But now I'll think about the situation. I'll think about like past situations that I've had, right? And that's where the VOD review kind of comes in handy. Is I'll look at the past situation. I'll say, I'm familiar. Like if this wave crashes on this tower and we take out this player or these players, it'll snowball my bot lane or my top lane, right? And it'll do really well. So I'll tell them, I'll be like, hey, if you push bot, I'll come, right? I keep it very simple. And then typically, like, before the game starts, like, for example, I had an Alawi yesterday at level 2. He leashed for me on the red, and I said, hey, I can come gank top at level 2. And he was against Darius. And he says, I don't want to do that. So I'm like, all right. Like, all right, dude, you know, you go with you. But previously, what I would have done, you know, 5 months ago or 3 months ago or whatever, I would have just like pinged, I'm going top. I would have went top. We probably would have died because he's not good against Darius. He was a one-trick pony Alawi, right? So he knew that way better than I did. So I respected that.
Exactly. And that's very, very nice you mentioned this, because this is exactly like for this Alawi guy, for example. You need to communicate with him. This is where the communication part is. And he knows his macro way better than you. And so do you as Master E. Like, let's say we are in Master Tier Elo. So all of those people have no idea about jungle. They are mid laner, they are top laner, they are support players or mid ADCs. Most of those people have especially no idea about Master Yi. So they have absolutely zero idea about Master Yi jungle macro. And you are a one trick who is specialized exactly on this topic. So what I'm trying to say with this is they have no idea about the jungle macro. So I'm trying to permanently give information. Here's the jungler. Here will I be. I'm gonna dive this. I want to take Drake early. I'm gonna come. I'm gonna ignore Herald. All these information, they have no idea. And this is the same as asking for the top gank. As the Cowsep does it absolutely right, communicating, should I gank top lane? Ilaoi knows it better, gives you the information, and you can adapt to that.
Because if you just wait, right? If I try to go for that top gank, I just wasted 100 gold on my Krugs because like we can't security gank. Alawi's done it a billion times. Alawi knows the Darius magic. There's no way we're gonna kill this. Darius is gonna kill us. I know how to gank Darius. I've ganked Darius a billion times. But if Alawi is not comfortable with this, and there's been so many times where like I don't listen to my laner. I just go up and I do it. And then they have to kind of react around me. They're not comfortable. We do a dive. They die. They're tilted. The game's over. Like, they're mental boom, right? And that's where, like, people blame their teams. Oh, they're mental boom. I couldn't do anything about it. You could have respected what they wanted and not dealt with it.
Wow, that's like one of the most mature things I've ever heard a Yi-main say. But I think there's a lot of truth to that, yeah.
It's literally connecting the macros together. Because if there's a Laoi one trick and a Masti one trick, and both of them are communicating well, then it just can only go right, technically speaking.
We lost, but yeah, he entered the lane. Well, actually, he didn't. He went like 0-3-3, and then he just kept spamming surrender all game because he was tilted. He didn't get any ganks. It was incredible.
It was a nice try. What I always say is like, let's say, even if they're stubborn, let's say, if you can communicate, and let's say the chance they react to your stuff is 20%. If you communicate, maybe it's 30%. It's still most likely going to be in the way that you lose and they're going to spam ping, but it's 10% higher. And that's 10% higher chance that you communicate, that you win, that you get a snowball, everything.
And I didn't regret the game, though, which is the most important. I came out of that game feeling like I did the right thing, right? Even if I lost that game, I did what I thought I had to do in that situation. And yeah, Alawi was pissed off, but dude, he had it coming. Like, I gave him the chance, man.
I'm asking you now, you enjoyed the game more then, right? And if you would just gank and lose it. I enjoyed it more this way.
Yeah, as I mentioned, I think when you treat it as something to, like, when you think about League as more than a game, like you think about the life skills that you can get from it, right? Because to me, I was thinking about how much of a waste of time League is and blah, 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 blah. But if you take these skills where you critically think about what you could have done better and how you could do it, you can apply that to all aspects of your life, which makes it more enjoyable.
Yes, I love it. This is exactly how I coach as well. This is exactly the way. Because it applies on many things. The way how you pursue things, the way how you be very consistent, the way how you think. Like the macro is also in real life. Like I have to do this because of that. Like it's also like a chess game. And I used to be playing a lot of chess, so it's like literally the same.
Well, you get value when you look at it from a perspective that's beyond like my team just effed me in the butt again, right? You look at it and you say, how can I improve myself as a person here? And then when like that's why people that typically hit these like the higher ranks, unless they're just ungodly good at it, right? They can take these skills and they can transfer it into something better, right? If they're willing.
I have to say one last thing about this. It's like the most important thing I teach all the time, and I mentioned it today already a few times, is that you take control over the situation. Like Cowsep, you're saying it right. You can say, "Oh fuck, my bot laner died again. I lose the game again." Or you can say, "Okay, my bot laner died. What can I do now? How could I have prevented it? How could I have played it better?" And then there are so many things where you can improve on, and it's the same in life. Like you can say, yeah, my chef just kicked me out of my job, now I'm fucked. Or you can say, I'm taking full control. What can I do better now? How can I improve in order to get an even better job? How to become the CEO myself or whatever? And that's exactly the same.
Yes. Well, like I want to. I want to hit the point where you say like my bot died again, blah 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 blah, right? So like in an example, I actually saw an example where like somebody struggled against Shaco, right? They struggled against Shaco as a champion. A lot of Yi main struggled against Shaco, and the reason why is because this champion snowballs really hard early, and my bot lane fed him, and blah blah blah. But like when you actively look at a game and you look at it from the perspective of Shaco or whatever, and you're like, well, you know, if I had put my first ward in the tri-bush, I could have prevented bot lane from dying. And it happens frequently all the time. It's like I'll watch a Shaco game and he'll go down and he'll gank bottom level 2 and he either burns 2 flashes or he gets 2 kills, he snowballs, he's hard to deal with. 1 ward is all you needed to fix that.
Okay, and now the big question. Is it your mistake now that the bot laner died?
Ish. Yeah, kinda. Like
I would say yes, because you could have done something.
They could have done it. Yeah, they could have done something, but like the thing is you could have done something elsewhere as well. You don't have to, like, yeah, you could ward that bush for Shaco, but what about warding it for top lane? Let's say you ward top lane's bush, right? Then is it your fault the bot lane died? You know,
no,
but I would have put it in tri bush.
True, but the thing is, if you say, okay, my bot laner died again, you're removing your control. If you say, I could have done something, as you said, then you're taking responsibility. And from this responsibility, you will have 90% win rate because you can control your team. And then afterwards, let's say you ward the Tribush and your stream is like, they don't get a thing. They don't even know that you watch Jacob POVs or whatever. They have no idea. And then they'll be like, yeah, now if Cowsep has finally a good team. No, it is you that won the game. It is you that put the board there. And it is you that took control and carried the game. And that's why you are then better than all the other competitors that also play Master and just complain.
Yeah, and to go beyond that is even if you put that ward there, and then Shaco can gank. Like, he'll go up through the bottom bush or something, right? And, you know, stuff like that will happen. And that's when you're like, well, you know, my thing was worthless or whatever. You don't think from the perspective of it's worthless. You go back to the drawing board again and you think, well, is there something we could have done? Like, think beyond that ward. Like, think, could we have broken his boxes or something to put him behind early, right? So, like, even if you put down the ward and you're like, well, you know, I'm helping him out and it's just not enough. They're not very good. But, like, you can actually actively get your team to follow you for an invade, like, more often than you think, right? You can get them to go for an invade and try to put Shaco behind in that way. Like, you don't have to think just from that situation. You can think from the previous situation.
What about late invading? What about taking his blue side? What about ganking, counter ganking bot instantly? What about getting something on the other? Like, there are many things you can do and like try to change. By the way, did you get all of these mindset things from Elite, or did you just come up with this yourself?
So the mindset thing that I had, so I talked, as you know, I talked to Elite 500 when he was in Korea, and bro, he's like a stoic or something. I don't even know, dude. Like, he has to be a masochist to like actually enjoy Korea Solo Cube. But like, when I was talking to him,
I think I would enjoy it too.
He wanted me to get coaching from Veigar V2. And the thing is, I don't think that I necessarily need coaching at my current state as much as I needed a mindset change. And
exactly, yes.
Yeah, and I realized that, like, if I go to a coach, all the coach is going to tell me is that they're literally going to say the same thing. No, that's not your team's fault. How could you have changed that situation? Well, I did this and they still died. Okay, what could you have done beyond that, right? And so it's in general, League is like, it doesn't matter if you play Yi or whatever, right? Everybody does the same thing, and the only thing that a coach can really teach you is like some of the the matchups that I wouldn't know about, like Lucian Nami. They're very aggressive. They'll push the wave or whatever.
That's
some of those
information, extremely useless.
Yeah, those are like the finer points that are very deeper that I don't really need, right? But like, at the end of the day, if you just change your mindset and you go back and you look at what you do, or you look at people that are doing things that you want to do, you can just improve immensely with, you know, just like that, you know, as long as you're willing to put the time and effort into it. And I think that's what, like, Yi in general, like, it's beyond the builds. Like, everybody wants to know the builds and things. But what the number one tip I give people now is that you need to go back and you need to look at why you did what you did that led to the bad situation happening.
I love it. And I have to say one thing, which could be very interesting. I never, ever coach in a way that I say, Nami Illusion is pretty strong. Or I never, ever even say, is Elise strong against Master Yi in this game? What could you have done? No, that's absolutely useless. Cowsep, you're saying it right. I only coach in a way. The only thing I care about my coaching, that I would recommend every coach to do that, is to give the client a perspective of how they need to think. And that's all. I don't care if he's Platin, if he's Gold, if he's playing against Elise or Garen in the jungle. It doesn't matter. All that matters to me is, how do you need to think? And when they know, okay, I need to think in this situation that I could have done this or maybe that or maybe this, then they already climbed to the elo they want. This is all that matters. I don't care if Nami Illusion is strong. That's absolutely useless to talk about. And it's only the mindset thing which I would recommend every coach to focus on. And this is for Master Yi. Okay, that applies for all champions, but this applies for Master Yi as well. It's like, what can you do in this situation better? I don't care about the matchup. And of course, okay, now it fails. What could you have done differently? Yeah. I think Veigar V2, I don't know how he coached. I wanted to get coaching from him back then too. But I really disliked how he treated me, so I didn't got coaching from him.
Dude, he told me people that build Zanyas are stupid, and then I kind of lost respect for him.
I did get coached by him, actually.
Like, do you know what
did
he
get
did for
coaching?
me?
I did get coaching by him.
Okay, I want to
well.
know about this, but first of all, I want to say one thing. Vega V2, I was always treating him with respect, and then I asked him for, like, do I get coaching? I never ever got any answers or anything. He didn't even say, no, I don't coach or something. And then he comes to me, yo, what should I buy? What should I do? When is he weak? When, like, he asked for this amount of information about
Wow.
me, and I'm like, he literally didn't answer me. And I'm like, what is your coaching now? And he says, 100 euros. He doesn't even say per hour. He doesn't even say I can give you to the elo you want. I just asked him, should I get coaching from you? He didn't even answer. And then I was like, why would you treat me like this, bro? Like, this is very disgusting from you.
Hey, the good mindset is at least he asked you instead of me. So hey, you should be happy about that. Change your mindset.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I'm really glad that we touched on this topic, by the way. I think, I mean,
I
playing
think
Yi
that
or playing
topic was
League,
deeper.
anything.
Yeah, it's deeper than Yi in general, but I think
Mhm.
it's very important information for anybody that does want to improve or is interested in Yi in general. It improved my gameplay a lot to just change my perspective.
And also, not only if it's not all good information for you, it helped me a lot talking about this to rethink everything, because it's literally the way how you should pursue things. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I guess one of the reasons I'm especially happy we talked about this is because I feel like the Yi community in general kind of gets a bad rap, and I sometimes I can't blame him. I mean, we don't always have the. I don't think the Yi community is known for being like the friendliest, least toxic.
Yi is deceptively strong. Like he's deceptively hard to play. Like he's actually pretty deceptively hard to
Right,
play.
and then
Like
that contributes
whenever
to
I
people being
post, yeah, I
frustrated.
post those clips and people just say Master Q right click, Mr. Right click. Did he just say outplay? His eyes are bulging out of his head. What's going on with his tongue? Right? Nobody says nice play. That's never nice play.
Right, so Yi gets a lot of hate from other people, and then the people playing him also are frustrated by how he's deceptively difficult, and then we're frustrated. Like there's a lot of kind of negativity, I guess, surrounding this community, just in my opinion. And I think it's very. I would like to see the community kind of drift away from this and become more like a community of more positive thinking people, or at least more like improvement focused people, less kind of like well. Anyway, I'm not going to go on about that, but basically I'm glad we talked about this. Anyways,
It was good. It was really good information, I think.
Agreed. So, I guess I want us to get to the VOD review part as soon as possible. That was the part I was really excited for today. But I just want to make sure we don't miss any like really crucial topics. Again, we go to Sinerias comes back for this part.
We'll try to speed it up. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just want to touch a little bit on. We talked a little bit about jungle pathing, but I guess in general, like the overall best route. Does anyone here do anything different besides like a red start every single game? And
I can do blue sometimes if I have to do blue in order to path towards the direction I want.
So you
invading
don't
your
start
red.
just red every time. You're always starting to like with the intention of it fitting your pathing.
Yeah.
And are you full clearing, or are you usually like 3 camping or something?
Generally, it's like a linear clear. Like maybe I'll break off after 3, maybe I'll break off after 4 camps. Or sometimes I'll just full clear.
Yeah, towards lane you want to gank. Okay. And this is pretty much what I do as well these days. I've been talking with Munchy recently and going over some bots together, and I've also started to try to modify my playstyle more towards like not just autopiloting the same direction every game, and actually trying to play towards what's going to kind of get like, I guess, how would I say it? Basically, what's going to like mess up the enemy's game plan early, and what's also going to be playing to my team's likes. What's going to get my team ahead early game, and try to be proactive on the map rather than just full clearing, which I used to do a lot. Anyway, anyone else have different takes on their best route?
I mean, I think it's basically you always start red. It increases your clear speed and increases your aggressiveness early. But like sometimes I'll look at the wave state and I'll say, okay, this lane's probably gonna push in if I just grab the Krugs real quick, and I can maybe grab this, right? So I might do like red Krugs gank top or red gank top, just depending on how aggressive they are. I'll just take a look at it, right? I try to go with the mindset that Sinerias was talking about, where you weigh the odds, right? If I feel like this is a coin flip gank, I won't go for it. But if it's like a Renekton and he's standing between the wave and my top laner's tower, I'm like, the odds might be pretty good on this one. I might skip a camp or 2, right? But typically it's just you do the recommended clear that even Riot's giving you, right? It's you know, you got your red Krugs.
It's so funny, by the way, that they do that.
Right is recommending.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, they are though. But I lately I've been thinking about when you're doing the Grump versus blue. I was often after the wolves, I'd often do blue, but lately I've been thinking about doing the Grump before the blue so that I can get the Grump to spawn more quickly in the next clear, and it also matches my next clear if I do another full clear. I don't know. Is that normal?
Yeah, it's normal.
Yeah.
Like, do you usually prioritize the Grump? I always just went for the blue.
Going blue first is slightly faster, but generally, I think the speed
Wait,
doesn't
what
matter
is the
that much.
question?
Focusing on the Gromp over the blue buff when you're getting towards a full clear. Like, because like when you kill the blue, you take time before you kill the Gromp so that the Gromp spawns a little bit later compared to
Doesn't
your
matter.
next clear, right? It
That
doesn't
doesn't
matter.
matter at all. I would always do the blue buff first. Because I've never had the situation ever that I got wolves and then waited until the Grump spawns. Yeah.
Interesting. So I want to ask you, Sinerias, now that you're back. So the VODs I've seen of you in the past, which maybe things have changed since then, but I remember you being very much like a heavy full clear in the first clear. You would really emphasize full clears, except for maybe like a pass through mid lane gank or something. Is that still the case?
So I can show you what I'm doing again with the screen share if you guys want to.
Sure.
Wait, give me a second. Something is lagging right now. Oh my god, this is so weird. Okay, now it works. Now it works. I'm a little bit laggy right now because of this Wuju Senshi bug, I think.
My bad, guys.
Yeah,
It's
let's
always my
blame
fault.
Wuju. Let's not look for
go-
self-improvement here, guys.
Go on the screen
Fucking
right
Wuju.
now. Go on the screen right now. Do you see this loading shit? This is
Yeah,
Yeah,
amazing.
I do.
yeah,
I do
yeah.
see it. Yes, I do. I do.
That's
I do.
really
He's
unfortunate.
not smart enough to turn off camera. Okay, forgive him.
Yeah, I'm sorry, dude.
Okay, so we have it here. We are assuming we are blue side right now, okay? So it's for the red side, it's exactly the same. So what I'm trying to do is, like, I'm starting red buff without a leash, of course, so I'm faster. And then I do Crux. So already you can gank bot lane. This is the first time I gank bot lane, potentially. And there are no other times what I'm talking about where I will gank. I will not do red buff into top gank. I will not do red buff into mid gank. This is just about the full clear. If I do red, blue, Grump, it's completely different story, but it's just about the full clear. So now I gank, then I go to Crux, chickens, and then I gank again mid lane, if possible. If that's like this, I would, after red buff Crux, I barely gank bot lane, only if I see, okay, that's for sure kill. Then I go chickens, and then I gank mid lane even a lot. Because they mostly ward the chickens, the enemy mid laner, then you can just sweeper it, take it, and they will be thinking that you walk to wolves, even though you're just ganking mid lane. And as well, if you trade flashes early, if you get the enemy mid laner to half HP, it's like immense. It's like that doing a lot, so it's very useful. If that does not work out, the mid lane gank, you don't need to be too scared that the enemy jungler will be there, but you need to respect it because sometimes they will be there level 3 because they also cleared. If that doesn't work out, you can instantly walk here to the plant and be back at the clearing. And if you don't want to gank mid lane, which often happens, then I just go wolves. I never gank anything else. Then I do blue, Grump instantly, pressing W right here in this corner, because if someone comes right here, I have double strike stacked with my W. And then I consider ganking top lane, ganking mid lane, taking Scuttle, resetting, going back to Crux, ganking bot lane again, taking chickens, ganking mid lane or bot lane. And I can basically repeat this every single time, even though I play against Challenger and the same people, because they will never track me that much that they know when I'm about to gank where. Yeah, something. Of course, it differs a little bit. Sometimes they're different clear and stuff. But these are the ganking options, and I don't really gank else when.
So are you doing this? This is the red start. Is this like what you do almost every game? Is a red start into this kind of path?
Yeah, this is what I'm doing almost every game because I think it's the most consistent, doing the full clear every time. If of course I think I need to play around top lane, I will do red buff, blue Grump into top gank, because if that does not work out, I can still do wolves chickens into mid gank or Scuttle, and I'm in a fine position because I only left Crux. But that's about it. I barely like take red buff Crux chickens and then invade. Sometimes I do that, but barely. Here I want the blue buff instantly if they are starting this side. I never really invade the red buff. Of course, all of these things I never do are optional, but I'm having the habit of playing the way I play, and therefore I don't do it. Okay, and that's about it actually.
All right.
I wish I could have saw it live, but you know I had to watch
Wait,
with
you
the
could-
5-second delay. It was
Oh,
so.
no.
It was
Why
so
doesn't it work
confusing.
for you? Why doesn't
I
it
don't
work
know. It's so confusing because I'm
Okay.
watching it on a delay. I'm like, okay.
I'm sorry for that, bro. Oh god. Okay. All right.
All right.
Yeah,
gotcha.
that's about it. Very
So what
fastly
about?
explained.
No worries. So I
Wait,
think.
wait, so can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Of course.
Do you gank mid frequently? Bro,
Yeah.
I can never gank mid. It's literally the lane that I never touch. I can never gank it.
You cannot gank
It's-
it in.
It's too short.
You cannot gank it in 80% of the games, but I gank it in. No, but what am I saying? In 80% time of the game, you cannot gank it. So if you play the game, if there's 20 minutes of time frame, there's only like 3 minutes effectively where you are able to gank mid lane in most games. You understand what I mean, right?
Yeah. Like it's most of the time you can't gank it, so it seems
Exactly.
ungankable.
Maybe
but
level
there are
3
times
and
when you
maybe
can.
level 6 and maybe level 11. There's a short time. And maybe tower dive sometimes, depending on how the mid lane goes. But level 3 after chickens, I think there are a lot of times where you gank, and it works in Challenge Elo for me a lot. And on every, like, it works on Nemesis, it works on No Way For You, it works on like all these very, very talented players, because let's be honest, who expects a level 3 Master Yi mid lane gank flash engage?
So
Not a
do you
single soul.
typically gank it with flash?
Most of the times I would not be able. When I queue, they flash away. And with a follow up with flash,
Yeah,
it's too risky.
they try to follow you. They try to flash you into the tower sometimes, which is a good time.
Okay, so I think it's just too risky to start off with the Q, because then they don't have anything. Most of the times I flash on them, and if they don't instantly flash, they're most likely dead. And if they instantly flash, I can either follow up and get them half HP and risk that I die if the enemy is in, for example, flash W's the mid laner, or I can just instantly Q the minion or just walk out to my wolves. The enemies know where I am anyways, or like most of the times, because most Yi start rep off and stuff, and they know me and stuff. But that works a lot, that I get at least something out of it. And if you get nothing, you don't lose too much time. That's like the most thing I have also for invading, for bot ganking, for top ganking. You can do anything if you don't lose too much. Yes.
Yeah.
And I think mid lane ganking, I really, really love it. Because honestly, if you get a level 3 first blood on Master Yi, on like a pro player, LEC, who gets like 20,000 a month for playing in pro play, and you just kill him instantly on stream, you walk back to your wolves, and like, with fucking Master Yi, it's like hilarious. And, like, what is this shit? And then he says on stream, oh god, what the fuck is this shit? And like, you're like laughing your ass off. And that would not happen if you just full clear, then the enemy top lane is like, yeah, Master Yi's here now. Yeah, good luck with ganking.
It is very unexpected. I can see that.
So you're talking like mid lane, right? Because you just said AD carry.
Wait, did I miss say something?
Oh,
Well, I was saying,
so are we talking about ganking mid lane or bot lane?
no, we were talking about ganking mid lane. But
Okay,
if
because
you're
I
just
heard
casually
ADC.
if you're casually full clearing to, let's say, the EDC or the top laner,
Mm-hmm.
they will expect it, because
Mm-hmm.
like, I think you can do a lot of nice ganks with Master Yi because nobody will expect it. You can tower dive in many situations because they don't expect it to work.
And so, since I missed the thing live, so do you typically what for like a mid lane gank? It'd be red Krugs Raptors mid, or wouldn't they ward the
You do
Raptors?
the normal
typically,
full
though?
clear. What do you say?
What if they like don't they normally like end up warding the Raptors though?
Yeah, exactly. You sweeper the Raptors. Oh, most of the times you know if it's warded, because I have a ward on top of the wrap buff, so I see if they late walk in to ward. So I have notification. If they walk through the mid lane, I see it as well, because my mid lane is tracking or my tower is tracking. So I always kind of know if it's warded or not. And I just, while I'm clearing my wrap buff, I'm checking if the enemy mid lane is warding. If this does work, I'm just gonna clear it with sweeper. Then I walk to my wolves and like fake walk, so they don't see it with like this 3 seconds or something. And then I walk back to the mid lane, getting a nice gank in, because then you know 100% it's not warded. And then you can cheese psychologically. Does not happen a lot, but I think in like out of 10 games, I do it like 2 times maybe. And that's a lot. If you like 100 games, it's 20 games. I do level 3 mid lane.
And you typically burn flash for that, right?
I typically want to burn flash for the, like, in most cases, if the enemy mid laner has no flash, your support, enemy mid lane, your mid laner, they can just snowball on that. If a Victor or something has no flash, no cleanse, no TP or something, he's pretty easy to kill. And also the wave side, like if you imagine you're a mid laner, which is another big point, you're getting out of concept because the mid laner has a certain way of how he wants to play the game, and then he's like confused. Now he has no TP, no flash, and the wave is a little bit different than he used to because of his habits. And then like, what do I do now? Otherwise, he would know exactly what to do. And that's the same for like Shaker OTPs. If you get these boxes early, they have no idea what they should do anymore. But if they get this clear, then they gank bot lane. It's pretty free for them because they know exactly what they have to do. But if you get out of their like habits and they're like, yeah, I don't know, and then they get a normal Shaco player, not a Shaco one trick who knows exactly what he has to do. Okay.
All right. So with that, let's go ahead and move on. We don't have. I don't know. Is there much else we want to talk about here before we get into the VOD reviews? I don't think so. I guess.
But I do have another question for
Mhm.
Munchy as well,
Yeah.
and Dandelion. When are your times to gank? Like, what are your times
For
when
mid
you
lane?
guys think? No, in general, in the early game.
Oh,
Do you always like see what the game is going on, or do you have like an idea of how you want to play, like a strategy?
well, I do always want to go to the lane that I think we're stronger, 2v2 or 3v3. So first I want to go touch up on mid lane. I gank mid lane when I think it depends a lot on the champions. So if my mid lane matchup is Orianna versus Victor, might almost never gank mid lane because I feel like it's impossible. But if I have like Silas versus Victor, then and I'm the one with the Silas by the way, then I think the level 3 gank mid, I would probably do a lot. So when it comes to ganking sides in general, it usually just depends on the waves. So if the wave is slow pushing in, I could walk into the bush and then lane gank them.
Interesting, interesting.
The wave is pushing out, I'm usually looking for a dive.
But so therefore it's a little bit spontaneous, right?
Yeah, but usually I have an expectation going into the game what the waves are gonna be like, the way I pass.
But most likely you play around bot lane, right?
Yeah, usually bot lane because I think this meta is pretty bot lane heavy. It's been for a while.
I guess I'll go. So whenever I look for a gank, is usually I look for lanes that are very aggressive, and lanes that are like in our side of the map. And I feel like those are higher chance of success. And most we can beat mastery can beat most people like 1v1 even if they fight you, but it would never be 1v1. So because you're ganking for your laner, and it should always be like at least a flash burnt if you're ganking a lane that's like in your side. And usually if they burn flash, I burn my flash as well just to get a kill. So as Sinerias says, sometimes like I do the raptor, they ward it, and you just sweep it, and then you fake walk, right? So they thought you walk the other way, and you walk around, and it works like almost every time in NA. And people they get really tilted, and then you can do it again. Like if you go back, you can literally do it again and again and again and again. They will literally fall for it like 10 times before they like FF.
and then I start laughing on stream, and everyone there. It's hilarious. It's hilarious.
Yeah, this works with top lane and bot lane. I saw like sometimes I like to do is like I like to like clear towards bot lane. Usually when I'm on red teams, I can clear down to bot lane and run red. I will dive them, and then meditate. Like after the dive, will be let's say I live right. I'm gonna 1 HP. I will stay, and then I'll walk around between the towers. I'll gank them again because it'll most be like level 4. I'll be
Oh
gonna be
yeah,
level 4.
classic move.
And then they're gonna be like level 3, support being level 2 with no flash, and you just kill them again, and then their game is over, right? So that's something you can cheese. You can like ganks. You can. I generally think about them and see how if they can work or not. And top lane, it's like I usually don't go unless it's like they're shouting in really hard. It's free kill. Mostly mid lane, bot lane, and then that's about like it. If you can usually for me I just see the kill. Like I know if I just do my combo he's gonna be dead, and then I the thing is I'm a little different. Like, I don't really count on my laners to do anything because I just assume that they're gonna miss everything.
But
So
that's wrong, right? Because
that
then
that that
you
that,
can't.
that is wrong because I should have faith in my teammate, but I just you you gotta play an NA to know what I'm talking about.
So you,
It is impossible, bro.
I agree with Sinerias. You should never play like your team is garbage. You should have faith in them. Because
Yeah, but I've been. It's
do you
like
believe? Do you believe that your Syndra will hit the QE or not?
No. They will miss. They will miss it 100% of the time. And then if they hit it, dude, if they hit it, I'll be like, wow, he did what he's supposed to do. But
Oh
if
my
he missed, it's like I'm not really tilted if he missed because I'm expecting him to miss, right? And like I'm playing in a way that I think he's gonna miss. Like sometimes I like flash unnecessarily because I was like, yeah, he's gonna like Silas. They always miss the E chain. They always miss the E chain. The enemy like don't even sidestep, he will miss. The same
That's why
thing,
he
like,
missed.
right?
Yeah.
People like you can't tell who's a good player, and it's like unless it's like a mouse hole or something, it's like you really like I should believe in my team more. It's like Blitzcrank hook. Do you guys believe in Blitzcrank flash hooks?
yeah, I mean, I always believe in my teammates to land it. If this guy like lands nothing the whole game, it's just I guess the game is unplayable because this guy sucks. It's not that I should change the way I play because I think they're bad.
Let's say a Thresh is like come, I will lantern and then I will like I'll predict his flash with my E and then hook him. And then let's say you did it, you skipped your camp and then he missed
Yeah.
and then he ended up dying, right?
Yeah.
And then it's like, well, I guess I'm never gonna trust this guy ever again.
Well,
in
my
this game.
reaction is just, well, I guess you suck. I get okay. It is
Yeah,
what it
I
is.
don't play with this chat on. Also, I really don't like typing. I feel like they distract you way too. What's it called? Way too much. Sometimes, I guess for me, when I see people talk, it distracts me a little bit from the game, and that's. I mean, you should communicate with your team more. This is something that I just don't do because so many you can't tell them what to do. If they're gonna like most of the time, if you're gonna tell someone they're 0-5, they are probably not gonna listen unless it's like you know the person. If you know like a player have a good reputation, then sure you can talk to him. But most people like I play like right now I'm playing in like it's preseason, so it's like last season master GM players, and these guys are like horrendously when you're
I know
trying
what
to
you
like talk to them because they won't care. I talked earlier Jace was like, man, why did you dive to Aurelia when she has no stun? But what he doesn't know, we got a gank off, but he didn't know that I had no Q. I had to hit the minions to get a Q back. He didn't know that, and he was talking about that for like 2 minutes. He was just sitting in his tower typing to me, and then I had to like mute him. I never really like talk back.
But then
And
I would literally, just say personally, my bad, sorry, because I don't give a single shit about this guy's opinions. This random NA guy who like this guy does not affect my life.
He's
At
just
all.
a rando.
exactly.
boy.
That's why I usually just don't give him attention. But then
No,
he takes your grump,
Yeah.
and then what happens?
I would just say my bad, sorry. I tried my best. I'm sorry that I failed you. Something like this. I'm not sucking his dick or anything like this. I'm literally just saying I'm sorry because maybe he plays better now, and I don't really give a shit if he does or if he does not. I did what I did, and I try my best. And I would recommend you to do the same because if you start muting him and he will take his scrum, it's like, why would you like? I don't care. What this is so useless to communicate like this.
I will say
That's
to
true.
Dandelion's credit here, one thing I was thinking about as we were talking about this, I think both Dandelion and I have spent the most time out of everyone in this call in this particular elo of like low master to like high master.
Oh God, I would die. I swear.
Like everyone else in this call has spent the majority of their time in other elos. So I think both.
I love Diamond 4. That's my elo.
Yes, the Proceed elo of Diamond Form.
Random.
Basically, I understand where Dandelion is coming from, and I also share some habits with him of like I tend to mute people very quickly. I tend to, and I've tried to actually kind of drift away from this recently, but for a very long time, and even still a bit now, I really have a hard time like trusting teammates, listening to what they have to say, like unless it's someone is like a well-known person, right? Like a pro player on an account they're leveling, maybe I'll listen to them. But even then, like a lot of the time, I don't know. I think maybe it's partially an NA thing, partially like this particular low master to like high master bracket. But yeah, I understand where Dandelion is coming from. So I wonder if your opinions would change if you played a lot in just that elo. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think ultimately what Sinerias is saying makes sense though.
It gets better when the higher you go. Actually, like Sinerias said, when I played like very high elo as well last year, and then But whenever you get back in those like lobbies that are just like just demon lobbies, demon master
It's
lobbies,
traumatic.
it is so bad. It makes you never want to talk to anyone again in League
Yeah.
because all they do is they just say random stuff out of their mouth and it doesn't even make sense.
Yeah,
And
there's
then
so
so you
much
just need to sit there
ego.
and looking at it. And then what happens is then they also like, they say something and then they bully you. They bully the jungle in game as well. They'll take you to camps. They will like do everything they can to stop you from getting come back. You vote no on FF, and then he steals your red buff, right? Like that's how it goes.
I always get to my red buff before they do. I don't worry about
I know.
that.
I
He's
also
I got my
prepared
eye on
already.
it. Yeah, I got my eye on it. Yeah.
But what's it called?
Unless it's a Syndra, then you're screwed.
Yeah, so I
It's
think
in macro. It's in Cowsep his macro to be on red first.
always, always.
so.
So it's like
Yeah.
it's sometimes it's like I guess I was born playing these. I play so much in it, and I was like, I just don't want to deal with it anymore. I just play it
Yeah.
by myself, and like that's actually like helped me climb like last year. Like I climbed like very quick. It took like 1 month, and just because I was not talking to a single person, just focusing on my own games. And whenever someone starts spam, I will mute their chat, but I won't mute their pings. And the second they start getting annoying with pings, I would just mute their pings as well. But usually pings are like I would say like 80% to 70% time. That's all you need. It's like they'll ping the enemy team flash. Boom, you have a flash timer, right? Sometimes they lie, but we don't talk about those times.
So I think like what Sinerias is saying, I think that's probably like without a question the better, more mature way. It's just better to have more information, and it's also better to be able to count on your teammates, even if you have doubts. But just to Dandelion's credit, and also I can sympathize. Like we've been really traumatized playing this Elo for so long, having more games this season than other people, and so and also you can make the argument that like depending on the Elo you're playing in, certain strategies might be kind of overall more bang for buck in terms of helping you climb than others. And maybe playing in this Elo in particular, like Dandelion was saying, actually helped him climb. For playing in this Elo in particular, it might actually increase your chances of winning more to mute people like that than it would be to have them unmuted, where it can be distracting. It also, again, depends on the kind of how much of a distracted player can you be. Are you someone who doesn't care no matter how much people type and ping at you? Great, just keep it all on. But a lot of us aren't.
I would also see it as a challenge, because in order to climb very high, you need to have a very good mental. And when someone types to you, muting them is maybe smarter for your health in this current situation, but it doesn't test your mental. And testing your mental maybe helps it to grow, because you are like, if you just take the easy road all the time, which is muting all, of course that can work, but you're not improving your mental at all. It's just a bit the easy way, the easy path to take. But I do agree. Like I was like these 2 days in Master Tier I was just played, it was a fucking horror. Like honestly, I was also muting people, so I get what you mean. I have to ask Munchy though, by the way, is it in a challenger way better than in a Master Tier?
It's much better.
Okay.
Any master players are really bad.
They're
And
really
cringe.
annoying too, aren't they? Like just
Yes.
so.
Yeah, super
I
cringe.
had a
And massive
guy-
ego.
I had a guy who got solo killed in lane while taking Ignite versus TP, and then I did fuck up and died to his laner afterwards. After he died, and then he gets solo killed again, and then blames it on me dying to his laner.
I'd flame you too. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
I mean, obviously, I fucked up, but he's actually trying to put all the blame on me. He's the one who inted him first.
Well,
Wow.
you're the one that gave him the opportunity to do that. Like suddenly he had somebody to blame, bro.
Finally, I have someone to blame.
Give you an example. Last season, I remember this Fiora against Riven. My Fiora, they both have ignites, and then my Fiora like got 1v1 solo kill, no jungle assist, and then this guy just spam pinging me, and he's like, "Bruh, why are you pinging me? You lost 1v1." And then this is what the guy said. No shit. He said, "I lose 1v1 because I am trash." Because you are trash. I lose 1v1 because you are trash. He lost it because I'm trash. Yes.
No, that checks out.
then-
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Yep. Anyway, that's
So, yeah.
NA for NA in
NA
a
top
nutshell for
laner.
you. But I
But
think
don't worry, EU is not better in Master Tier. Master Tier is just the worst.
Yeah, so I think
Platinum
it's
2 is the worst in EU. Okay, I'm just saying.
What's
Just
what is
saying.
worse?
Platinum
What
2,
is-
bro.
Anyways, that really just about wraps up everything that I want to touch on. I tried to condense this part of the seminar into shorter, albeit it still ended up being like almost 3 hours a section. I wanted to do some VOD reviewing now. I think that's really going to be the part like I said, I'm looking forward to that the most. I think we'll learn probably the most from that. So if that's all right with everyone here, if no like last minute things anyone wants to talk about, I think we should just get into that right away. And Sinerias, I was wondering if you're okay with it. I think it'd be interesting to review your VODs first.
Okay.
Is that all right
Yeah,
with you, or
sure.
do you have
Sure.
reservations? Would you rather start
Um,
with someone else?
No, I'm fine with it. I'm absolutely fine with it. It was fully tryharding. I was not happy with my own performance, so it's
Mhm.
maybe not that insane.
I think that's good. We want to look at games where like things didn't quite go according to plan. That's more to learn from, I think.
Okay. So how do you want this to go? Do you want to do the VOD reviewing? Should I do the VOD reviewing, or how do you
I
exactly
think
want it?
you'll do it on your computer and you'll share your screen. That's how we'll do it for
Would you?
everyone.
Can you like disable your camera? Like maybe that's why.
You think
Like I
so?
can't
Okay.
see. Yeah. Like, can you just disable your camera,
How do-
bro? Like it's not that
like,
hard, man.
Go out of the Discord call and then rejoin.
All right, let me
Or
see.
just like turn off your camera, bro.
I try. There's this thing that says show my camera. I unchecked it.
No, we're not
Did you
unchecked.
click the
Wait.
turn off?
No. Wait. Click there on the bottom left. On the bottom left.
Bottom
No,
left?
not here. Bottom on where you decline the call. Left is the microphone. Left is the screen share. No. Okay.
Oh, let's go.
Here,
Let's
here,
go.
exactly. This one.
Did it work?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay.
Jesus
Yay.
Christ! I didn't know he was actually an idiot. Like Jesus.
Come on, man. I don't use Discord enough. That's my defense.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Right,
Okay.
like-
Now we'll get to see if the screen share actually works.
Okay. It should be working, right?
Did you screen share it?
Yes, I
Yeah,
started
you can
it.
see your screen.
Can you just rejoin the call? Maybe I'm bad
Yes,
here.
yes, I will.
All right. Where'd he go? Like Jesus.
Oh,
Those are
also, if
Really long reconnect, huh?
if y'all want to help me like look at my chat and answer any questions that come up,
Way
that'd be
cleaner for me
appreciated.
to click now. Maybe it works now.
Okay, did you screen share? 'Cause I don't see it.
Cowsep, try to see. Do you have the show non-video participants box checked in Discord?
Oh, I might because we had somebody that wasn't there. Yeah, where do I turn that back on?
You just right click on the you just click anywhere in the thing.
Okay. Yeah, anywhere in the thing doesn't work, homie.
Just click on your face. Right
Oh,
click on your face.
yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, that was it, bro. What in the world?
But now Cowsep is also an idiot, not only Wuju.
Listen, not obvious, okay? And if we didn't have a guy without a camera, this would have never happened.
All right.
I got some water real quick.
Wow,
Okay,
you're
so
a
what I
genius.
usually do in the coachings is I watch like one of the games where I had a lot of devs, at least 8. So there's a lot of things I can look to improve on. But I think on these on the seminar, maybe it's more useful to take a game where I was in a good position in order to see how I'm simply playing, right? Or what do you guys think?
Are we watching this from the point of view of the replay client or from the point of view of the stream?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? Like, are we doing it from your point of view in the client, or are we doing it from your point of view from your stream?
From the client, from the client.
From the client.
What do you want from my stream?
Back.
I don't care.
Well-
What did you envision? Did you envision replays or from?
I
Stream
think it's
perspective?
smarter to do it on replay because there's more tools.
Yeah, let's just do it from the replay.
Personally, I like POV, so I can see exactly what you're seeing.
Yeah, see what you were doing. That's what I was thinking as well.
Okay, you can guys decide. I have no problem with both.
How about you pull up the stream as well, and we start with the replay, and then if we really want to know what your point of view was, got it.
I guess
Unless
we
you
can
can't find the
try.
game.
I personally
Yeah,
would vote
yeah.
for the replay, but whatever people here.
Oh, okay, Mr. Wuju.
What do you guys want? We just vote who wants what.
I'll vote POV.
I vote POV.
I'll vote POV.
Okay, yeah, then
Oh.
You just said
what
you were
do you
voting
know?
Wait, I
replay,
thought-
Wuju. What the hell?
Wait, I got it mixed up. I realized POV is the opposite of what I'm voting for. But
Stream
whatever.
or VOD, okay? Stream or VOD.
Stream
Okay,
or
I was
Stream.
voting for
Okay, stream.
VOD. Dandelion, what were you?
Stream.
What?
I go for stream, dude.
Okay,
There
stream.
you go. Yeah, streams.
The
up,
Dandelion,
boy.
you
boy.
also
Yeah.
say stream.
Yeah, because like
Okay.
if you look from the stream, you can kind of get a better feel for like what they were actually looking at.
And people
know.
in chat seem to favor POV more as well.
Wait,
Literally
need
everybody
to-
in chat said VOV. Look at that. Like nobody is as dumb as you would, Joe, except the honest climb. Like he likes things
Wow.
honest.
This
Okay.
guy never wastes a chance to flame me.
Okay, let's
Bro,
go.
I can't even open my VODs because Korea doesn't get VODs anymore.
Dang, really?
Yeah.
Guess we'll have to do
Okay.
stream for you.
No, I've still got VOD. I
Okay.
got it.
What is this?
I still have
Okay,
VODs. I just have to use a VPN.
What is
What in the
the
world
noise?
is this stuff? What's going on here?
I have no idea. Okay, so let me think which this game could be interesting. 3-5, 11-10. That's a lot of no, this was a great
That's a really good one. A lot of deaths and a lot of kills.
But
yeah.
I remember this game. It was Master High-Elo and I lost my mind extremely.
Okay,
so
so
maybe-
that sounds like a great game to look at how you can improve.
We can rewatch this game. We can rewatch this game. Was against Mouth?
It looks like you're getting kind of picky here.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
this
am getting
game.
picky because obviously I want to give good content.
Jesus. I don't know. I like the idea of an 11-10 losing your mind and seeing how you could have improved.
But then it's just content and not me providing good information on how you need to play.
I mean, it could have been good info. I mean, it's okay, whatever, guys.
Okay, we start with this and afterwards we give Cowsep some content seeing me dying.
Oh, baby.
Okay.
Can
So
you use Bear Blossom skin?
wait, is it on this here? Okay, let's start here. I already said I'm just gonna
Okay.
explain how are we gonna do it? I'm just gonna explain what I'm doing. Or should I not talk too much?
You can
You
explain.
can
You
Explain.
talk.
It's good.
Talk it away. Talk it away.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we do in faster speed? Probably, right?
Whatever you want.
Okay.
Like, you can speed it up if you want, yeah? And then pause it.
Okay, I always do this clear because the faster to clear is one more first. Okay, I have my camera not looking at bot lane because it's impossible to gank. And now I'm seeing maybe on this when I think I should look at the minimap already.
Okay,
on the
so I actually have a question. Why do you find bot lane to be impossible to gank when they're going to be aggro at level 2?
because
Like, see,
I'm-
that's the kind of lane I would enjoy ganking because I know that Nautilus and Draven are going to push up into
Interesting.
that.
It's interesting. The thing is, the chance I get a kill like I go right now, the chance I get something right now is very, very low in my opinion. Because even if like they will get level 2 before our guys, and there's a chance
Right.
that they can 2v3 us even.
See, that's where
And
I like the coin flip. Like, to me, I'm like, oh, that's worth it. That is
Okay,
because like
what
I go
happened-
down there and I can get double kill. I can get a double kill because they're gonna push so hard. But I've had it so many times where they take a kill at level 2, and then my bot lane can't come back because Draven actually got an item. And even if we kill them both, Draven comes back with an item, and my bot lane doesn't.
All I can say is, what happens if you die now? On the
I'm not
Draven?
gonna die. I'm not gonna die to Draven. The worst that's gonna happen is my bot lane gets doubled. I'm not dying, but they might.
I think it's basically what I'm saying is I try to go bot lane only in rare cases because if it doesn't work out, I'm completely fucked.
What do the other people think about that bot lane?
I think Ezreal Karma should get push if you path towards them.
Well,
I
yeah,
think-
like you know they're gonna go push, right? Like,
Yeah, so what you want, because what I'm thinking is, if they push, they can harass the Draven, and they'll be like 1 HP eventually, or at least your Ezreal Karma gets the recall first.
So you're thinking like a later gank, not an early gank?
I don't think you probably can't you're probably not looking for a gank. You're probably just like passing bot to make sure your bot lane doesn't die to Elise while
Dude, I would
humping
coin
the
flip
enemy
that
under
so
tower.
hard. Oh,
Because
like I'm just getting happy thinking about it.
Dude,
Dude, like that's a
they-
dream
they-
gank for me. That's a
Would-
dream gank.
You will
They-
instantly gank level 2 gank bot lane right now.
Oh, I'd probably get red buff and I would just instantly gank that. Yeah, I would have already been
Level
there.
after
I would have
red
already
buff,
been
you
there.
would?
I would have already been there, dude.
Holy shit.
I would have been waiting in that bush, and right there at that moment that we're looking at there, I would have already been up there killing him.
But what if I'm telling you, or asking you, if you had two options, let's say you have two different pills you can take, and for
Okay.
all these years you've taken the wrong pill,
It's not
even
wrong
though
if we get a double, bro.
no, okay, listen, it may not be wrong, but the other pill you didn't take it, so it's the potential you could have been gotten,
You mean the potential you're missing out on right now?
or the potential you are missing out right now. Maybe
600 gold, bro.
But what if I told you you would have been challenger every single season if you took the other pill? But
If I
because
didn't
you
gank the Nautilus
would
Draven.
like to, if you don't gank the Nautilus Draven. Okay. Okay, I forget
mean,
about it.
They are gonna hit level 2 first, right? So they will be. It's coin
More
flippy.
dominant.
I know it's coin flippy.
There's, I have a
knows?
question for you. At 330, what do you think every lane is gonna look like?
Every single lane. That's a very good question. And I want
Yeah.
you to know all the other opinions first about this, okay?
Would you
Oh,
wanna go?
I can give an opinion.
Cowsep. Uh-huh.
Bot lane is gonna be shoved to the tower, like all the way in. Draven and Nautilus are gonna be sitting there eyeballing them and harassing them, and they're just begging for me to gank them. That's what I think about bot lane. And then mid lane, I don't know what the hell's gonna happen in mid lane. It'll just sit in the middle, and then top lane Kassadin's gonna get shoved in.
I think Kassadin was gonna be hard shoved in the entire game, and I think bot lane is gonna be hard shoved in the entire game. And I think the Elise is
Okay.
most likely gonna tower dive bot lane, not top lane, because it's not really that effective. And mid lane is not gonna happen anything because Elise wants to avoid the Malphite because he's not level 6 anyways. And Lux will try to get an aggressive early play on because she will not get ganked by the Elise for sure.
That's interesting. I would think Elise would tower dive top lane.
I would actually be kind of scared of that. Not
Is
gonna
this how they
lie
stop
with Ignite
them?
Akshan. Because I assume Akshan just pushes it in, Caston can't ever touch the wave. And then when the third cannon wave crashes, at least pulls
gonna
up
get
on their
dived.
tower.
Yeah, I've seen it so many times.
Like
I
Kassadin
think
is
she
so
can do
easily
both.
diveable compared to Ezreal Karma, you know?
I think Elise can literally decide which lane
There's-
she's gonna
there's
tower
some
dive.
truth. Yeah,
I
that's
think
fair.
Ezreal Karma is not so easy to dive because they can blow up the wave before it reaches the tower.
But they need to be very good.
Yeah. Well, you should always play.
But
I
as
always
you
like
can
to play
see
as-
here, this is one of the best ADCs in Europe, so most likely.
Oh, you should have ganked for him, dude.
Your
Jesus.
Ezreal Karma can get pushed. If you aren't afraid of your top getting dove, I would much rather pass bot.
But the thing about it, in this game, or like now when I rewatch it, I would never have thought about this ever to gank bot lane. And now when Cowsep brings it up, I'm like, of course if it doesn't work out, it's like terrible. But
I'm still not
actually,
convinced.
it
I would have
could
whipped
work
for that,
out.
dude.
Okay, I want to
It
add
could work
another
out.
thing. If you pass top, are you scared of Akshan pulling up with Elise into your jungle at your blue and killing you?
If
Because you
they
have
come,
no prio top.
then I give up and blue buff. That's fine.
Yeah, but he
Yeah,
has
isn't
that-
Lux,
that
right?
sucks.
Lux can help.
A lot.
Yeah,
Lux
sucks.
ain't
But
gonna do
then...
shit.
Lux is
So
what?
basically, we look at
Shit,
the
beautiful.
minimap, okay? You see my mouse, right?
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah.
what I would do is I walk to Wolves, clear it. And now I see Ashkan is already warding. So I'm assuming she's going to my jungle. Elise alone would not be that big of a problem. The moment I see Elise is coming as well, I can assume that she has 12 CS or 16 CS. So
Yeah.
she did like skip a little bit of cam. So what I would have done, I would have instantly path top bot side, went for a gank. And if it doesn't work out, I go her grump or whatever. Like something has to be up. And then a reason to go back to my Crux with Scuttle and stuff. And I just give up the blue and Grump. Grump will respawn at a higher level with more XP. So it's not that bad, but I'm forced to give it up. And you are correct on that. Maybe because of its Kassadin Ashkan with Ignite, I should have probably started blue buff.
Yeah.
Where did you ward?
I warded this bush here. Right, on the right.
So who warded? Somebody warded beside you too. Was that your Karma? Karma warded beside you?
Oh, that's a
On the
question I
minimap?
can...
Yeah.
Who was this? This was not me.
It
for
had to
sure.
have been Karma because she swapped to a sweeper, right? So where was
But
you?
that
So
doesn't
did you
make
guys
any
stack
sense.
wards?
Wait,
Did
let
you
me
guys
check.
stack
Where did I
wards there?
ward? Let me check.
No, that looks like
Oh, it was my ward.
your
Or
ward,
what?
yeah.
Oh, it was
is
my
that
ward
your-
because I was late. Yeah, it was my ward.
You
I
don't
was
even know what your
late.
ward scan is. Jesus.
I always wore this bush. That's why I was confused. But
Oh,
but you
okay.
mean ward skin? Yeah, I have no fucking idea. I have absolutely zero. Okay, we watch
Okay.
this. Oh, now
Okay.
gang bot lane.
So,
I
like,
just
Dude,
don't
no, you
like
ganked
it.
bot lane before that, bro.
wait, here's the thing. I'm surprised you don't
this-
even mouse your camera over to bot lane? Because it's true, Draven Nautilus is like a scary lane compared to
Yes,
Ezreal Karma.
yes, Wuju, yes.
But you should at least look, yeah, because
You
Ezreal
know
Karma.
what's gonna happen. In
Right.
10 seconds from now, they're gonna be pushed to that tower for the double. Oh.
Exactly, yeah. So Elise, like we were saying, could gank top or could gank bot lane. So I mean, if they want to gank bot lane, then
I mean, if
Draven
Elise
Nautilus
goes
must be
bot, you're
shoving them in and
screwed.
die. Yeah,
Like,
that's
I
true.
understand if Elise goes bot,
Guys,
you're
I
screwed.
have to say one thing. We
Yes.
are starting watching the VOD, and it's
Yeah.
1 minute 30. The wrap up
Yeah.
just started.
But
and
this
all
is
you guys
very
are
There's
saying,
so
important.
much to talk about.
Why
This
are
is
you
the
not
most
ganking?
important
Why are
part. Yeah, this is the most important part, though,
This
is
is,
figuring out
yeah.
what you're going to do in the early game, right? Because the mid game, you can kind of like the choices are just everywhere. But like the
Okay.
early game is the same thing every game, right?
This situation it just looks like me that the chance we get a good outcome, let's say it's 70%. For Cowsep, it's maybe 80%. For me, it's 70.
69%.
60. Okay. Okay. So I assume it's 70% we go for this play. It works out, right? It's not good enough for me because that means that there will be 10 games where I'll be 3 games where I don't get this. Then Elise will for sure invade me with Ashkan, and I have to give my entire top side.
Mhm.
And if I don't get anything, then I only got my wrap off and crux, and I'm the game is over if the enemies play correctly. And the chance I die is also given. Not only that it doesn't work out, the chance I die is given. The chance that I simply don't get anything is given. We only have a Karma, Flash, Q. They have no stuns, so they can technically just Draven Flash Cleanse away, Nautilus Flash Q away. And if I get all of those sums, it's still not worth it for me.
Wait, hold on,
Even
do
if
we
we
know
all
what?
get,
Do we know where Elise started this game?
I assume she started blue buff, but I have no idea.
Okay.
Well,
Oh. Oh.
When was
We
this
start
game?
red
This
buff every game, and then we go and we assume where they start.
well, don't you think that if do you
But
think
by
that
now,
if you have
yeah,
3 lanes with no prio, and if the enemy jungler is good, the game is lost?
no.
You don't
I
think
think
that
you're.
usually?
I think you are in a very bad position, but you can. There are many things you can still do. You can
I
get for
think-
lucky counter ganks. And
Well,
Yeah,
this game he
I
has
think
2
so,
lanes
but-
with no prio, right? So
Yeah,
you can
well,
see.
no, it could be. Well, I think in a perfect game, your top should be the only one without prio, because your bot should have prio if you path to them. Because the only reason they wouldn't have prio here is that if you're pathing away, they have to be scared to play aggressive, because they won't have your backup. So,
What if they call Elise down to bot lane here? What if they be like, the Elise thinking the same thing? He's like, I cannot let last 3 gank bot. Then do you think you win the 3v3?
But they don't think Matchy's going to gank bot. Listen to Sinerias. He thinks it's just absolutely abysmal. Everybody thinks it's abysmal. But I'm feeling it.
I had seen
Surprise.
Elise's gank bot like right after blue before.
I have a
If she
question.
ganked bot was. You were
how many
screwed,
of you
dude.
guys would have ganked bot lane here?
Or thought about it? How about let's say thought about it?
I would have
okay?
definitely thought about it. Yeah.
I
In
would,
this
yeah,
position,
I would have
I would have thought about it, but I would not really like to.
What if you could see the wave a little bit better there? What if-
Yeah,
what if-
I would have at least looked.
Okay, let me tell you something. I agree. I might have should have moved my camera for 1 second. I agree. But it doesn't matter too much. It's still not worth it for me to go for this play.
Okay,
I
okay.
don't
You know
need-
what?
I didn't
will
to instantly
concede.
flip the game level 2.
I would have done it, but I concede. Let's move on.
Yeah,
so
we can
get
move
going.
I think part of what's going on here, Sinerias looks for 80% plus plays, and the rest of us are maybe okay with less percentage than 80%.
Yeah,
We
How's
Okay,
is probably
so-
okay with 20%.
I would be. I would have flipped that. Yes. So what about
Wait.
mid
Okay.
here?
Look, first of all, I'm taking W because I was scared Elise is gonna invade me.
That's
why I
good.
think
That's good.
Ganking mid lane is impossible. I checked that for 1 second. Like here.
Okay, so why
Check
is
the
mid
difference.
impossible to you? Like, why do you feel it's impossible?
Malphite has a flash, and he can react to Luke's Q. That's why. I can't kill, I
Okay.
can't burst him down.
Okay, so if you can't kill a Malphite, then how can you kill somebody else? Like, what makes Malphite harder to gank than?
A Victor is first of all more squishy. A Victor loses
Okay,
way,
well,
way,
Victor's
way more.
like really, really, you know, Victor's like you
Okay,
bully
like,
Victor
let's
early.
let's say LeBlanc.
Okay, yeah, say LeBlanc.
Okay, LeBlanc. Lux can flash Q in LeBlanc, and she's 1 HP without flash. Let's just say, and she survives it. Let's say she survives it, which she probably can, and I lose my flash, Lux loses flash. It's still a good position for Lux. And it helps her mid lane tremendously.
But
And
she
I
not
don't
do the
lose a
same thing
lot.
against Malphite? Like, why is LeBlanc different?
Because LeBlanc if she's full HP, can pressure. LeBlanc, if she's full HP, can potentially kill Lux with a gank. LeBlanc can potentially push out the waves and roam. LeBlanc can potentially, if she gets gold, carry. All these things does not apply to Malphite. Malphite is just a useless stone until he's level 6, then he ults. If he's
So
0-5,
you don't feel
or
it's
0-20.
worth it because it's a Malphite here.
Exactly, and he's too tanky. I don't think we can kill him.
So your idea of ganking for this is to help your laner more so than to help yourself?
No, I always try to help myself. But in many situations, this little help you can give leads to an insane snowball for your team, and then I help my teammates. So not always for myself, but I mean, you can't just play completely egoistic. You won't win games like this. But your goal in the game in general with Master Yi is getting yourself ahead. But in some situations you can help your team. Like the Lux here is not necessarily, she doesn't need you. But if she plays a Lux against LeBlanc, LeBlanc is full HP, and now you get LeBlanc to half HP, Lux wins the game. And if Malphite is full HP or half HP, it doesn't really matter that much. Lux can nonetheless get all the CS.
How would you approach a LeBlanc mid gank if Lux didn't flash onto it?
And then I don't gank mid lane.
Well, then how do you know if mid lane is worth ganking if you don't know if your Lux will actually flash on it?
I know if my Lux, like the way she plays, I can tell if she's good enough to play the game. And if she doesn't flash on it, she can just at least do auto attacks and trade with her. Because if LeBlanc uses W, she's dead. Yeah.
So it requires setup to gank this LeBlanc, like by Lux. Like you kind of.
No, I also gank Katarina's level 2, level 3.
Well, no, what I'm saying is like like when you're going for a gank, you require your mid laner to actually help you set it up in some way. Otherwise,
of course, like you can't one the enemy mid laner. But I'm always playing in a way that I trust my mid laner to at least hit the Syndra QE.
Unlike some of us.
Like some of us.
So would you flash on it before she flashes on it?
On the Lux, no. On the Lux, she needs to flash first, and I wouldn't insta flash.
Okay, so if you don't know for sure if she's gonna flash, right? Like I'm just trying to dissect the whole situation here for these early ganks because it's very important. I don't know how to gank mid, right?
Okay, yeah, don't worry.
Like if she doesn't
explain it every time I do it. By the way,
if she doesn't flash, then you just wasted your time, right?
Not necessarily. I don't. You waste maybe 10 seconds at maximum, and that's okay. Because you need to wait 10 seconds for Skull anyways. You don't lose too much by getting a good mid gank. And it just depends on the situation. You can see it. If she doesn't walk up, if she doesn't queue, you can't get the kill. Then you walk through mid, go to your wolves.
Let's move along here. I think we want to see how the rest of this game plays out, right? So.
Okay.
I agree that ganking mid is questionable, so I think it's fine to skip it.
Lux on the wave. Malphite is like literally useless. He's just gonna sit back and wait till 6.
Okay, I would recommend to not be extremely picky about one little situation in order to watch a lot of the game.
Yeah.
Okay, so Elise doesn't come here, so I'm just using my abilities right now. If she comes, I would survive it, that's sure. And I have to ignore top lane most likely.
I agree.
Okay, now we see Elise bot lane, and I'm considering top lane right now. My camera movement. We got first blood on mid lane for some fucking reason. Okay, and now I try to not gank through this way because I expect it to be warded because it's extremely pressuring. Okay, and now I'm pinging my Q, and I want him to use his stuff to get a flash on him and maybe get the wave. And now don't look at what's happening now, okay? It's fine.
Look, you know, it's okay. It happens to everyone.
Why do I have to show this even? Okay, so I flash on him. Look at this.
Use champion attack, bro. Use champion attack.
My mouse is literally on him here. You can see it clearly.
Oh yeah, you couldn't queue the minions if you had champs only on it.
Oh well, no, your mouse is on top of the minions. You can see the minion glowing.
I will check in a second. Right?
I mean, look, if we're wondering if League bugged or Sinerias bugged, I'm sure Sinerias bugged.
Well, yeah, League bugs a lot though for this kind of stuff. Okay, here, watch the mouse.
Look at my mouse. It's here.
Okay, watching it. Okay, it's on the minion. It's on the minion.
Oh my god!
It's okay. It's okay. You know, it happens to the best of us.
I wonder what my face is looking right now. Like, Okay, I was just pretending not to be happy.
Okay, but I have a question about this. So you mentioned at the early part of the game you weren't worried about top lane getting dived, right? And obviously we just saw Elise on bot lane just now, but don't you think that Elise could have maybe thought about this as a diving situation at some point?
Yeah, 100%. Elise can dive top lane and bot lane, whatever she decides.
So how
It
did
just
you know
lets-
where Elise was, like, before she showed herself? Like, how did you decide where she was going to be? How did you track her?
You can't necessarily track her if you don't see anyone showing on the map. She can start both sides on her own. So it's
So
not
were you
you
tracking
can't.
her in this game?
Yes, but you can track her only in a way that you can assume where she is if you don't have clear information. So right now I was expecting her to be bot side, because if she was playing around top left around Ashkan, she would have been in my jungle. So the moment I was seeing her not being on my blue buff, I was communicating with I'm duoing with the, like, not duoing, but he's a challenger player who we were in VoiceCon, we got matched together, and I was talking with him right now that I assume that Elise will be bot side, and that's why they survived the dive here as well. And that's why
So
I
you're on
tracked her
voice like Cassidon?
with the Karma.
Oh, Karma. Okay.
So I'm like assuming Elise will be bot side right now. At this point, you can only assume it. There's no way you can 100% be sure. You can only guess. Like she can, as I said, she can, even if 80% of all Elise starts red, and I highly recommend she assume she's going to be bot. It can still be the other way around. So I just look at what happens here, and if you can see it this way, I was pinging bot lane right now. I think no, I didn't ping. I didn't ping. I was on voice.
What would you communicate to your team here?
I would
about Elise?
type in chat Elise bot 80%. That's what
But
I
you
would
didn't type
type.
it this game.
Yeah, I was doing with the Karma, and I don't do it like all I'm saying. What is the best? I'm not doing myself all the time. It's impossible.
Yeah.
I'm not a
I'm
robot.
just
I'm just saying what would be the best. I can't have my mouse on my camera on bot and typing everything in chat. I'm trying to be as good as possible.
Would you use any pings to communicate?
Yeah,
Where
of
the Karma,
course.
or where,
Danger
where
ping
Elise
once or twice and type most likely Elise bot in chat.
Okay.
And that's the best information I get. It improves the chance of it's a good outcome.
Do you think it's worth to say something that might be wrong, though, if you're not 100% sure where Elise is? I mean, it does benefit to let your teammates know that she
True.
exists.
Some situations where I'm like, it could be that bot is that Elise's bot, but I'm not gonna ping it because I want my bot laner to play, and I take the risk of not giving the information. I do that, but it just depends on. Like I would just say, do it on experience, on how you feel like. How do you want your bot laner to play? You can, even if you know Elise's topside, ping danger ping bot, so they rather go even instead of having a snowball lane. There are many things you can do psychologically, but I will not go onto this detail. But this is very, very weird. Like, look at this. This is like very closely.
Unlucky.
But
By
this
the
happens like
way,
very easily.
Munchy, I think you have a little bit of echo. We can hear.
Oh.
Yeah. So if you could like mute yourself when you're not
Yeah, I
talking.
can.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, they even die. here.
Wait, you
That
died?
was, for example, yeah, that was
bot
my
lane.
bad,
Bot lane.
because I should have typed it in chat as well. But they
Oh,
played
yeah,
it very well.
that's an example where, like, putting that information out for them would have helped them out a lot, right? Instead of hard focusing on top lane.
Exactly. Yeah. So when I should have instantly communicated better. And now we're gonna chase that. What is happening now? I'm starting the dragon. Okay. Do you think? Question for all of you guys. What do you think about this dragon?
Oh, can we go back a bit?
What, go
Yeah,
back?
can-
I
yeah,
don't
can
know
we-
where you're
Play
at right now.
from
Yeah.
This-
Okay.
Right here.
Okay. Oh, Ezreal didn't die. What is that pink word? That was your pink word?
Just to
Yeah, it
reveal
was my
the
big word. I wanted to let Karma go through as well. I just really dislike this ward here.
If that's NA, then at least we'll use E and then we'll dodge it and kill her.
Yeah. I mean, okay. So Elise is a little low. You have Prio in mid. Your
think this
Karma
dragon's
just came
good.
back.
Yeah, this dragon is good, I think.
I
There's no way they
don't
can pass.
Well, the issue
Ezreal
is
is
that we're
resetting.
losing Ezreal. We're losing
Yeah.
Ezreal.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's reset. Their bot lane is coming out of base right now.
Yeah,
Might not do it
Nautilus and
fast
Draven
enough,
are
huh?
coming out. Yeah, that's my worry, is that Nautilus and Draven, because you don't have bot Prio right now.
Okay.
That's true, actually.
So-
This is risky.
So you think it's do you think it's a good play or not, guys?
I wouldn't do
It's
it
bad.
solo. I wouldn't do it solo, but you do have Karma and comms that can help you and kind of help you out there. But like honestly, if I was doing this solo, I would assume that Draven and Nautilus are gonna come.
I think at the end of the day, it probably is actually a bad play. It's very risky.
Yeah, we don't have a sweeper either, so it could technically be warded in the river.
Okay,
A
so
month
what
ago, I would
thought-
have done this.
So what I thought is, we saw Elise is pretty low, so
Mhm.
and she is not resetted yet, so she kind of has to reset. Draven 100% reset, and there's no reason for now to just to stay here. Then Malphite is level 5. If he was level 6, I would not do it. So he's pretty useless, and Lux is stronger than her. And I do have Karma here as well. And worst case, I can probably walk out. We have a vision on Ashkan. So I thought this is the best situation to go for this Drake, because if I don't go for it now, the Malphite will be above 6, and I can never go for this objective ever again.
It
Yeah,
maybe
that's
helps
good
stop the
reasoning. That's
bleeding a
good
little
reasoning.
bit to get the early drag.
Yeah, that's really good reasoning. I agree.
I think it takes a lot of time in all your camp strat right now.
Oh,
As you
Here we
can
go.
see,
Wow.
There it is.
It's like
The
Munchy knows
Draven
what he's
Nautilus.
talking about.
Dude, I've had this happen to me so many times, which is why I changed. I used to do these dragons, but now I think about prio because I always get cucked by prio, and that's the one thing that I learned in my VOD reviews is that I always do dragons that I shouldn't be doing. I don't respect the prio. I just blame my team. My team should have had prio, but you know it's a Draven Nautilus. Maybe you should have ganked him at level 1. That was a joke. That was a joke. Okay, that was a joke.
Okay, so how this goes, we just look at this mechanically. I mean, we're getting looks, and Malphite can't roam exactly like I wanted it to be. I dodged a Draven X, and now we just secured the dragon.
Mhm.
And I could have put one more point in W, but it's not fine. And I just W here, and
does
they're
work
just
out, though.
Yeah,
attacking
you got him.
me
You got him.
through
You got
everything.
him. Nice.
It's a nice work. Like, look at me smiling. I'm pretty happy.
Yeah. When they come down, you're like, oh shit, and then Lux comes over. It's like, I got you, homie. You're like, oh
Yes, that was
Wait,
pretty
so
good.
was it a bad play after all, or maybe it
It was
wasn't
No,
a good
that's
play.
the question. I think it was a good play
Mhm.
because I can trust my team.
I think it was a good play because you trusted Lux, like
And
to have the
I was
prio there.
100. I was in comms with Karma as well. If I
Mhm.
was not in comms with Karma, she would have not pathed this way. I would have not started the dragon.
Wait, what if
But
it
Yeah,
I'm
was
and
very
tier
you would have been
two?
alone.
I-
Yeah,
Elise cannot be here because she reset it later.
Uh-huh.
Elise
if
was
she,
low. Yeah.
she's probably around wolves right now, or like low, or more behind.
Mhm.
So it's pretty
Oh,
sure
I
I'm able
see.
to get this.
Before Elise
also
gets
have
here, at
pickaxe.
least. Right.
Would you have done it without Karma?
Most likely not,
Hmm.
because I
I
was
think
too
I could agree with that.
scared. And that's just the situational play. And I think this is why this is a play which is like 80% with Karma, and that's why I took it. Maybe it's
Mm.
85. If Karma didn't come, it's probably 65, and that's not enough for me.
80% for the dragon or 80% to win the fight? Just dragon, right?
80% to get the dragon,
Yeah.
and 80% chance to, let's say, have a decent outcome. And I was
mean,
thinking, because they come both instantly out of base to here, and it is warded, and like it's not very, very likely to happen. It was the best, like the most they could have done to stop me on the dragon, and it still worked out for me. And I used my E just right now and my W, which I both could have saved, but I did not expect them to come at all. Okay.
Well, I mean, using them actually helped you get it low enough that you can secure it with this alpha and stuff. But I mean, you would have been good anyway, I think, if you didn't use it immediately.
Okay, let's watch the next play. Now bot is in a good state. I'm just gonna push. Now I have a very bad. Now this is interesting. This is actually the perfect situation to talk with you guys, because I'm clearing my crux, and now I have a very bad reset. This is the worst reset I've ever had. And I have no idea what to buy right now, because I don't want to buy Berserkers, especially not against this enemy team comp right now. Elise, Draven, Malphite, I think maybe not Berserker angle. And I'm like not sure, because I already have pickaxe, and I don't want to rush Blade of Rune King. It's not that good in this game as well, and I want to buy Kraken. So what I'm doing is I'm just going by like this. Like this is the weirdest buy ever.
It works.
Yeah, because you can get Berserkers, Adventure, Blade of Ring King, or
But
whatever.
it's probably the smartest, right?
Yeah,
Do
I
we
don't-
agree?
Yeah, I think so.
That's the best.
Okay. Now it starts to get interesting, as I think what I recommend in general, when you're level 6, I would try to gank bot lane more often.
Yeah.
I think I got the idea from Munchy a little bit as well. Like back then, we did a little bit of what we're doing. Like with level 6, you are like I was always when I coach, I'm looking at the bot situation, and when I'm level 5, I get nothing. The chance I kill them is 0. But when I was level 6, the chance I kill them is 100%. And that's like, what the fuck? That's a huge difference. Because I get resets on Draven, Nautilus dies 100%. Okay. There we're chase checking. Like, this is not low elo. This is Grandmaster US.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. That's the first thing I thought is like, wow, they just.
But
like-
Elise is here. That's why they walk up. Elise is here.
Yeah, yeah. Lisa's coming.
But like, I think all of you can for sure, like this macro I did this game is not impressive. Like all of you can do it. But I just didn't, let's say, level 2 gank bot, and I just lane gank here. Most of you maybe would have continued clearing the camps, or like maybe went through this bush here, but that's what I was talking about earlier.
Right, because
Lane
you
ganking-
just backed, right? You just backed, and now you're back out. You went to the side of the jungle with no camps in it.
Oh yeah, exactly, because I know I will be level 6, and I want to play around bot lane. And maybe they expected me to be top set or whatever, but I'm just thinking lane ganking is extremely strong. Even if Malphite was at the scuttle right now, I would still win this fight for sure.
Would you have done that without Karma and comms?
Yes, I think yes. I can't necessarily say it 100%, but I think I would, yes, if I see it right now. So, we clearly get a kill. And now, the chance he dies is just always 100%, even if they're all enemies here. And that's like, this so strong on bot lane. There's no way he could ever survive that. And now with this double kill, I'm just gonna snowball lead, taking the blue buff. Okay, but this is a little bit funny now. I re-gank bot lane. Like, you see, I'm ganking a lot because the chance like I have sweeper here. I'm giving up my entire top side already. I'm giving up the Cassidin because it's like, if you pick Cassidin against Ashkan, I would never recommend to try to, let's say, help him. I would always sell him. Because like he's not very useful. Like this is still Grandmaster Elo. And look at him. He dies again for nothing.
At least he worded it.
Yeah, he had a feeling.
He had a
but
feeling, yeah,
not too much.
But he came without Nautilus. Like, well, I hate that when the laners like get out of sync with each other and they just die over and over and over again.
Happens
I
all
think
the
if
time.
Nautilus comes as well, I think we would still just dive them.
I think you still fine.
Yeah, of course.
So even if you walk this way, like yeah, it's just unplayable for him. Okay, now now look at this. I should have made a huge mistake now. I was looking at the chat right now, I think. And now boom. Like, do you know how much I was scared when I saw this fucking shadow? This literally looks like the worst nightmare.
Wait, this isn't actually. Wait, is that what is that
It's the
silhouette?
Nautilus. Nautilus.
It's
and
Is
Elise.
it just Nautilus?
And Elise.
Elise.
Nautilus and
Oh,
Elise.
Oh,
It
yeah.
looks like the worst nightmare, not gonna lie.
It looks like a nightmare from the sweeper.
Yeah, true,
Wait,
exactly.
He flashed over on you.
Then hex flash.
Ah,
And now I'm
Hex
stunned. And I'm trying to get something out of it, but it's just probably bad for me. Like Ashkan is here in position as well. And there I just learn. I probably should have continued on giving top lane. Because I will never get prio.
Or at the very
Okay,
least,
yeah,
you should have
I
had
agree.
Karma go with you, right?
I mean,
Elise
in a
is-
solo queue situation, you're never gonna get a Karma to come with you.
Well, but they're on comms. And
Yeah, I
actually,
know,
in solo
but,
queue,
like,
you can.
I've-
as
I've been-
well.
No, you can't.
I
You
would
can't
like
tell
to
your karma
assume
do
not.
it. They listen
Yeah, I
all
would
the
like
time.
I think it's extremely important that we get this clear. We're not trying to see what I could have done better in this game. We're trying to see what we could have done better if it was a normal solo queue game and normal solo queue
Yeah.
area.
And that's why I'm not comfortable with the whole Karma angle, because I don't think in solo queue I'd ever be able to have my Karma come with me. So
Okay,
like, I don't think that'd be a choice.
Can we rewind it a little bit, like before we walk into the blue?
Yes?
Yeah, a little more. Yeah, right here. Okay. So, after we back here, yeah, let's get a roll. What I would have done is I would actually like walk through mid into my wolves here instead of walking directly to blue, because again, top side is a little weak, right? So if we walk into wolves first, don't you think that's like a little safer?
So what I was expecting I was seeing Malphite and Ashkan and Draven. I didn't see Elise and Nautilus. I was not expecting Nautilus to walk all this way to my blue buff and cheese me. If it's only
Well-
Elise, I would survive it. I still have flash.
Well, that's also the part where I was just mentioning how Draven came without Nautilus, right? So that means Nautilus was out doing something else.
Exactly. He was like the real reason behind it, most likely. He was extremely tilted and just started roaming randomly.
Yeah.
That's the real reason. But still, we are trying to improve ourselves. So what I have done bad this game is I need to always think about Nautilus and Elise both are in Fog of War since 2 minutes. So the chance they're in this bush is very, very likely.
Yeah,
of
in
course I can't
hindsight,
react
the
to this ward.
Nautilus is very obvious to me. Just in hindsight,
Also,
though.
the fact that ward has it's a very new ward, right?
Okay,
Yeah,
now,
it's
now
very,
it's obvious.
very
Now
new
it's
ward.
obvious.
Yeah,
And I literally fall for this trap.
Yeah.
If you have
Like
zombie
2
ward,
seconds ago.
I would have fell for it. I would have hit it.
Yeah,
Like,
so-
honestly, I've looked here, I've casted in there. I was like, I'm very, very strong. 2 and 0 free. I was like, yeah, who is it now? Zero's Elise. But I didn't expect this insta trap, right? You don't expect it in this situation, but I should have, which was my
I
bad.
thought you'd survive too when that happened. I thought
Exactly.
you'd actually survive.
And in this moment where I attacked it, I was like, I can Q, E, W, if Luke's coming, I probably will kill him. And now I probably should have insta-Q'd the Nautilus, which I didn't. Then I did.
Yeah, and then you
You
lost
literally
your channel.
like this is why I hate Elise so much. Like you literally don't. Do you see the fucking E for? I don't see it. Like my goal was auto attack W, auto attack Q. But look at
she
this.
didn't throw it yet. She's throwing it now, right?
She throwed it. She throwed it already.
Is it really? Oh my goodness.
That was it.
Yeah, you can't
And
even
that's
see
why
it.
I hate this champ and the skin. And now I'm full CC it. And maybe I should have auto attack Q now. But I think in no way I would have
you just wanted to Q and flash away, yeah, which makes sense. I actually thought you would live.
Well.
Oh yeah, it was because of the action. That's why. Yeah.
But I think without the Ashkin, do you think I would also survive it? I don't think so.
I think you probably could have survived.
Ult and a W.
You
the
had
next auto
meditate. You
attack,
had
and then I'm
meditate.
fine.
Yeah, you could have meditated it, and then yeah, I thought you would have gotten away without action there.
Probably, but I mean that doesn't matter too much.
I
And now
mean,
it's
yeah,
just-
it doesn't matter. Yeah.
I walk through the ward now. Okay, then it's like I would also only watch the early
What
game
is
of the
this?
VODs.
Dude, he just keeps walking into you, man. That's like the third time now.
But this is a pro player. Look at his name. Looking for team.
I feel like a lot of those people with the LFT in their name are actually kind of bad.
Bro, he's handling the EU meta fine, you know?
There's a reason
Just
they're
gotta
looking
rage
for
a little.
team, not found team.
Okay, as you can see, it's not that hard. Okay, but this is also like we watched this last play, and I think the rest doesn't matter too much. It's a little bit of snowball. We can watch a better game, I think.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
here is
Like-
very sus.
Yeah,
Like-
yeah, you got really greedy for this.
Look
huh?
at this 0.3. Now I have Q up and I'm now stunned. If I Q dodge this, we just it's fine. It's fine. Okay.
It was hard to expect him to ult then, I feel like, but
Do you want to watch one more VOD of me or anyone else?
Do the one where you died a lot, and we can do the early there too.
Okay.
Like I really like dissecting the early game because like you always get an opportunity to do the early game, but you don't always get to do late games, right?
Okay.
And like I'm not asking a lot of questions to be annoying, but I'm actually legitimately curious.
No, that's absolutely fine for me. I just want to be stuck in one situation for a long time. It would be bad for Wuju Senshi and stuff. Okay, let's check. So I died already. What happened? Why did I die already?
You didn't go to where you
just because
started.
you're
with.
using snowman skin, dude. Oh
Yeah,
my
this-
God.
Yeah,
skin
dude,
hot,
I tuned into your stream earlier and I saw you using Snowman and I just left.
Snowman's the best reskin. Like,
Like,
what are you
straight
guys
up.
saying?
I think it's
So
hilarious if I
bad.
can carry it.
It's the smoothest.
Okay, now see. Cowsep, look.
Okay.
Level 3
Okay.
gank.
Wait. Can you go back and can I see if top was gankable? Okay, like
Oh,
let's get on
God,
my mindset. Here. Get on my mindset
Wait,
here, man.
I think it is really important, like, for us to consider these early ganks. Like,
Okay.
I think
Yeah,
it's
you can get
especially-
some wisdom.
Yeah, especially from
D4
Yi,
step.
people really do not expect the early Yi ganks, and I think they are.
Okay.
Yeah, like you shouldn't discount
Okay,
them. At least look.
No, you say no leash, and she comes over to leash.
Yes, it's like that's Grandma Silo, by the way.
Okay, so you're doing this. So what's the matchup? It's Karma versus
Jace.
Jace. Okay, I
I
don't
wonder
really like
if
the
I
Jace
looked
that
at it
much.
because I'm focusing on my clear right now.
Okay, so
at-
where did he
I
start?
watch
Where did he
mid lane
start?
right now.
Where did the enemy jungler
I
start?
do not even know who the enemy jungler is, bro. I'm literally just okay. It's Vi, so most
Okay,
likely
Vi.
bot side.
Okay.
Like here, like at the beginning, as I said, we can only assume. Okay, So
Well,
now I
would you
probably
would you
walk
have
and then check.
considered looking at like Jace's mana or bot lane's mana or something to just kind of get a little feel for maybe if you could have found her? Is that
Like
something that you would do
I
typically?
would never ever gank top lane right now. Even if it's
Uh-huh.
a very high likely chance of getting a kill, I would
I
not do
wouldn't
it
gank it
because
either.
the kill wouldn't give karma a lot. And even if I get the kill 300 gold, if the enemy jungler takes my blue buff now, I'm fucked. Like in this position, I'm not in Fog of War. Enemy jungler is in Fog of War, so I can't go to his blue because he could be here. I can't take my blue because he could have taken it. Like I'm just fucked.
I've been in that situation a lot, and I agree with that. Like, if they do not ward your blue buff, you don't know whether or not you go for the top side or
Exactly.
go for your side. Yeah.
Let's say you walk to his blue buff. Then the enemy jungler is level 3, looking at your face like, what are you doing here? And just killing you.
Yeah. Well, oftentimes I'll end up sticking on the same side of the map and completely forfeiting my camps on the other side because I don't
And
know if
that's
they're there or not.
exactly. And imagine you go for level 2 gank with the mindset, I'm giving up my entire bot side. Like, it's 2 minutes in the game and already giving up the half of your map.
Okay, so you're looking at mid, which I can understand. Like, he's super pushed up, but then you
Now
back
I'm not
off.
wanting to go mid because he's killed W. And usually I'm pinging
Ah,
early
yeah.
enough to
So were you heading to mid? It looked like you were heading to mid, and then he pinged no
I'm still
W,
going
and then
mid
you
lane,
backed
yes.
off. Oh, you're still
Because
going mid. Okay.
because she will get level 3 soon. And now I wanted to go for this. And now
Okay.
look at this play. She will get level 3 after this minion. Wait,
Uh-huh.
after the next minion.
Uh-huh.
I'm waiting. And now I'm pinging. Okay. Wait, what is this? What am I even doing? What am I doing? What the fuck?
Dude, you've been walking back and forth quite a lot this game.
Yeah, it's a bit okay. So this is very unfortunate. From Shinora is, by the way, one of the best Rumble players on the server, and now he just flash in and dies for nothing. And
What is
okay,
this?
so but basically, I would have gotten a kill here if I played it
Yeah.
a little bit better.
Yeah.
And from this kill on, Belvev is not falling behind, and she can play the game. And I got 300 gold, treasure hunter, and I'm able to get my bot side camps. I'm very ahead of the Vi, and I can clearly carry the game.
So do
And
you
that's
get
it.
the
That's all
treasure
you need
hunter
to do.
here on him? Like,
And now
did
I
you
was
off the
asking,
minion, or-
should I flash for this minion now? Should I?
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking. Are you gonna flash for it? Can
I
you
did.
reach
I
the
did not.
minion
I
in
did not
time?
actually.
No, the minion's walking away. Yeah.
I was like, I actually am not gonna do it, but I'm not sure if I should have
I don't
because
think you should.
Yeah, I was kind of in limbo about that too.
Your face right now.
Yeah, I was like,
I'm laughing
yeah.
at the rumble right now. Okay, so I think I should have because it's Master Elo. And the Belvev is not that good. And as we'll see this game, I'm very, very tilting. And I could have done more with this gold. If it was Challenger Elo, I would have given it probably. Okay, so now I'm considering bot gank. It's very, very weird. I'm using my double strike here. Oh, now I get engaged
Oh.
already.
Ooh.
Mm.
And now it already gets very, very cringe. Very, very cringe. Okay, so now I'm out attacking. I don't want to flash, but I'm just stalling a little bit of time, flashing right now.
Yeah.
I'm resetting on the ward intentionally because I want them to come with Belvev and
Mhm.
Renata.
You didn't ping it for the 5 gold.
I did not. Okay. So
You ping a ward, give you 5 gold.
Yeah,
they
it gets 5
changed that
gold.
recently.
Dude, in Korea server, we have like 5 pings on 1 ward. We all fight for it.
Mm-hmm.
so now, the greedy boy I am, I will W and want to fight this. Oh, now I'm dead already.
Oh, here comes
And it's like
Oh.
cancer, and I'm like tilted as fuck now. It's so yeah, okay. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, what would happen here if Belvev stays here? Do you think we can fight this blue or not? If she does not if she's half HP, okay, maybe she should have reset. She probably can't fight this.
I don't think you could have fought that.
Hey.
I don't think so. I wouldn't have done it.
But
Like,
I will get my W now.
I want to hear what your opinion on this is.
Yeah, Munchy, I want to know as well.
Leona's coming. I think level 3 Leona's a lot better than level 2 Renata. I think the fight is just not possible here.
Mm-hmm.
what about the Vi and the Rumble versus the Belveth and Yi also
Fine,
coming in?
Rumble versus Belveth and Yi.
Well, and their HP is way lower as well, right?
Go back. I'm pretty sure with your HP you would also get obliterated.
Yeah.
That
I
Rumble
don't like
champion
to
does
play.
too much damage.
But like, I don't want to like, I don't have too much vision on the map right now. If Belvev can come and Samira can come, and I'm Wing in this spot,
I don't think Samira can come.
She's low
the-
too. She's at half HP too.
Okay,
Honestly, I
at
didn't
what point?
expect Rumble to
At what
come.
point should I have given up the blue buff? At this point already, I just instantly sell it. Just flash over the wall and instantly reset, or go top scuttle instantly.
Yeah, you saw Leona coming, and everybody else is kind of far away. I probably would have just given it up and
I
back.
think just fast here.
Yeah, you don't
Yeah.
even need to waste time Wing. You're just wasting time.
Yeah, because nobody can help you. Like Belveth, dude, I would have been flaming Belveth to be honest. Like, why'd you pick that garbage champ? Right, that just would have been me.
I mean, she got first blood. It's okay. She did
like,
perform
She
pretty
got first
decently.
blood because Rumble played like garbage.
To be fair, it would have looked like this either way, no matter what she picked. Rumble gets primed like almost
I
everyone.
agree. So what I dislike about my own performance is that I'm not giving this blue buff right now because I think I would have also always given it in my best form, in my peak kinda, but I'm just not. I'm like not disrespecting them for not being that good player and thinking, yeah, this is probably just gonna be a good outcome for me anyways, and I'm just gonna wait until they make a mistake. But that's like a huge problem for me. And then I'm getting a weak position. I will end up dying. Wait, we will watch this real quick. I would die here, and now I'm very, very behind. And I'm... Okay, what happens? Okay, I'm going top scuttle real quick. Now I'm considering a top cake. Makes total sense, right? I have no idea why he knows I'm here. Does anyone know? Do they just danger ping me or something?
Did you sweep?
And now I sweeper. Like, look at her. Look at him walking
Well,
extremely up.
what about the pixel bush?
Can't-
Maybe there was a word there.
It's because he might just not know. It's probably because he has no mana, so he realizes he can't fight Karma right now. So
But
he's
why does he
backing
skip
off.
this cannon? He's not attacking
Yeah.
the cannon. He's in.
Wait, I
Oh,
think
Well,
he just-
he went back for it. He went back
went
for
He
back
it.
just missed his
true.
last hit. That's all.
Yeah, he's just bad, dude. This game is just great. I'm learning a lot about EU, dude. The Plat 2 players are better, I promise.
Yeah, I like a lot of games in Master Tier, Grandmaster Tier. You play evenly in Platin and it works out completely the same. Like it's literally the same. Can I counter this? Try to top lane, gank top lane again. Makes total sense, right? Because my bot lane is done. Do all agree?
Okay, well, where's
So
Vi
Dandelion
at?
Yi, what do you think? What do you think about the macro?
I will gank top again right here.
Okay. Where's Vi? Vi is obviously bot side. She
Even if
did my bot camps, reset it, and then walks bot side camps. There's no reason for her to go top lane.
Yeah, I think this is good to look for.
But the
it
problem I
looks
have
bad
is I literally get nothing.
now. Yeah.
Do I? No. Yeah,
Oh,
now I'm
no.
literally look at my face. I'm literally like questioning myself right now. Like, what am I doing?
I mean, I
I
think it was the correct decision to go for this top lane gank there, but maybe the Karma should have waited a little bit before she got chunked out that much. I don't know.
Yeah, you
think-
didn't have a lot of choices.
Does
there.
this Chase Q hit me
Yeah.
now?
Ooh.
Oh yeah, you missed
It
your
did hit
alpha.
me.
Did it, yeah.
Yeah. Dude,
And now
you're
I'm
turning
very
into a boomer
tilted.
like
Now-
me, bro.
Yeah, I'm like, this is not. Yeah, I'm saying.
Dude,
I
look
did
at
not
your
perform
Severe
that
bot
well.
is lost. GG. Belveth is starting to type.
Your bot is lost. If you pull it over, yeah, and now they ping as well. Yeah, it's master tier. It's master tier.
It's
Mhm.
we're
NA
gonna
every game,
clear?
dude.
Yeah.
All right, so you're clearing down.
And now what happens? Like, we have to watch another game. Like, Cowsep, I'm sorry, this is content for you, but look at this. Now,
Well, I mean,
Rumble-
it's good
Rumble
to
is
see.
walking back to Belveth.
Oh,
Where's
that
Belveth go?
that vision
Oh.
loss is so sad.
Oh, in the
Oh.
stop
Oh,
The fucking Master Yi made reactions.
Oh, what are you
Now
doing
I'm-
though?
Oh my god.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
he'll be
fighting
fine. He has
this.
meditate. He
Okay,
has
okay.
meditate. He's good.
I'm focusing. Okay, this is. You think I can get this or not?
Yeah, you got this.
Yeah, you got it,
100%.
yeah.
Yeah. Don't worry. I love fighting low HP camps. It used to be my thing back in the day.
I was screaming
Dying to
huge
rap.
triangle
That's my
gap when I
emo.
finished this grump.
That's my emo flair.
Mhm.
Loves to die to jungle camps.
Okay, but what happens? There's nothing. There's not nothing happening this game, kinda. Okay, now I dive dim.
Okay. Solid alpha. Oh. But like, yeah, I mean, Belveth just tanks tower here.
The question is, would you have also instantly done it? I have no E up.
Okay.
Rumble is dead though.
Diving this without
Almost
E
done.
seems so scary.
Yeah. It looks free. Like nobody's around.
If she ults
Really?
me, I will instantly react and Q the minion.
Sounds
Mhm.
like a good idea. I like it.
It's-
And then can
Did-
only do one more auto attack.
Did you hold on to your Highlander so that you can maintain more distance between her, so you can get the R better, or
No,
why'd you
because I
hold
was
on
not
to it?
entirely sure if I want to commit. Because if she flashes right now, I want to Q the minion and be out.
Mhm.
Right now, she can still flash Q. But now I see, okay, I want to commit now, and now, then I instantly use my Highlander. And then I do one more auto attack, dodge the next tower shot, and now I'm in a very good position here, obviously, with Lethal Tempo stack, E coming up.
And then she pushed you out of the tower, or brought you out. Yeah.
It was well played by her, but it doesn't do anything. And now she loses the entire wave here. What happens here? Nothing. Go for this one. Then here I just what did I do here?
Now you're just tilting Samira. I like it.
Ooh.
Okay,
all right,
That was a
all
nice
right.
Okay.
flash.
Wait, so are you holding the wave for Samira right now? Is that what you're trying to do?
What I'm trying to do is I'm baiting Caitlyn Flash actually,
Oh.
because she doesn't know I have 90% damage reduction. So I wanted her to flash auto me now in a W.
Mm-hmm.
She does not. And this is Grandmaster, and she follows like this. I have no idea why. And I'm
So
laughing like I was saying right now. There's no way she dies like this. But honestly, and I'm baiting Vi as well. For her too. But this is just doesn't matter too much. Now we get caught. I don't know what happens here. Okay, here we die. I just see there's a kill on Vi, and then I try to get out. And I was screaming like
Oh,
hell.
flash into mastery. Yes, good.
I always do. It's really a habit. Even
Yeah, it's a
even
habit of
though
mine too.
you can't. And now this is cringe. This is cringe. I see they have no vision, right?
Okay.
And now I'm asking you guys again about your opinion. I see wrap-up is up. I see there's nothing. Oh,
Okay.
wait. To understand what's happening here.
Oh,
Rumble
this looks
was chasing
terrible.
me.
Are you kidding?
Well, yeah, you can't tell until you see this part. You have to see this part. Okay, Rumble's chasing.
Rumble is chasing me right now, okay? So,
Where's our AD carry at right now? Are they running back to lane?
our
dead.
or their?
Theirs.
There's
Ours
running
is
back to
dead.
lane, right? He
Okay.
just died or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
He's not here. I was sure of this in this moment. So here I wanted to kill Rumble. And I was like, he's not coming. So he's probably going, as you can see on the minimap, this all way to wrap off. So now
Uh-huh.
I'm walking to the wrap off and trying to see him through sweeper, because if he face checks, I will be able to kill him. That's what I thought.
Uh-huh.
He doesn't come up. And I was like, now he will face check. He has to face check here because he wants to go back mid. And I saw it. He doesn't walk this way, as we see. And now I'm like, where is he going?
Is he in that bottom bush? Oh no, he went around the other way. What the hell?
And now he really went this way. I'm like, what the fuck? I started wrap off and be like, okay, free wrap off. And Rumble started walking towards me. I was like,
He must have just
bro.
warded after
Guess
that or
I'm
something.
dead.
And he knows I'm here, but why is wrap off warded? Did he ward it or something?
Well, he probably just warded it as he came up. He was looking for you, and then he
Uh-huh.
warded the red buff, and you weren't there. And then he went towards
And-
mid, and then you came around.
it was just very unfortunate.
I have a
Right?
question though. How come you went for the red buff when Vi's coming out of base?
Yeah, I wanted to get the red buff, and then wait. In this situation, let me check. Here Vi is still dead, so I can for sure get red buff and survive it.
Well, you know, I was actually
still have-
feeling this.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say when I was doing it, but if I was you, if you go back, like what I would have done in this situation, if you go back a little bit right there. So I would have went up in that bush. Oh, well, where you were going up into the bush, right? And you
Yeah.
started sweeping. Instead of going, my thought wasn't initially on the rumble like that. I would have went into that bush right there and started sweeping, and then I would have pivoted downwards into the red through the other direction, the opposite direction. You went through the top side. I would have went through the bot side, sweeping down into
But
that
if
bush.
you go this way, the Rumble will see you.
Yeah, I'm not saying it was the right play. I'm just saying what I would have done. Right?
I
would have
was
went
really
down.
thinking Rumble is like here right now and walking towards me. That's what I thought. And obviously
yeah.
you can only win it if
Well-
he face checks the bush.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting point. You're trying to stop him from going towards mid there, but he's like looking for you or something. I mean, we can't really tell without the replay file.
And now I just cancel some auto attacks, and obviously I cannot kill this. Usually, if I was the Vi, I would always go for chickens and Crux first. I didn't. I saw her; she's dead. I thought this is a good play. It's absolutely terrible because it's warded and like it doesn't work out. I was not performing that well. I agree. Okay, so what happens now? I want to go for Drake. They give it. I'll take my top side camps. Okay. So do you think that the rest of the VOD matters?
Not as much.
Not as
Definitely
much,
learned the
yeah.
most from early game, in my opinion.
Yeah, I feel like first 10 minutes are the most important.
Okay, here get another catch. Like these
But I do
sneaky
wanna know who
catches are
won.
very important.
Oh yeah.
We won this game, I think. Yeah, we won pretty closely. Like I'm very tilted of this game.
Oh, you weren't that strong for a lot of the game.
I mean, he has 3 items at 24. That's pretty reasonable.
Let's see what happens when I have 3 items.
Yeah, I
Obviously,
mean,
now
once
you're
you get
strong.
this power, once you get this power spike, you just sort of win. Oh my god, dude, you're like out in the middle. My chat would be
But I-
flaming. Wait for somebody to engage.
Like I do get one-shotted quite a lot.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
you got the
Renata
reset.
W.
Dude, Renetta
it's
is
just-
so good with Yi. It's
Mhm.
just so good.
Yeah, I read it in chat all the time. Also, like this is for example also, like this is a moment. Like honestly, like you get what I'm doing right now, okay? You get what I'm doing right now, and now
Oh yeah.
this rumble ult. There's no escape
Yeah.
for me anymore, right? I can't
I
walk
mean-
this way,
Yeah.
and now I'm trying to walk this way. I could have maybe.
I
So it
mean,
was-
I don't know about this.
Oh, but now
honestly.
you're landing in front of the Caitlyn. Oh,
I'm letting it here.
change in direction. Okay, yeah, that's what I would have done. I would go behind her. Oh,
One more order,
And
she
then-
would be dead. But
yeah.
I obviously get insta Valkyrie. I thought I would just trade 1 kill for 1 kill, but like, that's how much damage I do with these 3 items. This is so much. That's why I always do this.
I think
But
you
it's
could have
like-
gone out, honestly.
Maybe
But-
if he walked around
Probably,
and had Karma Shield. Yeah, or
but-
even he could have walked through it with Karma Shield.
Like you need to get one thing clear. Here in this position, let me check.
You just walk up.
Here?
You just walk up. Oh wait, actually you can't.
Now I
would've
need to
dived
walk
it.
this way,
hmm
but nobody really does this without old flash when the rumble is literally next to me.
hmm
Now I could because you walked 1 back step, but I was already so in my mind that I'm thinking I need to get W. How can I kill her properly? I was already selling myself the moment I saw the rumble ult, kind of. But probably I shouldn't. But okay. Let's rewatch one last time. What the end is coming, but maybe there's something happening still. Oh, this is interesting. Here I get blown up like crazy. Like you, we're trying to go for a catch. We have Karma behind me and Renata behind me. So this makes she used Q, so it makes sense to Q her right now, right? Is this true or not, guys?
I feel like
I'll
this is
smite her and run at
impatient.
her.
I mean,
I
you
would
now-
also no, you also already you committed.
I don't know where everybody's at. I
We don't
just
know where
missed that
anybody's
part.
at, but it just looks too good in this situation to Q any of a Karma, a Renata,
It
and a
looks
Samira
good,
right.
really? I don't know. I'm really
I
suspicious.
do. I don't
like
like
the
not
idea.
knowing where people are.
True. Like the thing why I went for this is they don't have any vision on us, so it doesn't. So they aren't prepared at all.
Well,
Now
you
they
see
first
Leona.
have
Leona.
Yeah, we see
Oh.
Leona. Like I feel
Oh,
like they would
where
all
is she?
be in that. She's a red. She killed the ward. Like I feel like they would all be near the gate, coming out of the gate towards the red. Is where I think they would be. Right
Oh,
there, you
true.
see Leona. Yeah.
So I only see Leona and Vi. Okay. And the funny thing is, I literally got 100 to 0'd from those 2
Yeah.
instantly, without being able to get a Karma shield. And that's
No,
just
no,
how
no.
careful you need to be with your Qs. Because the moment I queued, like it just looked good. There were only 2 people, okay. In the end, there were only 2, and it looks good. But the moment I finished my queue, I'm already 100% guaranteed dead.
Yeah, the way I see this is there's no need to do this right now. You have like pressure
Yeah,
top
dragon
lane,
spawning.
you have
Mm.
control over the map, and you have waves pushing in. You have an inhib bot lane that you should just be pushing. Going in on this here is not only not needed, but I think it's very much premature because your team is not close enough.
I feel like it's ego checking. It's like what I would do in D4.
That is so
Straight up.
funny.
No insulting. That's just what I would do in D4.
This is actually a point, and I'm very serious that in like Master Tier Elo, I'm doing a lot of mistakes like this. And I'm very tilted of myself that I'm doing this. Maybe it
Yeah.
is because I don't respect them
Well,
entirely.
you're
Maybe it's
giving
because
them
I'm
a chance
tilted
to
right
come
now.
back.
Exactly, for no reason.
Yeah, like dragon spawning, you give them a shutdown. Probably, actually, no, you didn't give them a shutdown, but you know, like the drag, like where's their team at? Like, why are they doing that? Like, they're doing the exact same thing. Like, it's just really stupid.
I think we have more information than we are looking at because we were skipping really through this real quick, and we
Mhm.
didn't check. We didn't have any sounds on as like we don't know all of it. But
Mhm.
it's like I don't know. I'm cringing a lot because the macro game quality is very low, and then I just can't take it very serious. I
Well,
don't know. It's
Yeah, I
maybe
just
my
think like
fault.
the lack of the fog of war would have made me not go for it, and the fact that dragon was spawning. I mean, I've died so many times as dragon was spawning for ego things like that. I've done it so many times. I'm trying to stop doing that.
Okay, so these 2 games were not very the best quality we could have watched.
I
think
thought they were pretty good.
way.
We learned a lot
I
from
enjoyed
them, I
them.
think. So
Yeah,
that's
I
what's
enjoyed
important.
them. Yeah, I enjoyed them a lot. And I think they're really nice to dissect. Like, dude, it's hard to
Right.
have a perfect game. These are average games.
Yeah.
These are what people are going to be seeing in normal
Okay.
games, right? And then you died a lot this game, so it really put into perspective, what you should and shouldn't do there.
I think there were a lot of situations where we just had all moment of thought where we can improve on. So okay,
I
respect
think
that.
there were a lot of situations that we could see improvement in general, even
We
from
go
your
back a
gameplay.
little more. There's one more thing I wanted to look at in that game. Remember when you're at their red buff and Vi was coming out of base?
Yeah.
If it wasn't warded, do you think it's
Wait,
still a good
where am
idea
I?
to go for the red?
Oh, let me check. Where was this? This was pretty earlier. Where we
That was
checked
12 minutes ish.
242. I like it.
here.
Yeah, right here. Yeah.
Okay. So, right now, if they have no vision and I instantly go for it, it's good.
Okay,
Right
but
now, it's
if
still good. And now it's
Rumble's
bad.
going to be near, right? Yeah.
Now it's bad to take it because now Vi will be in time.
Hmm.
But if I was the Vi, I would have done chickens, wrap of Krux, bot gank, or dragon. I would not walk instantly to Drake.
I would have went to
I
red
think
because I would have been fearing that you would have taken it because you did disappear in the jungle, right? And that's why Rumble warded it.
Oh,
He
yeah.
thought you might also go for it, right?
But like the moment he literally walks like look at this. How scary is this even? I don't have bot prior, so if they see me, I'm dead. And the moment I attack this, we can see on the map that he's starting to walk towards me. I'm so fucking scared right now.
I also feel like by taking
And you
this
wasted
red,
alpha.
because after taking the red, you really want to reset, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're kind of off the map for a while. I think if you take the red, it means you're guaranteed to lose dragon and maybe some bot camps too.
True.
Mm.
I didn't think about it. Strength spawns in 20 seconds. Okay, yeah. It's the thing is, I would go for. I think in. Oh look, if he doesn't ward, let's just say the rumble doesn't exist. So in this position, it's good to instantly go for red buff and give up the dragon, because I don't think we are ever gonna be able to fight this dragon right now. Even if I reset, I don't have ult, I don't have flash. I think we are too weak. We would lose this. But I just did it too late, and I expected also to deal more damage. I have 2k gold in the pocket. I was expecting this to go faster and smoother. It looked good, but yeah, of course, it's afterwards it's not that smart. I had a different outcome in my mind. I thought I could just reset in this bush while she takes her other camps.
And
But
Riot
it's too
made it harder
risky.
to counter
The
jungle too.
problem. What is that concept?
Riot made it harder to counter jungle as well.
What exactly did
They
they do now, Ian?
they made the camps take less damage from enemy junglers.
It's 75, right?
Yeah, is it like 75? Anybody have the number?
I
it's-
don't, but
Nope.
Camps are made tankier overall, but you do 20% more damage to your own camps.
oh, okay. Yeah, so that's a lot. That's a lot. It felt good. It wasn't good. I agree. The reason why it is terrible, where I can improve on, the chance I get a good outcome here is just way too fucking low. So I should just reset and be on the map. Right? Do you agree, guys?
Yeah,
Agree.
I think in my perspective, I would have thought about wards in general, like the fear of going into there and
Yeah,
maybe
true.
then
It's
being
just
warded.
like if there's one ward, I'm dead. So the chance
Yeah.
I go for something for a good outcome is way too low.
Hmm.
So let's continue on here. Oh, wait, now we're just gonna stop. Okay.
Yeah.
He was in the moment.
Okay, I was in the mode. Okay, guys. So I would like to rewatch one of your guys' VODs as well now, if that's fine. for you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or
Yeah,
would you?
that's
How
good.
exactly are you? Did you plan it? Do you want to like? How many VOD reviews are you gonna plan? How exactly?
Right. So I guess my I didn't have any like strict like we have to do this exact many VODs, this exact many like it's kind of whatever feels good, whatever people are gonna enjoy. I think it was nice that we reviewed not just one but two of Sinerias' VODs. I think those are VODs we can learn a lot from. Definitely. I was thinking.
I think the first bit, like the first 10 to 15 minutes is just really all you need.
Mhm.
Like I think that's where just so much important decision making is, right? Because
Agreed. So I think
the
we
later in the
can-
game is just different,
Most people know that focusing on the first 10 to 12 minutes of a VOD is the most value you can get out of it. So I was
Because
thinking
it's a snowball game.
I was thinking potentially if and unless anyone else has a different opinion, I was thinking we could see Munchy's VODs next because his playstyle is very different and I think it's very interesting.
I have 3 of them available.
Yeah, so does that sound good?
Yeah.
I'll watch it.
Let's do that.
Okay, I'll start with a win. The other two are losses. We'll see how much time we have for my VODs.
Munchy
Okay,
best G world. Shut your filthy mouth, Peach.
Everyone else Cowsep is the best C
Oh.
world universe.
Come on, baby. I'm prestigious in C.
So I have Karma mid. I'm duo with my Karma.
Oh, wonderful. I love duo games. Thank you. Shed
I also
light.
went
Show
to
us the
Sinerias
power
build
of the
this
Karma
game.
mid.
Kraken, Bork, Ginsus.
Oh, okay.
Flickering
pretty
your
fun
screen
this game.
around. I like your
You're
username.
also doing with the Karma. Is it the same game I was playing?
Yeah. I hate you guys and your friendships and stuff. It's so disgusting.
So cringe how you guys have friends.
I know. You will never find a duo review from me. 'Cause I don't have any duos.
Wait, so Munchy, why did you do the Sinerias build this game if you tend to like other builds usually?
I felt like it.
You just felt like it, okay. Fair
I don't know,
enough.
I'm just testing. You'll see my next VOD. I built Duskblade first item.
All right. Okay. Play it, Drew Forest Daddy.
Okay, so I'm starting blue because I think top is pretty stable. Cassante versus Warwick.
Uh-huh.
And I think bot is really gankable with Pike Kaisa versus Twitch Lulu.
See, okay, before you get into this, I just want to take my perspective here. I would have started red and I would have ganked the hell out of bot lane. Like, just boop. Okay, continue. You continue.
Wait, I need to see the tab again.
I can go
See the
back.
what?
No. Okay.
Here you go.
Okay.
Twitch, Lulu, Echo.
Top
you-
lane, bot lane, very easy to gank, and top lane we need to ignore.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can't
really good
gank
team comp.
Warwick, but you can gank Twitch Lulu with Pike.
My mid also gets perma prio. So
Uh-huh.
the idea was I can pass bot. If the enemy bot has prio, then I can gank them. If my bot has prio, we can either dive them or invade their Nidalee if she's pathing down.
Also, I noticed
If-
you didn't
So-
ward at the beginning of the game. Why was that? No sweeper.
Don't think there's a need to.
Okay.
But he hit the blast plant for the extra double strike auto. Why not, right?
So I've one thing to say. When I was playing him for bot lane, for this game, for example, I would start red buff and then full clear, resetting, cracks into bot gank. Or after reset, instantly bot gank. Because I think it's better than starting blue buff and then ganking bot lane. Level 4. Yes.
I think.
Because I would personally think when you are full clearing topside, then you go Crux bot gank, then you go Crux maybe chickens into bot gank, maybe into like you just see a lot of bot gank options. You stay bot lane, maybe you counter strike, maybe you go to Drake, maybe you go bot gank, maybe you go to mid gank. If nothing works, then just reset, take topside maybe once, and then easily just stay bot lane the whole game again. Because with Pike, you
think
just
if you're looking for dragon after your first reset, I personally think in this case it's easier to start blue because then dragon would spawn right after you finish your wolves. So then I don't. But like if I started red buff, then after raptors I would have to go to dragon, and then my wolves and gromp would be up. And I don't really like having my camps like that. If I'm doing something on the other side.
But if you do wolves into chickens, your Crux are still up.
Yeah, but I'm more comfortable leaving the camps up where I'm at, because I think it's better to kill your weak side camps first and then go to the side where you can actually defend your camps and make plays and leave those ones.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. I like that.
I'll be right back 1 second.
Okay.
Wait,
You know,
Munchy,
see, what?
Oh no, go ahead. What are you gonna say?
No, I was gonna say everybody's like Warwick's ungankable. I'm just sitting here thinking like I could start red buff and then Warwick's really aggressive and then I just gank him at level 2.
I don't know, man. Ganking a
Like,
Warwick is so hard.
Dude,
When you-
well,
Champion is
no,
so
because
ridiculous.
they always push and they're like get low HP because they benefit more from low HP, right? The low HP
But
barrier.
I've seen
cheese.
him turn too many ganks. And I think if I level 2 gank Warwick,
Well, okay, I wouldn't do it in this game because I'm on blue team. I'm just saying if I was
Yeah,
like on red team,
Oh,
like if I was
I
on red team,
see.
I could start red and then I'll go up and then like Cassante stacks on him and then Warwick fights him because that's what Warwicks do. Like let's be honest, Warwick is just gonna fight, get low HP, and then you just come up and you kill him, right? He's free kill.
I get what you
in my
mean. I've
opinion.
actually done that before this season. It was only a few days ago.
Bro, like every game of mine, I'm ganking at level 2. I can't help it, dude.
Wait, so the thing I was gonna say is, Munchy, can you say again, like your reasoning, basically, just for the sake of, I was gonna type it in the notes, your reasoning for why you start blue and path towards bot rather than doing what Sinerias was talking about?
Because op is really stable. I have hard mid prio, and bot, we can try to make it volatile with Pike. So the flowchart idea is if the enemy bot lane has prio, we can try to gank them. If they don't have prio, then we can either invade Nidalee on her blue Gromp or dive their bot lane.
Dive them. Yeah, dive them. But you mentioned that you like to take parts of your jungle that are weaker, first of all, so you don't have to worry about them later. So why are you feeling that the stronger top lane is good for you here?
What do you mean the stronger top?
Well, like you mentioned that like you don't want to like when you're clearing your camps, you like to clear the weak side first so that you know like you don't get
Yeah,
invaded.
because I want to leave my top lane alone. So I want to get my top lane camps off the map.
So your
there's
idea
nothing
here
for
is
them
that top lane is stronger, so you're not going to be interacting with the lane as much. So you want to just kind of
to-
move on.
I mean,
from that.
my bot lane is gonna be my strong side because that's where I'm gonna be around. My top lane's gonna be my weak side because I'm not gonna be giving him much jungle attention. So I want my camps top side to be dead, so there's nothing for them to invade.
I see. Okay, that's
So
kind of the thing.
essentially your top side is your weak side, and you're
Yeah.
avoiding your weak side. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanna avoid my
you're
weak-
not avoiding your weak side. You're taking it quickly, so you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, so I don't have to worry about my weak side. I can focus my attention on my strong side.
So the difference here is where like everyone here wants to gank bot. We all are kind of on that same page, but some of us would approach it differently. That we would start red and then immediately look to gank bot after like Krugs or maybe straight from red. Whereas you, Munchy, you're still pathing that way, but you want to still secure your blue side camps or at least like your blue buff and stuff, rather than just concede that completely.
Yeah.
Right, so that way it's like maybe it's more consistent because you're still getting like you're not losing a whole quadrant of your jungle because you're trying to play for bot. So I can see the logic behind that definitely. Sinerias is taking the sweet time here.
Oh yeah,
can
yeah. He
also
probably
say that.
he probably thought we'd keep going without him.
Oh, welcome back, Sinerias.
We'll see if that's actually what he thought.
So just skip through this where I'm just waiting, watching the entrance.
Okay.
Oh.
Hello.
I don't think we knew where Nidalee started. And I
Wait,
think
we're still at the blue buff or what? Nothing changed.
Oh, we were waiting.
I told you,
just
guys,
waiting
I
for you.
told you, I
Yeah,
told
yeah,
you
we
he
were-
would say
we were
that. I
waiting for you
told
to
you.
come back.
Yeah.
We
I
weren't
think
waiting.
it's
Munchy was waiting.
Safe to assume though that Nidalee would also be pathing bot. She doesn't want to
Yeah,
try to dive
I would
to
assume
something.
that.
Yeah.
'Cause I
Look at the
I would
Warwick.
assume that too.
That's what I'm saying about those type of Warwicks, dude. I told you that's what they do. I'm not saying to go gank him, by the way. I'm just saying.
Of course they push, but then I don't. Want to
I
gank
would
them
not
anyways.
gank. I would not gank that Warwick. But
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I knew he would do that.
Okay, so you're
Cowsep would
cutting
have-
here.
after blue buff, Cowsep would go top lane ganking Warwick.
We already talked about that while you were gone. Scenarios. We already talked about that. I literally said I would gank Warwick at level 2.
No fucking way.
You'll love
I'm
to see
very
my
serious.
mods.
Oh,
I
see,
think
right there,
honest-
Munchy. If you queued sooner, you could have dodged the red buff auto. But it's
Oh,
a minor
Now
detail.
your Q's on. Now your Q's on cooldown. Jesus.
It's a minor detail.
Okay, so what is your reasoning here? What are you doing?
I have prio mid and bot, so
So
her
you're just
jungle is
going in.
mine. So now I'm
Oh.
thinking, where's Nidalee?
Is her jungle yours though? Because like they can path up towards you before your bot lane ever gets there.
I just like this.
Then all I have to do is stall until they crash the wave, and then they have to choose between dropping like the wave or coming to me. If they come to me, if I can just like keep backing off and going in, if they keep staying in the jungle, then they lose bot lane.
So did you know Elise was top here?
I
Like,
did
was there
not
vision?
know. I did not know.
But
that Nidalee-
apparently Pike did. Yeah, apparently
but
Pike did.
somehow Pike did. So I was all
So
like,
were you
"All right."
expecting to run? Were you expecting to run into her here?
I was expecting to run into her here.
And did you use your pot, your early pot?
Yeah, I did. I just did.
Okay, so it's a reason. Okay, so why didn't you meditate? Is there a reason
Why
you
don't you?
meditate here?
Why don't you meditate? Are you not scared of her? Why are you not putting a ward?
Because he said she's top, so I'm just trusting it. And then we
You're
see
just
her.
trusting it.
Yeah,
You're just trusting one thing.
He's saying it. I'm
Now,
just-
now he wards. Now he wards after it doesn't
Luckily-
matter anymore. Come
luckily,
on.
I
man.
was
Now
thinking-
that's not at all.
I was thinking, all right, maybe we did see her, and I just didn't notice. So, because why would he say that so confidently that she's top?
I agree. I also would still expect her to just be pathing bot. I wouldn't necessarily like. I also find it odd that she's not here.
Okay, so you're waiting there for her to be in the wolves, right?
Yeah,
You
I
did
thought
just see her. You did just see her at Raptors, so you knew she was coming this way.
let me go back real quick. There was some. I panned my camera bot.
Right there, you can see her in
But
Raptors.
it's
Yeah.
it's very impressive how hard you trust your teammates' calls. Yeah.
Yeah, well, like what is this word? Okay, but can you explain this word? Like why you waited so long to put the word, and then you put a word in a place you were already
when,
at?
when you already know the
I should have put it
information.
slightly later, but I wasn't planning to stay
Wait,
here for
why
a little
later?
while.
It's like
What?
earlier.
Should have put it. Should have. No, I
Put it
should
at
have
the
put it later.
beginning.
I should have. No, it's because I should have. When I was walking, I was gonna walk away, so I should have put it while I was walking away. But I just put it earlier here, just because I'm being sloppy. That's all.
I'm
Okay,
extremely
okay.
confused.
Yeah.
Why do you mean?
It's
Why
not a
you
good
walk
thing to do.
away?
Because
Well, he
my
wanted
bot,
to see Natalie come
look,
through
my
there, right?
bot is about to push in, so
Mhm.
I was posturing for the dive.
Ah, okay. I see. Okay,
Mhm.
that makes sense.
They're
The thing
making it
is
very
just
volatile.
the moment you see her on chickens, the ward is very, very bad. Do you agree?
I placed the word here because when I'm walking down, I want to know how much time I have before she gets here to defend the dive.
Mm-hmm.
But
I
she would
can
play
agree with that,
differently. She
yeah.
would always take the plant, and then you don't even track her.
Maybe she would take the plant.
Can
yeah?
I wonder if he can? No, I
Yeah,
mean she would
I
take
should
the
probably-
plant.
I should probably go
Yeah.
hit it earlier.
Yeah,
then.
it should. Yeah, it should be closer. But
Ninja W.
I
is
mean,
over.
honestly, I just would have placed the word much earlier. Like
Mm,
I think
Sinerias
I
did.
would have
Just-
also placed the
yeah.
word sooner.
That way, like I can take the blue without worrying about her, right?
Mm.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I didn't actually see her. All you have is Pike. Like he says he has top PTSD. Like, do you trust that guy? Like, dude, it's in
I
him.
trust that guy. I mean, if you're saying it,
Like he's like, I have top PTSD. He's like, she's top. Every
Do,
game.
I wonder, Dandelion Yi and Wuju Senshi, do you guys like this pathing?
Like, what do you mean by this path thing? Like the invade
Do you
or
think
the
this was-
blue to...
I think what Munchy did this game, the pathing, was good.
I think so, yeah. What do you think, Dandelion?
I mean, yeah, he gave a pretty valid explanation.
Mm-hmm.
So I think like based on what he said, his actions like made up for what he said.
And I think going
Okay.
for the invade here on blue was like
No,
overall the correct
yeah.
decision too.
Yeah, but he should place the war earlier, but
I
it's
could have
okay.
placed it earlier. I should get the last
Okay,
one.
what would you
Yeah.
guys have done? Would have full cleared?
I
We
would
have
have
started blue
started
buff?
red.
Red-
I
I
would
would
have
have
started
started
red,
red.
and
I
then
would've
do
started
my
main game
Krugs,
bot.
and then look for gank bot. Like I would really do faster. Because the thing is, I have a pike, right? I have a pike.
Uh-huh.
So the chance of him like doing something is higher than if he's like a Lulu, right? So I'll look for it. I won't like forcefully go there. And then it's probably not gonna happen, but I'll see if they're trading a lot, and then I'll do my Raptors and then do my normal clear, right? And then Nidalee, since we had no idea what she started, I'm probably gonna be scared of her at my blue. So I'm probably gonna do Grump first and then blue buff, just so if she does invade me, I can flash over the wall to safety. And that's about like what I will do, and then do crab.
Can I ask a question? So you said you did not know where Italy started, right? You just
Yeah,
assumed
I
that she
did
was
not
pathing
know.
bot.
Mhm.
So if you did 4 camps, right? You did your 3 camps plus red. Did you think that you would be able to get away with that blue buff? Like if she was matching you, she didn't show on the map, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, like Pike's in the. If she's matching you, would she not get to that blue buff and have to fight you for the blue buff there?
Yeah, we were gonna fight for the blue buff then.
Okay, so you went in expecting to fight for the blue buff.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
But
since
yeah.
our bot wave crashes, we end up forcing their bot lane to choose between helping their Nidalee or losing their wave.
And one more question: since you didn't know where she started, what happens if she cleared the bot side and you got there? Would you have waited for the dive? You just sit there and wait for the dive, or what?
Yes.
Yeah, all of that I think basically makes sense to me. And I probably would have done the same thing. Like, assuming I'm actually like my head is screwed on straight this game, I would probably do a similar thing to this.
Cowsep, do you also gank sometimes before taking the red with level 1?
Oh,
bot
I love
lane?
invading. You mean invading? Like, okay, if you mean like actually like sitting in the bush and waiting, sometimes. But it's only if my bot lane wants me to do it. I don't personally say, hey, let's go do that. But if bot lane's like, hey, can you sit here? I'll be like, all right. I'm down.
Usually do it.
I'm down,
shit.
dude.
So basically, you don't care at all about any CS. You only care about ganking and get masters in almost every region. So that's really impressive.
I like the coin flip. It's fun. It's just like really like the dopamine hit when cha-ching 300 gold. Like Krugs don't match that.
But you dislike the Kling Kling Treasure Hunter 90 gold. That's what you dislike. That's pretty weird.
Yeah.
Alright,
unimpactful.
let's continue here, right? I
Alright.
like this, how that's going.
And of
And then
course,
my
she
karma
wins
finishes
early.
off.
Yeah.
Okay, and I see my bot wave is still crashing.
But honestly, I think the Karma misplayed this, no?
Maybe she did. Did she?
I mean that why am I saying these names wrong? Niederle misplayed it.
Oh, yeah.
They should
I
have-
just honestly, it was just kind of wild that she wasn't at the blue to begin with. She was obviously doing something and wasting time somewhere.
Yeah.
She wasted
And I
time
guess she
somewhere.
was top.
Well, I
What
think
if-
she was like sitting in a bush waiting for a gank. She walked past
What if-
raptors again.
What if she started blue buff?
If you
Without
started blue,
leashes.
then I would look for bot dive.
About that.
Yeah, that's
Because
what I was.
then she
Yeah, I
wouldn't do
asked him that. He said he would sit in the bush and wait.
Ah, that's true.
That's
so
what he
smart.
said. Yeah, because he's really into bot lane here, is what he said.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
I
always
see.
when I watch Munchy just permadize bot lane.
Yeah, bot lane's so good to dive. You know you have Warwick on you. Yeah, okay, there you go. Okay.
How do you dive them right now? Can't. Like now you obviously can't.
At least those on the
Yeah,
board.
so you wouldn't have been able to dive them if she started blue side. What would you have done? You would have been behind here, wouldn't you?
If we can't dive, I would just full clear. But since
Or
I
you'd have to go back down.
yeah, but we had push, so I saw that I can pivot after red to dive and
So-
bot.
Also because you got see the bot state, you went for red buff into invade. Because of that.
Yeah, yeah. If my bot lane was like full shoved in, and then like let's say the enemy bot lane crashes the second wave and then wards, and then goes back to fully shoving in my bot lane, then I would probably just full clear.
Okay.
You wouldn't gank bot.
If they ward really well, I probably can't. It would depend on where they ward.
Should have got ghost ward, bro. Clear that ward.
Zombie word diff. But yeah, that's
Now you
I
choose
hear you.
again. Okay.
Bro,
what the
you
fuck
are
is-
so you're such
Okay,
a
I have
little
too
slimy.
many questions. First question.
Oh.
What the fuck is the Niederle thinking that the blue buff is still up?
Yeah,
And the second
Like her
question.
glomp is still up.
oh, very nice. Cute timing.
And the mastery. Don't worry, that'll be a reoccurring theme in these VODs.
Is this a gold account? Acorn Muncher.
Wait.
Wait. Also,
Acorn.
you guys aren't. Huh? Sorry.
Uh huh. Oh, this is a master's account.
Yeah, so
And
he's
he-
not
and he's
playing on his
duo with
PQO.
Karma.
Mhm.
Yeah, he's duo Karma as well.
Yeah.
Also, I noticed something like a lot of these VODs we're watching. You guys don't ping the words, you know? Like you always should
Yeah,
do
That's
that
a
and
by
new
default.
thing. I'm just not used to it. I'm
I
just not
didn't
We
know it
fight over
existed.
that on Korea, dude. We just
I think really didn't know that as a thing until I talked.
It
to
was
you.
pretty recent, yeah. But you just, yeah, definitely everyone, including everyone in Twitch chat, just
and
make
it,
it
and
a
it
habit.
shows the timer. It shows the timer
Yeah,
too.
you get the gold, you get the timer. Anyway, we can move on here. Also, we don't have much more time left. We're gonna have to end within the next like 45 minutes or so. Just heads up.
Here's a lesson in not always trusting your teammates. I thought my Pike knew something that I didn't, cause I'm like, we're pretty low. I think we should get out. But he hooks in, so I'm all like, okay.
He
And
knew
now you're in a
Italy
bad
was top
position.
lane.
I hate it. Like I would. What is this?
You're sitting on a lot of gold too. New quiver start. I'm sorry.
Can
He
you,
said
can
he
you
was
go,
sorry.
Can I go back? Can I go back? Can you go
Okay.
back when you killed the Needle, please? You killed the Needle, so now they see you. Okay.
We
And
should
this
just
is good.
walk
This is
out.
good. You stay. No. That's good. Now they see you coming. Yeah,
Interesting you
I
didn't
kind of
meditate,
like
by
it.
the
I kind of
way.
like it.
She
I mean, if they
flashed.
didn't have flash, I would have liked it.
Yeah,
but...
if she didn't have flash.
It looked better than it looked better, to be honest. I also agree. Probably would have.
Like, it was
maybe
the
also died.
flash. The flash is what made it bad.
Mm, and we just don't expect it. I also expected Kaiser to push in faster from the minimap.
I'm
Hmm.
sorry. That's a little
Okay.
bit much. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, it was
Man,
my
you guys
bad.
sitting here talking about NA, and I'm just reading
Sorry,
this
no.
chat, and I'm like, okay.
I
How can
mean,
we
that was a
complain?
little bit too much. Yeah, it was my bad.
The thing is, usually when you do something bad, it will
And he
frame
pings
the crap out
himself.
of you.
Wait, this Pike is pretty high elo though. He was like 1.1 KLP last season.
I
So-
think so far he did zero mistakes. He plays absolutely well. I think everyone is playing well besides the Niederle so far. Every single one of your team is playing absolutely well so far. Even the Cassandra being in the split in the top side position because Niederle can't do anything. Pike hook was good. Roaming was good. Kaiser was
have a
pushing it
speed up?
perfectly.
You have a
Oh
speed
yeah,
up
I
button?
could see it. I'm kind of wondering how
Yeah.
my Cassante died.
But I think the Niederle is pretty bad, right? If we check her out.
Yeah. She's pretty bad. I don't know why she went top.
There are
Maybe that's
many,
how
many
Cassandra
things
died.
I ask on why. The question I have, if she plays it very, very well in the beginning, would you have a problem with that in her jungle, or do you have a situation where either way you are in a good position?
I think either way I'm in a good position because her bot side camps are not hers if she chooses to pass bot.
Okay.
Since
I
I have
respect
full
that.
prio mid and bot.
I also like how like you guys play differently Yi than me, which I really, really like because that just shows that there are many different ways to play Yi. And there's like there's not one way which is the best, and like there are many different pathings, and I really like to see that.
I'm more on Acorn Muncher's level, like seeing how aggressive he is. I like it.
Yeah,
Like
I
just
think
sitting
it's
in the
so
jungle in that
interesting to
Nidalee.
compare.
It's such a fiesta. Yeah, I love fiestas. Like, and then you watch Sinerias, and he's just like, it's like watching somebody do a puzzle or something. Like, it's just like, yeah, that piece is gonna go there. He's gonna go there, and then you watch Acorn Muncher, and it's like watching a smoothie getting blended.
These analogies are too good.
Look at that Kaisa putting a
Look at the
smiley face in
Kaiser.
chat. Like,
Okay,
Jesus
now we
Christ.
have no summoner spells and we can play aggressive. Let's
Ooh,
go.
I really like
Okay,
this.
so he's
this vibe.
doing Noon Quiver Berserker.
I love these kind of
Noon Quiver
loadouts, as you
Berserker.
know.
Yeah, I hit 6 so I can play around top side because that'll be really strong now. I want Herald.
I agree.
Oh, here comes
Oh,
Nidalee.
man, I don't
Oh,
even know if you
freebie,
win this
freebie?
2v2.
What the fuck?
Freebie?
Why?
No, he
no,
wins
so-
this. Go,
back,
go.
back.
Smack him. Do it.
Can you
the
please go back
kills.
in time?
Get him,
I'm
go,
losing
get him
my
all.
mind.
Oh, go, keep going,
Alright.
What
keep going,
are
full
you-
deep.
Oh my
yeah.
god.
that's
I told you he got that. I told you.
I feel like that could have potentially gone a different way, but he
It
played
could have,
well.
but it didn't. Okay.
Like Echo didn't even ult, but like
Let's go, Acorn. I feel for
Yeah.
you. I feel that one, bro. I feel that one.
Yo, Munchy, can
And-
you go back into the situation
sure.
where you face check? I want to see.
We want to
What I would've
watch the
done.
fight?
More, a little
should-
bit more, a little bit more.
Okay.
More. So
Here?
here, okay.
Okay.
You know, further.
Here?
Further?
No,
oh,
not more behind. Further the future.
Oh, further in the future. Oh, okay.
Not
Okay,
that
further,
far.
further in the
Oh,
past. Further in the past.
Okay.
Okay. Here's the fight. You know what? Just
Before
leave it
you
here.
start. Okay, go
Okay,
back.
a little bit before
before
this. A little bit
a
before
little
this.
more
A
back.
little bit before this.
Okay, a
yeah.
little bit more before. Okay, like this.
Okay.
Yeah, stop.
Okay, so you see
And now
Nidalee
press
coming.
B. Stop.
Pause it. Was your
Okay.
karma communicating where mid was?
Why
knew
are
she-
you not
we knew-
waiting longer now?
We knew Echo's coming up. Well, I am waiting. I'm just trying to stall for Karma.
No.
Wait.
Press.
I would have waited for Nidalee to come out a bit.
I would have waited for Nidalee to press
to jump
Puma
in.
W.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I
Okay,
mean,
the thing is,
he can flash get kills here.
what I'm thinking is if I don't walk up a little and scare them a bit, they might
Yeah.
just kill my Cassandra here.
No, she's too tanky.
No.
He will not die instantly. This
Yeah.
is third
You
Q.
really think so? Okay.
Yeah, I think he would live. Yeah.
And
The
I would
champion
just
is
wait a
busted.
little bit. If she presses Puma W, she's 100% guaranteed dead. And now if you play and then pause for a second. Play. Wait, I will tell you when to pause.
Oh
Pause now.
yeah.
And now you see, if she plays it
Mhm.
correctly, both of them can just walk away and that's it. Nothing happens.
Mhm.
Otherwise, you would have for free gotten a kill because she would 100%.
They're
would have
getting
engaged
greedy
on it.
because the enemy mid laner's coming. That's why they played like they did. But I would have went deep on that. Oh yeah. But I would have waited. You did go too early.
Okay, we can continue watching. It's like
Mhm.
I think if they back off here, then we can get the top wave pushed in and go for
But
Herald.
what is this Warwick doing even?
See,
What
this is
old
this is what I
engage?
mean. Like I feel like this
The
fight could
Lorlo
have gone
isn't
really
Lorlo a
bad.
liquid team liquid?
He's,
Echo
yeah,
uses
That
he's
was
a really
years
good
ago. That was
player.
years ago. He's really old.
Oh, he's a boomer now. Okay.
Yeah,
alright.
he's a boomer.
I mean, he's still pretty good.
You're the Lorlo. I mean, this VOD disagrees.
I mean, that wasn't his best moment, you could say.
I thought this Warwick is gold, and now you come up with this was a Team Liquid pro.
Well, you
Not
know
on a
they're
team
always fourth
liquid.
place, so
And I just do
Nobody's
Herald.
toxic at all. Is it because you're winning, or
It's
yeah, when
because
you
we're
win,
winning
you're
and
less
we
toxic.
don't have the you know the
it's not master? It's like a little bit higher.
yeah it's because these are actually good players. They're not like those random master players who have ego for some reason.
Like Cowsep, he's also random.
I'm a
Clearly.
dude, the EU,
Clearly.
dude, I've been called random so many times in the EU, dude. What an insult. Like, what kind of, if you don't even know if they're random or not, what kind of freaking insult is that?
I'm just
I mean,
farming
you
here.
don't know if they're random.
Uh-huh.
They're random, right?
True. True.
Oh yeah, I actually didn't mean to rift here.
I do that all the time. Why does Rift Herald not have its own key?
Oh shit. Oops.
It's okay.
I like
Again,
it the way
it happens. It happens.
Oops, I'm sorry. Misclicked my teammates. I apologize.
But it's
Everyone
okay,
in
we
this
can
game
No
is
just
so nice.
flash.
We can still
Bro,
play
I
on the mid wave.
I
Because
see
if
the
Twitch
master Yi
hits
ping
it,
here.
we
Yeah,
can.
go.
Oh, what
Oh,
the fuck
whoa,
is
that metal
happening
flash
here?
out. Yeah, let's go.
Lulu has no W and no ult. Wow.
So was that a yellow
You have-
moment or was it calculated?
It was calculated. I knew if he steps up that far to hit the rift, then we can kill him.
But did you know Lulu has no W and no ult?
Lulu
We
is 6.
saw
right?
her
Yeah.
W, right? Okay, we saw her E there.
Okay, let's see.
I don't know if she ults, if she has ult, you will not.
No,
get
she
her.
also Oreo. She also Oreo in the bot.
I
she
feel like
doesn't do
he's
anything.
waiting. Yeah, he's waiting for her to use her polymorph, and then she doesn't use it, so he just alphas to finish it off. I mean, yeah, she didn't do anything.
No, she just.
If
stood
she
still.
ults Poly instantly, you will die. But she
Yeah,
doesn't
ult
have ult,
Poly.
I assume.
I guess she doesn't have ult.
Yeah, she didn't. I guess. Yeah.
I guess.
also
I
like
guess.
point
Okay,
flip.
well,
I guess.
Also,
no,
like
That's why I
point
was
flip.
so scared.
It's because
It's hindsight. Okay, he doesn't know. If
it
he
was
did
a
or
while
not.
ago, so I can't remember if I was thinking.
Yeah, yeah, you can't
Fine.
remember.
Also,
you can't
look at
remember.
all these words that no one's pinged. All of those words had the little yellow indicator saying no one's pinged them yet.
Dude, I
Wuju-
wish I was
Wuju
playing in
really
this
wa-
server.
Wuju really wants to get the 5 gold.
I mean,
telling
it's
you.
not just for the 5
You,
gold.
dude, you
the
would get
vision
so much,
ping.
and it also gives a ward ping. Yeah,
The
No, no,
little
of course it's-
notification is so important.
The
Wait, I know when
notifi-
you hit it, it gives you
course.
5 gold. Do you also get it? You get
Just for
double 5
pinging
gold?
it, yeah.
No, you get 5 gold for pinging it, and if you hit it before somebody pings it, you get 5 gold.
Yeah.
So you can ping it before somebody hits it and yoink their gold.
Aha.
That's what I do. All right.
That's actually
Okay.
good
Well,
point.
it looks
Yeah.
like you have secured this
Okay.
game at this point.
Yeah, we can go to the next game real quick and look at that early game. You can see this real quick. So, I path top here because I feel like I need to defend my Jace, and top can be kind of volatile. For some reason, Shaco mid is a thing. I think it's useless though.
Bro, NA is just like, dude, they're saying hello in chat. They got Shaco mid. Like, what?
So I'm dual with my Seraphine. He was my Karma. I think
Jesus Christ.
it's okay to path away from bot because even though these guys get hard prio, because they will be completely fine on their own 2v3ing. Since they're Heimerdinger Jin, they can just get push. They can blow up the wave, and then if they run into them and fight in the Heimer towers, they can maybe 2 for 2.
It's a good weak side lane.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
agree with that.
Munchy putting bot lane on weak side. Never seen that ever.
I think, yeah, I mean, I guess I think in this game, getting the Jace ahead early.
I need to
What's
get
the
master
point?
promo. What is this shit?
Did you?
Okay, but I need as
sitting here
well.
whining about freaking NA server, and it's just like, it's okay. You can get it next.
They
Dude, it's
type
so
like they're
cringe.
50-year-old fathers.
Yeah, it's so cringe. Or
Yeah.
12-year-olds. I am like politician.
Alright.
See, I don't see these messages because I don't play with chat.
So we know
You're missing
their
out.
jungler started red, I
I'm missing
think.
out.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
So
You doing it clear?
you full clear even though you're worried the and jungler is going to get there at the same time as you now. So you're playing for the 2v2 rather than getting there early.
Well, he's duo with Seraphine. Like,
I'm not sure what that
Wait,
has to do
Munchy-
with this, but
Can you explain why you're doing what you're doing?
yeah.
Sure. So I'm pathing up. My bot lane should be completely fine on their own in this matchup. So I think if I go top, my Jace can play his lane pretty aggressively. Nothing should
Yes.
happen mid lane. So since my Jace warded here, I don't need to go right away to match Italy. I can
I see.
clear my red because he'll be safe. When Italy shows up, then I can start walking. My Jace won't die instantly because they have no CC. So I just full clear. And I'm always keeping my eyes on top because she has Ignite, right? No TP. So if there's ever a dive opportunity, I want to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm kind of surprised Italy was here. Because she never ganked top. She just full cleared for the crab. Or she didn't even full clear. That was 5 camps.
Oh my god, so close.
And
Oh,
That's a rip. I think you're fine though.
that's a kill.
yeah.
Yeah.
Come help me, duo. I
Nerf
need
Yi,
help.
dude. Shit's disgusting.
Can you play Seraphine this time, not Karma?
Yeah, please, please. I need help.
So my top got soloed, but there's nothing I can do there, so I just
Yeah.
reset.
Ooh, is the dust broken?
But Munchy, why do you always have games where you are 1-0 after 2 minutes, or after 3 minutes?
Because that's his
we can't really-
playstyle.
That's how you
Okay.
played
He
League of
plays
Legends.
aggressive,
Sinerias.
dude. And he plays competitive. Makes sense. Like, he has this mindset of, like, you need to get a lead very quickly. You can't just... It's not a solo queue player, you know?
So you never really are you always having 1-0, or you also have 0-1 a lot?
The 0-1 happens sometimes.
He was 0-1
Oh my
last game,
god,
wasn't
what
he?
is this? There is no way
Ooh,
you
nice
are
cancel.
surviving. Why is what is
wait.
Niederle
Draven
doing?
missed his axe.
No, he just W'd it.
No, he hit it. No,
Yeah, I
he
just
hit it.
W'd it.
Yeah.
No. He missed to catch his axe so he can
Oh, catch
continue.
his axe.
Yeah. He missed.
Yeah, he missed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Last
he
play,
missed.
first item.
Flash of mastery. Nice.
So then
nice.
now all I have to do is clear up again. There's nothing.
Wait, hold on. If Draven caught his axe there, I think you were just dead, no?
I still had
Look.
like 120 HP at the end. I don't think so.
Yeah, he would just hit you once, speed up, hit you again.
Maybe. Let's
Oh yeah,
see.
you can speed up, huh?
Yeah, because
Does he have mana?
you look right here, he has full mana. So if he didn't misplay, you're
Oh.
dead. Right
Oh,
here,
yeah, he
if,
would-
if,
I-
Oh yeah,
if
he
he
hits the
caught his
ice
axe,
with
if he went back, caught his axe, like if I'm
Yeah,
against him, he would caught his axe.
probably, yeah.
And then he has double buff, and then
And then
bot
he had
lane's over,
doubles,
and
and
then
then he kills
GG,
your
and we
gym.
wouldn't be watching this VOD anymore.
But this is literally this kind of trolling. What the?
I
I never
also
get
don't
these
think this was
Dravens.
this-
Whenever,
I would never have done this way as well.
that was so.
It's okay.
so
He's
risky.
meditating before the Gromp, bro. You just take all the damage and meditate at 1 HP, you get more value.
Well,
Easy.
the cooldown is like 1 second, so I can meditate later.
Ah.
So I'm just full clearing the top. That's my idea, because everything is normal here. Because bot lane, it doesn't mean bot lane is volatile with everything that just happened. It's still the same. My bot lane just fists them on the tower, and mid is just sleeper. So all I have to do is keep pathing the top, clearing, chilling. I see Nidalee's wasting her time mid, so I'm like, I guess I get to keep clearing, and I'm faster than her on the clear.
This Draven's having an aneurysm.
It's Draven.
I know this
Classic.
Draven, by the way. He's always like this.
Why I get restricted for saying he has cancer? It's true. Riot want to censor me.
Imagine if he's on your team typing like this though.
Mm.
Like how annoying that is, how distracting.
Yeah, see, I would mute players like that because I really genuinely feel like it's not helpful to my chance of winning to keep them unmuted, but...
Exactly.
Korea
if
doesn't
that's
have
on your
alt chat.
team.
Yeah, we
Oh,
don't
they
have that in Korea.
That's
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah,
So
they
I
removed
So
it.
what
see-
do they don't have in Korea?
All
No
chat.
alt chat. Yeah, they removed it.
All chat.
Yeah,
It's
it's
not
all gone.
existing. What
Yeah.
the fuck?
Yeah, that's why Korea's better now.
So I see Nidalee ganked bot. All her top camps are up. So I think I walk into her jungle. Wait, I actually kill myself here.
Oh, good. Finally, you're getting punished. Okay, so can she not just
In
kick you?
game.
Why doesn't she just kick you? Oh, there we go. Oh, I would have chased her. Ain't no
Yeah,
pussy.
but
Well,
at least she's
yeah.
1 HP. At least she's 1 HP.
So now
Yeah,
you're
true.
showing us the shadow sides of
Yeah.
your playstyle, right?
Well, do you think that was like a correct play to go for, or do you think that was...
No, I killed myself. That was bad.
Okay. I'm just wondering if you thought it was a good play in the moment.
I think. Hold on. Let me go back. I think if my Jace kept walking with me, it could be good.
But of course, you already saw he's turned away
Yeah.
like 2 seconds before.
And it was probably just bad. I should just go for the crab
Mhm.
and then.
It's very
reset
unfortunate
bot.
also that he survives it. I think Rune probably should have died.
If she didn't use
Yeah.
her health potion.
Really? You
she
think if he
should've
has
died.
Noon Quiver, he kills her?
I don't think so.
I don't know if that's true, yeah.
I'm pretty sure
Well,
Dirk
you'll
does
never know.
more single dog.
Mm-hmm.
Just from
go put it
my-
in practice mode and figure it out.
Just from my experience on, there would have been a kill if I was playing. I don't know why.
It's because you bring coup de grace.
True!
Oh,
Exactly, right
yeah.
there. Could have gone that helped you would kill him.
So I see Bard shows top, so instantly we can dive bot.
I like
Dra-
that,
Yeah,
yeah.
bot
Yeah,
lane is
Actually,
dead.
Coup de Grace would have literally killed the.
Yeah, that's what I'm
kill here.
saying. These damage are different, but more valuable, I think.
Yeah,
That's
your
why I
team's
thought this was
like,
a
yeah,
good
we're not
play.
interested.
I was like, I would have done the same for sure.
Now I just get back to clearing, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow Shaco solo kills my duo.
I hope he
So
flamed him.
I show up mid to get the wave. If Shaco doesn't run away in time, then I can ult at him and then eventually catch him.
Haven't
Oh,
you
and
been
then
a
his arcane
The-
comment reveals me, so I'm all like, let's kill him.
Yeah,
Dude, the comment. Oh my god, it actually got him.
What
killed.
about the mid wave? What is this? There's like
I
one
walk here
mid
just
wave.
in
There's
case
a
Nidalee
kill
walks
top
here.
Sinerias, okay?
But there's nothing here, so I just back off and then go do Rift. Because their
Hmm.
Shaco is dead, my Seraphine's on the map.
And Nidalee's obviously petrified of you. Oh, I guess not.
Well, she can't do this forever
Hey,
because
it's
she might
okay,
be-
man. Well, she can 50-50 this if she hits the back, no?
Oh, I like
Yeah,
that.
she
guess
can
not.
50-50 it.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha Strike and hit the eye is always good, but she could have positioned herself better for that.
Yeah, she could have.
Nice spear,
Oh.
Nidalee.
So then there's no play mid, so I just clear. He gets obliterated because she has Kraken Slayer, so I just go back to clearing after realizing there's no hope there.
Maybe if his jungler didn't feed her a kill.
To be fair, she also got a kill from going bot.
I like this red buff. It's really nice.
And I just reset to bot side, and I think I can't remember where I was looking the Rift. I had an idea.
Master E alive. Master E alive.
Oh, you're getting pinged by the
Now
donger.
it starts. Wuju Senshi would have instantly muted.
Yeah, I
Simon
would
right
have. So fast would have muted this Heimer.
A
But look
Heimerdinger
at
should
this,
be
look
using
at the
Poro
information.
Faster. Yeah, he's giving out Summoner's Spell Tyrant, but if he used Poro Faster, no problem.
I'm hovering so we can take the tower. Yep. So then we get it. I want to go mid and Rift.
Mhm.
I think that's what the idea was.
Why do you take the red smite?
Oh, I
Yeah.
don't know. I'm just doing things this game. Like, why am I going
Oh my
Dustblade
goodness.
first item?
I mean,
You're not even going
you're-
dust at first.
nah,
item,
I
you're
don't
going-
even know what you're going
did
first.
go-
Are
I
you
did
going
go
Blade of
Dust
Ring here?
first
Dust
item.
Blade? Yeah, like,
Don't know what I was doing.
and a red smite? Wow, I'm learning a lot from this VOD.
Wait, I think we actually got shit on here.
We'll engage a little
Reset.
bit earlier, to be honest. You did a lot of damage, bro.
Walked into the little thing. Oh.
Aw.
You know, maybe if you had coup de grace.
Maybe
Exactly.
I
Actually, I think Astan was doing work there as well.
Well, I don't have
Yeah,
last
but
stand
no-
this game. I
yeah.
have Triumph Alacrity, I think.
Oh,
Yeah, true,
well,
true, true.
maybe if you had coup de grace. All right, you're running Hellblades.
Yeah. So I just
yeah.
run mid to drop the Rift for the plates.
So you were planning to go like Dustblade in the lobby if you want Hellblades, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what he's building. Do you
Wait,
have the
why don't I-
Ghost Poro? The zombie board?
All right. I don't. I always go eyeball. So I run bot here because looks like something's happening.
Free engage on Bard, yes. This looks a free kill. Why do you ult already? I don't know. Okay, now they have no tower.
Oh,
my
that's
God.
Even
I would have made the same mistake.
not funny.
Oh, it was very
Lie,
funny.
it's funny.
Oh yeah, there you go, Draven. You want it.
What? It's funny.
Why is every Draven player an idiot?
I'm sure
I
Draven
literally
players say
did
the
not
same
see
thing
this
about
spear.
E players.
Okay,
I
we
know.
die here.
Yeah.
But how do you lost this game? You said, right?
You win. Oh wait, I actually
No,
I
won.
made a mistake. I actually won, but we were losing for a while. There probably isn't like too much productive to look at, so I'll just keep skipping through it.
I do feel like this game
Hacking
feels a bit
cheater.
of a
All right, here,
fiesta.
here.
Oh, okay.
Here, we picked off Nidalee or something. All right, here, because Nidalee's dead, I recognize that we can go do Rift. So then we just get it. And then we should play into their top side so they can't walk in.
Dude, the enemy team is almost like more than double your kills right now. It's crazy.
How do you ever recover from this?
Because they have a Quinn,
Because,
the most
like,
worthless champion in the game.
We see that Quinn, their strongest member, is bot, right?
Uh-huh.
We just got
Jeez.
Rift, and their Nidalee's coming out of base, so we kind of have more tempo than him. So we can set up in their topside jungle, so they can't really walk in without walking as like 3.
Hmm.
But I don't understand why they would ever walk inside this jungle.
For their camps, probably. If they don't, and if they do push us out of the jungle, we could try to rift the lane.
Oh. Okay, that's
And now
good.
Quinn's
Nice,
here,
doing
and she's
work.
just gonna give her a
Hey,
shout out.
thanks, Quinn. Oh, and here comes Draven too.
But it's so funny how, like, what do you is this again?
Master.
Grandmaster Channel.
He says they're like good players in general, right? Bro, she just feeds you 1K. I already
Like
see why you won.
honestly, like
Yeah.
the enemies are 30. They double the kills, and they're literally running one after the other into your hands.
They're on top of the vision too that they can see. They're on top of Scuttle throwing spells over the wall, hoping that you don't see them throwing them.
Yeah.
Like Draven throwing his axes and stuff, and then Quinn feeds you to 1K. Bro, what a fiesta.
Yeah, this game was quite a fiesta, so there's probably not much left to look at here.
Mm-hmm.
It was just the early game. So anyone else have VODs?
Let's see. So we only have 25. I mean, probably more like we don't want to end right at 3. I know some people have to go. Or at 3 p.m. for me. So I don't know if we actually have time for a whole nother VOD. I did want to give people in the chat like a kind of designated time for their questions to be answered. So I was wondering if we should just go do that now and try to answer people's questions.
I think that's fine because I'm also already getting a little bit tired.
It's
or,
been
like,
a
lot of
while.
tired.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, it's been, oh my gosh, I think this is the longest one we've ever had, honestly. It's like,
Well, it's because you decided to add VODs into it.
I guess, yeah, that's, I should've
Which was a
foreseen
good
this.
idea, I think. I think it was a good idea.
I also think it's a very good idea. I think
Yeah.
there's a lot to learn.
Because it
Well,
also
glad to
shows
hear.
other people how to analyze their own VODs.
All right, so yeah, why don't we go ahead and answer people's questions in chat. One question someone asked here: how hard do you guys find it to actually hold your Q when you're trying to secure a gank up the mid game?
It's not that hard.
You just do it.
You
Yeah,
just do it.
I never really use Q.
Fair enough. Y'all can also feel free to read the chat and just answer any questions you want.
Wait, what is the question again? I literally. I'm
We're
sorry.
just like pick questions from chat. You can scroll up earlier as well. People
Ah,
were
okay,
asking
okay.
questions.
How often do I
Is
cancel
Doctor ready for read?
I don't know what to make of that.
Who is
question.
most handsome Yi player?
Oh, I mean, duh. Like me. Like, what?
True.
Okay,
true.
so my answer is also me.
Well,
I'm insulted.
Cowsep, are you
Yes.
are you still bald under the hat?
Oh,
or-
yeah. I let it grow out a little bit every once in a while, and then before I take off the hat, I shave it again.
Okay, so next question.
Are there situations where you want to take meditate over level 2 alpha during early clear? So it's like basically at level 3. When are you leveling W? I saw in a lot of people's VODs we were leveling
Yeah,
W.
I do
entering.
that all
I
the
think we
time.
should do it like all.
Sinerias did it in his VOD as well.
Mhm.
Like
And
it's
a
just
fight
if
will
you think
break
you're
out.
gonna if you're gonna fight, you get level 2. If you're gonna farm, even if you're gonna farm, you still get meditate. Not always, but like meditate helps you clear fast with meditate
I think
resets
Q
too.
is better, but I would do it only if I'm sure I'm not getting cheesed. If I
Yeah.
think there's a chance, always W. But I do
Yeah.
take Q a lot level 3.
Yeah, I do the same in that I think if I'm pretty sure I'm going to be able to farm to level 4 without needing W, Q is definitely faster, and so I would opt for that. But if I feel like there's even a chance that an early fight could break out, or I need to go for an early gank, or I'm going to get invaded or anything, taking W is 100% better. But more games than not, I take Q at level 3.
All right.
There were other questions in chat before, I think. It's just hard to find them.
Who is the most sexy one trick? Now
Can we
that
get some-
Azir is on
Can we get some real
I mean-
questions, guys?
Of course. Oh, there's one for me. How big of a role is Master Yi in my life?
These are odd questions.
I mean, it was a bigger role in my life back in like season 5 and 6 or whatever. But you know, it's mostly I don't really think about Yi anymore like I used to. I mostly just think of like my career and streaming in general, not Yi. Like I don't want to tie myself to Yi like that, right? I play Yi because I enjoy him. I don't let that control my living and my content or anything like that. Like if I want to change content, if I don't want to play Yi anymore, I won't play Yi anymore.
Mm.
Have you seen Master Yi more often than yourself in the mirror, Cowsep?
Yeah. I don't remember the last time I looked at myself in the mirror, to be honest. I just wake up, I go sit down and I stream, right? Like there's no mirror in between.
How long does blue start full clear take from no name 6672? Guys, what do you think?
Is it significantly longer than red start? I actually
It
don't know.
used to
sure it's
be.
like-
It used to be, but I don't know about now.
I think it's,
Wait, what?
it's 309.
Did you say that again? Blue start?
Yeah, if it's faster than how
Oh.
fast it is, the full clear blue start.
Wait, do you have a video on the blue start clear? Because I actually don't have one, but I'd be really interested in one.
I don't have a video, but I think it's 309.
And what is red clear? Because my red clear is like 320. Kick.
Red clear is 307.
I'm close.
So
close.
even in perfectly optimized, it's only like 2-second difference. That's really not that much.
Yeah, maybe 2-3 seconds. I don't think it's more than that.
Interesting. So that
Duo versus Warwick, Udyr, and Rammus.
I
Oh
don't struggle with any of
God.
them
You can
anymore.
fight them. You can technically just ignore them.
I mean, I
You
don't
fight
ignore 'em.
Rammus, you
I
can't
fight him.
Warwick and Udyr.
I fight Warwick all the
But
time. I don't really
fight
mess
Udyr,
with.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
can
I
fight
don't really
Udyr.
mess with Udyr that much, but it's not. I'm not scared of him. I love fighting Warwick. He's so easy.
I think 1v1s against them can be pretty hard, but 2v2s and 3v3s
They're
can be very
challenging
different.
and they're challenging and fun. Warwick is challenging and fun to me. Like it just because you know he usually has barrier. He's trying to bait you low, and then you hit him with the meditate reset. You get him with surprise damage with your Q. You're meditating. You know, it's just Warwick's a fun matchup for me. I really enjoy playing against Warwick.
I dislike it.
I'm sorry to hear that, but you love playing against Akali, and I don't bitch about that. You know?
I hate the fear and the suppress.
Yeah.
It's too
I don't really
hard.
mind if
You're
you're-
right.
But
especially if you have
I've
tenacity.
one thing I want to mention, kinda. I think the current meta. I think Yi is in a fine state, but the current meta is just like not the meta, but champions like current Zac, Elise, Ramos,
Zach is ridiculous.
and Udyr. Like all those, like these 4 champions especially. Okay, Warwick we can talk about, but 4 or 5 champions are like not only extremely disgusting to play against. Like very like Zac is the perfect example. Against Zac, it's
Yeah.
like it's just
I dodge him.
what the
I
fuck
don't.
is
I won't
this?
even. I won't even play with Zach. I'll dodge. Like I ban
Yeah,
Jax
true.
because he's more common,
Wukong.
and I just dodge Zach.
Don't
Yeah.
get me stop.
Wukong's annoying
Fucking
too.
Wukong. What is this shit?
Wukong is like
Why
80
does
Zac.
Why does he get 2 knockups? Like
It's 2
August.
knockups, burst, point and click, like knockup, no less than nothing.
So you
And
can't
the
kill
worst
him.
thing
And
is,
invisibility, yeah.
like the thing is, he can press S every single fight against
Oh
you,
yeah.
and you can't kill him. You can't
It's
kill
so
him
funny.
because if you attack him, it could be the clone technically.
At least you're not complaining about. Well, you can run a sweeper to kind of avoid that, but at least you're not complaining about Kiana. You were complaining about
Kiana.
Kiana
Wait,
last
I
time.
remember back
What do
when
you mean I'm not
he
complaining
was
about
complaining
Kiana?
about Kiana.
Don't get him
Sorry,
started,
she's not even on your lips right now. Like you're complaining about these other champions, and last time
Because
you
I
just couldn't
didn't
shut
see
up
her.
about Kiana.
I have to say I've been campaigning Kiana for the last 2 years straight. I don't wanna. I was forgetting this champion, and now because of you, I need to think about this again. Like I don't want to. My head is
I
exploding.
don't see her as often as I used to. She's pretty rare now.
Yeah, but still very cancer to play against.
Can you handle Akali? Is that still a thing for you guys? You can still all handle Akali.
I think
Yeah, I
Kali's
so.
completely fine. Yes.
I
It's not
hate
as
her.
annoying.
Against
Isn't it
Akali,
crazy?
you wait her shroud permanently. Without shroud, she's an easy kill. And most of the time, she cannot really in a team fight. She can't kill you because of your W and your Q. She can't really focus you because all her abilities can be dodged by you. And if you focus someone else, the moment you use a little bit of abilities, she's an easy kill.
She just uses her Q on me and does half my health. And then she goes in biz,
Akali.
and then she comes out, Q again. And if she misses, it's okay. She'll just do it again in a second.
In the early game, Akali also doesn't get lane prio in most matchups, so it's nice
Oh.
having lane prio in mid.
But maybe
okay.
maybe Cowsep, you dislike Akali because you can't level 1 gank her.
I mean, she is kind of hard to. She's really hard to gank. Yeah, she just goes in biz and you're done.
All right.
Do you think the crit
When do you
change is
take-
coming? Oh, go ahead. You take it.
When do you take Rage Blade before Borg? Milk V7.
Almost never.
I do. I will do it if I go Kraken first, and I either I have a really good purchasing point for the Gunzus, like I have 2.6k, or if I'm like really behind and I can't afford anything, and I just need like a Hail Mary power spike.
And here I can just say +1.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think especially like when you're behind and you're worried you're not gonna have enough gold to kind of get a more powerful second item spike. Rage Blade becomes better in those kind of games. You just need a second spike.
I mean,
Sooner.
it's a really cheap spike,
Yeah.
but like Rage Blade by itself, like I've tried rushing Rage Blade and it's just really weak without at least one other item boosting it up for you.
Yeah.
At least a Bork or a Kraken.
Let's see. Someone asked.
Rage Blade into Zeal and Berserkers. I mean, Zeal might see some use. I doubt it, but might see some use when we get the changes to the Mortal Reminder. I don't know. I'll have to see the cost efficiency of the item and how it compares, but like, we don't really care about armor percent pin that much. I can see it being useful though, maybe.
Yeah.
But I love the move speed.
The other thing about just the crit items in general, like even after the changes, like I just feel really doubtful it's actually gonna be good because of how bad crit is on Yi after the changes.
Well,
and how
you would
much better
typically
armor is.
you would convert it by Gunzus, I would assume.
Yeah,
that you would
yeah,
do
that's
again.
true. But even so, it's like pretty low. It's like not that great of a conversion IMO.
40
The
only
team
has
has no
5%,
tanks.
right?
Can we replace Rage Blade with Sand? Yes, you can. Or you can just get Rage Blade if you need the money. Rage Blade it's not like a tank melter. It also melts squishies and objectives.
Rage Blade's great against objectives.
Mm-hmm.
Fighter item. Oh, now they're asking about the fighter item change. Yeah, he's also probably reads these questions all day. Don't worry. I ignore these questions all day.
I think.
Like I literally had I made a guide for like all these item builds and stuff because I get the question all the time. It didn't help me a tiny bit. Like literally, I'm posting the guide. Here you can check it. Next question: when do you buy Borg? When do you buy Kraken? Yeah.
Number one.
All right, all right.
Oh, look at that! You got a raid, bro. But
Thanks,
like they
Happy.
wanted to know about the fighter item changes, and in my opinion, with those, I don't know. I don't think it'll change much, but I am kind of disappointed to see the ability haste go.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a bummer, but I don't think it matters that much at the end of the day.
I'm just curious how that goes. Usually, it's very hard to judge something from the paper. You kind of need to feel it.
Yeah, that's a big.
That's why my guides are always late. People are like, "Where's your guide?" And I'm like, "I want at least like 2 weeks." You know, I like to get a feel for it.
At least, yeah.
But they always want it immediately, so I put out a guide, and then you know what they ask me 2 days later? Why aren't you rushing a noon quiver anymore? And it's like, well, you know, I feel something different now. But you wanted that guide, so here you go.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a good question: Bork or Kraken first? I want to talk about this. I don't think we really touched on it earlier, but like, I think we all
both.
agree Bork is like a stronger rush than Kraken, right? Does anyone
No,
disagree with that?
Build pass is like 10,000 times better though.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, but I mean, I like them both. I like them both.
I like both.
What did you say, Munchy? What is top 1000 better?
Kraken's build path is much better than Bork's, in my opinion.
That's a very good argument. I think Nunkey is necessary, and then I rush Kraken because it's just 2100, and it's way better than rushing Blade from King then, and so I always rush Kraken.
Yeah,
Wait, you guys think Blade and Ranking has a worse path?
Way worse. It's disgusting.
Way worse.
Why do you like
Vampire
dislike it?
Scepter. What?
Because
I mean, no.
Vampire Scepter's useless.
Yeah, but I don't like the crit and Kraken either.
Well, it's 600 compared to 900, right?
What?
It's 600
Well,
compared to 900.
usually you don't really buy the crit one. Usually you buy
well, yeah,
Nukekeeper and Pickaxe, and then
I usually don't buy the Vamp Scepter right away either. It's like I usually get
Recurve bow
Because-
doesn't feel anywhere near as good as Kraken.
Recurve
I
bow
agree
doesn't
that
do
the,
anything.
Quiver.
the recurve doesn't feel as good as the Noon Quiver, of course.
No, yes. So I had so many games where I was playing Kraken first, and I finished Kraken, and I had team fights where I'm like, holy fuck, I'm doing damage. And I could never have done this with Blade Rune King. And I was like, even in the base, I was like, should I buy a recurve bow and a pickaxe now and with Berserkers in Noonkeeper, or should I just finish the fucking Kraken? Then I finished the Kraken, instantly win the game by one team fight. Like, I have to go Kraken every game. It's just way, way more impactful.
Interesting.
And Blade and Ranking can feel deceptively good. Like when you start off a fight, you're very strong, and then you get them to low HP, and then you're not doing as much damage, especially if you're not running coup de grace, right? So like you start off doing tons of damage to somebody, and then you're like getting them low, and you're like, why aren't they dying anymore, right? While Kraken has the more consistent damage. But I think they're honestly both really good. But I do like the build path for Blade and Ranking. I like it a lot. But Kraken's okay too. I just don't like the crit cloak on it.
Interesting. Yeah, I definitely personally like Bork as a rush more, and I guess I had thought that the only reason we would rush Kraken was because
Noon
we
Quiver.
want Noon Quiver, and then you just finish your item rather than building a whole other item from scratch. But Sinerias, sounds like you really like Kraken just as like a first item spike, regardless of whether you get Noon Quiver.
You ever go first item Blade and Ranking, Sinerias?
Yes.
Why?
When I feel like I can afford it, basically.
Yeah.
When I have very
that's-
good
that's
bags for it. If I have 1,875 gold bag, I buy, of course, recurve bow and pickaxe. If I have, it just really depends on how much gold I have and to spend, and how the enemy team comps are and stuff. If I like, Cowsep said it probably right. Both of them are very, very good, and it just really depends on what you have in your inventory to get. Because I think both ways, Blade Rune King Rush, Kraken Rush is fine. I think the only mistake you can do is Runekeeper into Berserkers into Blade Rune King, because that costs overall 5,000 gold plus before you get the
for the
first spike.
Yeah.
And that's not worth it.
They both build out of similar items too. You have the longsword, the dagger, and the pickaxe, right? That you can kind of use those to pivot into what you need to pivot into.
Yeah, but me personally, I would go 90% Kraken now. I used to say it really depends, but now I really go 90% Kraken because I feel like it's way more impactful. And then I don't get these annoying questions all the time because they just go Kraken. But I think both is completely fine. And I do think Rageblade second is good in some situations, but honestly, Blade Rune King with Kraken together is just so awesome. You can do anything. You can fight anyone, always.
I feel that
And
way too.
if you have a Rageblade there as well, these 3 items, you're literally nothing really can ever kill you if it's not instant burst. You literally are absolute 1v9 machine then, which I
And then
love
you get
about
Death
this.
Stance, and then you win.
Exactly.
Interesting.
The only thing I dislike is that there's not something existing like Sterax like it used to be. Like Death Stance, you feel like you have no HP, which just feels bad, but it's fine.
Someone in the chat was asking earlier about, instead of Death Dance, getting, what did they say, like Wits End and Randoins. So I don't know if you would throw out Death Dance, but
I mean,
guess
that's 5,000 gold compared to 3,000
right.
or
But
whatever,
at least
right?
humor this. Do you think something like Randoins, like in a game where there's a lot of crit enemy champs, like AD champs, would you ever get Randoins or something like that? Or
I'd get it as a last item, maybe. Tryndamere and
Yeah,
Yasuo on the same team, maybe, and then usually their AD carry has crit. I mean, why not?
I like
I
get Death
agree.
Stance on top of that though.
exactly, you
I
get
mean,
both.
yeah, why not?
I think there's better items, but it is situational as last item. It's the same as Wits End is very good item, but there are better items, so I buy it very late in the game always. So I'm like never really buying it because the games are closed pretty fast. So it feels like I'm never buying Wits End, but it's for sure also my build path.
I agree.
Gotcha. Okay. Any other last questions? Someone asked, is more than 3 damage items overkill on Yi? I think that's an interesting question because I think everyone here builds pretty much all damage items.
I mean, Death Stance is a damage item, but it's also a bruiser item.
I guess if you
Yeah.
consider
usually
Wits
Bruiser.
and Death Stance as not damage items, but they're basically damage items. Just with
If you kill them, they can't kill you.
I think the interesting thing is about like Yi used to have more like tanky builds, but like I think nowadays the best Yi players are pretty much all going full damage builds because that's what I feel like his playstyle has really changed into in recent years. Whereas maybe in season 10 or something, you can sustain, drain tank, be tanky and survive perma. And you do damage that way. But now you have to like explode people, and Yi does it really well with his new items. So I think full damage builds is pretty much what everyone does and what everyone succeeds with.
I just realized I'm fucking doing League since 16 hours today. That maybe explains why I'm a little bit tired as well.
Yeah, that would make sense. Thank you everyone for being on this long. We're wrapping it up in like just a few seconds here, I think, unless any last questions.
I really enjoyed already the Master seminar. I think it's every year, like I've been here the second year, it's like a few things, a lot of things actually I can learn and to see the opinions on a lot of things. For example, I'm changing my runes because of you guys now.
Temporarily, he'll be back. Don't worry.
Like I
He'll be
played two
like, "This
games and I'm like, fuck
sucks."
this shit, and then yeah, exactly.
At least he
But I
learned
do
though.
like it.
Uh-huh.
And what that you before we go to the end and stuff, I wanted to say I appreciate that you were doing this because you were close to not doing this.
Well, yeah, that means a lot. Thank you. I realized that this I think had a lot of value both for people here and for the Yi community. So I'm glad it seemed worth it to people. That means a lot to me. We'll just
Why is
answer a few last
Sinerias so
questions.
handsome? Next question. Now we're talking.
I don't know. I'd like to know as well. What's your skincare routine?
No name 662 asked this, not me, by the way. None of them self saying this, sir.
Mhm.
So red potion over tank elixir. I think most people here take tank elixir, right?
Tank
The
elixir.
iron.
Take tank
whatever.
elixir.
Tank elixir, 100%.
Yeah, I only take
Yeah,
red
the
elixir if I'm
tenacity's
feeling
nice.
greedy.
I
but-
I don't like how it makes you bigger, but you know.
I think
Other
the
than that,
healing
it's
is not that useful
Yeah,
from red
it's
elixir.
also only physical damage amp, so you don't get true damage healing from red.
Yeah,
Don't
if it was
forget-
Omnivamp, I would go red elixir instantly.
Don't forget that Moma Mortius is getting nerfed from Omni to Lifesteal.
Yeah, we're losing more on the van. Anyway, yeah, probably just go the iron elixir every time.
Mhm.
Let's see. What is the next question here? Everyone keeps talking about Danny as well. Sinerias, did you ever know Danny JRM?
Danagerm. The rank 1
I-
land master Yi.
Landmaster, like
Yeah.
Landmaster.
Land.
No, I think I've watched him one time in
Hmm.
my life, but I never really knew about him.
Interesting. There's a completely different eras, I guess. The Sinerias and Danny Germ eras.
Back in season 8, when I first hit Diamond, I was copying him.
Yeah, me
With-
too.
Oh, interesting. Interesting.
I never copied him.
Wait, Munchy, you hit Diamond in season 8? That's crazy. Because I hit Diamond in season 7, and you're and I'm here, and you're in 1.3 KLP.
I still remember back in season 7 when I was a platinum Yasuo player and you just came back to the game. I'm pretty sure I did some L9ing and inted you because I didn't like our Nautilus or something.
Wait, me?
You- Yes, you were trying really hard to 1v9 the game.
They found each other.
I
Oh my
actually
God.
I actually have a question about that. What made you? So you've only been playing what 6 years or something? What was the thing that made you a better player? Like, what was the thing that clicked to make you better?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know. I
I would
just made it.
say it was a pretty steady growth because I was silver first season, then platinum, then diamond, then master, then grandmaster, then challenger.
So every season you went up by a little.
Yeah, it was just steady growth, but
Was there anything that you did consistently to make you better, or did you just improve by playing?
I played a lot and I watched a lot of POV VODs from people like Sinerias, Scrub Noob, and I'd watch a lot of Korean challenger replays.
But not the E ones, huh? Because those. Don't
Yeah, I
really
know.
exist.
They don't really exist.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
And also, last season was when I started actually talking to people, like to other really smart people, about how to play the game and jungle pathing. So that's how I've like started being able to map out my thought process better. Because before, when I first hit like 1K LP Challenger in season 11, I would definitely not be able to explain my thought process as I do right now, because everything I did was like, I feel like this is a good idea. Like, Danny will die to this. But now I can actually tell you about what my plans are. Like, if I go bot, then we can do this. If we can't do this, then we can pivot to doing this.
Yeah, I think that's really important because if you can't even like understand at a conscious level why you're doing things that you're doing, then it makes it so that you can't really adapt to different situations. You don't actually know what you're doing. So like,
Yeah.
yeah, I
So
had a
by
similar
being able
problem.
to talk to others about the game, it helped me a lot with understanding my thought process and
Yep.
creating one.
Yep. All right, so I think that's a good place to stop. It was a really long, really long session. Again, thank you everyone, both the participants and the people in chat, everyone for sticking through it all the way to the end here. It was a 5-hour long session. Just as usual, I was hoping it would be shorter, but that was not the case. But I think this was a good seminar. I'm pretty happy with where things went, or how this went basically. So
Can I say something in the end, Wuju Senshi?
yes, I know you
About
told
my
me. Please
yeah,
do.
okay.
Go ahead.
So basically, I will be offering a Master Yi as a Sinerias Master Yi mentoring program in February. For people who cannot afford my coachings, there's a cheap way to get my coaching. It's like a mentoring program. So all you have to do is DM me on Discord and you will get more information. And it's 15 euros an hour, so it's pretty cheap. So everyone can kind of afford it. So if you're interested, all you have to do is DM me and I will give you more information.
Yeah. So there's that. And also this VOD will be posted on my YouTube channel probably within the next 24 hours. So if there's anything you want to review or if you missed anything, you'll be able to see it. And yeah, I guess that is everything. Anyone have any last things they want to say before I close it out?
I'm gonna try to gank mid later.
Level 1?
Yes.
No, a level
Zombie
3.
ward. Zombie ward.
Yeah, oh yeah, in the zombie ward.
Yeah, don't forget.
And I'll try for the
And
Gra.
Health Pot, Last Stand, and Zombie Ward. Don't you all forget.
I'm hyped for the next seminar next year.
Yeah, already planning the next one.
And I'm curious where we are by then.
Mm-hmm. I'm also curious to find out.
I hope you end up in Grandmaster.
That was very offensive. But I have to say sorry. I will be rank 1.
Unfortunately, he's going to be ranked 1, yes. All right, I'm going to end the stream. Thank you, everyone, for watching. We'll see you around.
Appreciate it. And
Yeah.
good night to
fun.
everyone.